Chapter 1055. Lin Feng had refined 9 archaic sacred emperor clones. Among them, the archaic golden-winged Great Peking had given Lin Feng 3 abilities. The first stage, Golden Wings. The second stage, Void Travel. The third stage, Wings of the World. There were 2 ways to advance. The first was to find the archaic golden-winged Great Peking's original spirit and refine it. The second was to comprehend it himself. The first method was the simplest, but also the most difficult. Finding the archaic golden-winged Great Peking's original spirit was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The second method was even more difficult. It required luck and comprehension. Lin Feng had finally obtained a fortuitous encounter in the sacred ancestors' Tao enlightenment grounds. Coupled with his comprehension, he'd successfully cultivated to the void travel realm. He could travel between different voids. This was an extremely heaven-defying ability. Not only could this greatly increase Lin Feng's speed, but it could also allow him to use this technique in a battle against cultivators. Lin Feng left the sacred ancestors' Tao enlightenment grounds and returned. Many demon experts had come to the Great Peking's territory during this time. Naturally, many young geniuses had come as well. Just as Jin Xingyuan had said, some of these people had come to avenge the tragic deaths of Granny Chu Yun and the others. However, even more people had their eyes on the sacred fetus in Little Moon's body. Ordinary demon cultivators might not know about the sacred fetus in Little Moon's body, but the higher-ups of the demon race definitely knew. The sect and 3 palaces had mobilized thousands of experts to kill Emperor Taiching's people and capture Little Moon. What was the point of such a big fuss? It wasn't just for Little Moon. It was also for the sacred fetus in Little Moon's Dantian. It turned out that Little Moon had Granny Chu Yun's protection, so the various demon factions wouldn't go too far. Granny Chu Yun was already dead. Little Moon was alone and without anyone to rely on. The greedy hearts of these demon factions began to stir. Once a person's greed was born, it was almost impossible to restrain it. Hurry up and run. The imps are coming. In the distant forest, more than 10 young geniuses of the demon clan ran towards Lin Feng, crying and wailing. What happened? Lin Feng stopped one of them and asked. Little fiend, that little fiend is here. Run. The other party shouted, pushing Lin Feng aside and hurriedly rushing off into the distance. Rumble. Rumble. The earth trembled, and Lin Feng felt a shadow looming over him. He raised his head and saw a gigantic creature that was 4,000 to 5,000 meters tall. It was even taller than a mountain peak and had 3 ferocious heads. Its cold eyes were staring at him. Cerberus. It turned out to be the legendary hell beast, the Cerberus. Moreover, its body was so huge that it was really shocking. Actually, this wasn't the first time Lin Feng had seen the Cerberus. Back then, he had explored the Eternal Temple with Long Yushi. Long Yushi had a pet like the Cerberus. He quickly dodged to the left, and the Cerberus attack missed. Big Black beat him to death. A beautiful female cultivator in white clothes standing on the Cerberus head shouted excitedly when she saw Lin Feng dodge. Lin Feng was startled. Although he hadn't seen her for almost 10 years, he could still see the shadow of the strange girl from back then. Wasn't this Long Yushi? The Cerberus' 3 heads roared and swung its huge claws at Lin Feng again. In the distance, more than 10 geniuses of the demon clan saw this and were moved to tears. What a good person. He helped us attract the attention of the little fiend. Brother, you have to hold on a little longer. If you're unlucky enough to be eaten by the Cerberus, we'll burn more paper money for you. The geniuses of the demon clan didn't dare stay and hurriedly left. The Cerberus attack missed again. Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. Huh! Where did he go? Long Yushi's eyes widened with a look of incomparable shock. The next moment, she felt her tiny waist being hugged from behind. Ah, you bastard. You're courting death. You bastard. How dare you take advantage of me? Do you believe that I won't castrate you? Long Yushi immediately struggled. At the same time, her heart was in turmoil. Even with her cultivation, she didn't know how that guy had managed to get behind her. This shouldn't be happening. Long Yushi couldn't figure it out. Lin Feng held Long Yushi with one hand so that she couldn't move. His other hand pinched Long Yushi's delicate face and twisted her head. Long Yushi pouted her pink lips. She looked quite cute. After so many years, your personality hasn't changed at all. Lin Feng smiled at Long Yushi. Who are you? Do I know you? Let go of me, or you'll regret being born in this world. Long Yushi shouted fiercely. Take a closer look at who I am. Lin Feng said. Long Yuxiao stared at Lin Feng with her mischievous eyes and suddenly shouted, Lin Feng, why are you here? Long Yushi was shocked and pleasantly surprised. Lin Feng said, after so many years, your body has developed quite well. Long Yushi's soft breasts were pressed against Lin Feng's chest, so Lin Feng could clearly feel that compared to many years ago, her body was naturally very attractive. Long Yushi blushed, then regained her fierce look and said, let go of me, or don't blame me for being impolite. You're in my hands, and you still dare to threaten me. Do you really think that I won't dare to teach you a lesson? Looking at Long Yushi's tender red lips, Lin Feng lowered his head. Asterisk woo woo. Asterisk Long Yushi's eyes widened in disbelief. Ha ha, the fragrance is everywhere. Lin Feng tasted it, then flew away. Lin Feng, you bastard, I won't let you be a man. Long Yushi wiped her mouth, as if she wanted to wipe off Lin Feng's breath. Big Black, hurry up and chase him, shouted Long Yushi fiercely. The Cerberus roared and quickly chased after them. At that moment, in the Great Hall of the Great Rocks, all the strong cultivators of the Yarrow clan were gathered. They were discussing how to deal with the Holy Imperial Embryo in Little Moon's Dantian. Xie, the great elder of the three-headed cobra race, said with a fake smile, the little princess is still young. She can't protect the sacred fetus. We're taking it out for the sake of the little princess's safety. What do you all think? Said Mr. Jin. The little princess hasn't cultivated yet. If we forcibly take the Holy Imperial Embryo out of her Dantian, the little princess might die. I can't agree to that. Said Xue Dingqiu, the great elder of the sky-devouring demon toad. Elder Jin, the little princess isn't from the Great Rocks. You don't have the right to decide whether or not we can take the Holy Imperial Embryo out of her Dantian. We'll vote. The minority obeys the majority. Chapter 1056. I've known Grandmother Chu Yun for more than 8,000 years. Before she died, she asked me to take care of the little princess. Do you think I have the right to decide whether or not to take the little princess's holy embryo? Said Elder Jin coldly. Xue Dingqiu didn't buy it. He put on a fake smile and said, who can prove that you're telling the truth? Elder Jin's face suddenly darkened, and he said, do you think this old man would lie? I think I still care about my reputation. Xie Zichen laughed strangely and said, we didn't say you were lying. However, even if you're telling the truth, it's hard to know what's in a person's heart. Who knows whether or not you'll take the holy embryo for yourself after we leave? Xie Zichen, this is the territory of the Great Peng clan. If you keep talking like that, please leave. The Great Peng clan doesn't welcome three-headed cobras, said Elder Jin angrily. Xie Zichen's words had infuriated Elder Jin. He couldn't bear it anymore. Elder Jin, why get angry? I was just making an example. Xie Zichen pursed his lips. What do you all think? Elder Jin gloomily looked at the experts of the other factions. Many chose to remain silent. Elder Jin's heart sank. He said sadly, do you still remember the kindness Emperor Taiching showed to the various clans? Now that you're choosing to remain silent, aren't you letting your conscience down? Aren't you letting Emperor Taiching down? Someone sneered. What was conscience to most people? Practical benefits were what everyone pursued. There are still a few clans coming. Let's wait for them to arrive and then we'll talk. Princess Xue Yarrow walked over. Greetings, Princess. The experts of the various clans stood up and bowed slightly. They were both princesses, but Little Moon's status couldn't compare to Xue Yarrow's. Firstly, Little Moon was too young and didn't cultivate. Secondly, Emperor Taiching's clan had declined. Lastly, Little Moon no longer had a protector. Princess Xue Yarrow was different. Although the Phoenix clan didn't have many people, they didn't lack experts in every generation. Princess Shui Yaro's strength was unfathomable. Everyone, please dispense with the formalities, Princess Shui Yaro said. Shui Dingqiu's expression was somewhat gloomy as he said, since the princess has spoken, we'll wait for the other clans to arrive before discussing this matter. We'll take our leave first. The experts of these forces left one after another. After everybody left, Mr. Jin said gloomily, it seems like those people want to steal the little princess's imperial fetus. People's hearts are unfathomable. All the influential groups are blinded by greed. They want to steal Little Moon's holy imperial embryo, so let's beat them at their own game. Princess Shui Yaro sneered. Princess, what do you mean? Elder Jin looked at Princess Shui Yaro. Princess Shui Yaro smiled and said, Elder Jin, you'll know in a few more days. After Lin Feng returned, he went to see Little Moon first. When Little Moon saw that Lin Feng had returned, her big eyes immediately turned into crescent moons. She quickly ran over to Lin Feng and reached out her little hands into Lin Feng's embrace. Big brother, where did you go? Little Moon misses Big brother. Little Moon said pitifully. Lin Feng rubbed Little Moon's head and said, Big brother went to cultivate. Big brother needs to become very strong to be able to protect Little Moon. Then can Little Moon cultivate? Little Moon also needs to become very strong because Little Moon wants to protect Big brother. I don't want bad people to bully Big brother, Little Moon said innocently. Lin Feng said, of course Little Moon can cultivate. After a few days, Little Moon can go find big sister Shui Yaro and ask her to teach you how to cultivate, okay? Little Moon nodded heavily. Dozens of cultivators flew over from the distance and stopped nearby. They pointed at Little Moon and whispered among themselves. Their gazes were cold as they looked at Little Moon. Big brother, Little Moon is scared. Although Little Moon was young, she was very sensitive to the outside world. She could feel that the people around her were looking at her with ill intentions, which made her feel afraid. Big brother is here. Don't be afraid. Lin Feng took Little Moon in his arms and walked towards the courtyard. Stop. Suddenly, a cold laugh was heard. Lin Feng turned around and saw a young cultivator in a black robe walking over. He asked indifferently, what's the matter? Are you a human cultivator? The black-robed cultivator asked. Yes. Lin Feng said. A human actually came to the territory of the beasts. You look like a human spy. The black-robed cultivator sneered. Lin Feng's expression suddenly sank. At that moment, Long Yushi flew over from afar. She was holding a miniature Cerberus that had shrunk to the size of a palm. Shui Donglong, don't talk nonsense here. The little princess was able to return to the territory of the beasts alive thanks to Lin Feng. The black-robed cultivator called Shui Donglong was a young genius of the heaven-devouring demonic toad clan. His strength was outstanding. The heaven-devouring demonic toad clan had an important position among the beasts. Shui Donglong sneered, are the members of the clan and 3 prefectures all trash? How could they let him escape with the little princess? It's obvious that there's something we don't know about. Who would believe that he's not a spy? After saying that, Shui Donglong looked at the surrounding Yarrow cultivators and asked, do you believe me? Of course not. This kid is very suspicious. I don't know what he's up to when he sneaked into the territory of the beasts. The group of beasts began to talk at once. Lin Feng curled his lips and said sarcastically, I was wondering why this place was so smelly. It turns out that someone was farting here. It's really smelly. Kid, what did you say? The group of beasts glared angrily at Lin Feng. Shui Donglong, in particular, was of noble birth. The heaven-devouring demonic toad clan was equivalent to the royal family of the beasts. When he heard Lin Feng's words, he naturally felt that his dignity was being challenged. You don't understand human language? It seems that I was wrong. It's not a group of humans farting, but a group of dogs farting, Lin Feng said seriously. Fart. Long Yushi immediately laughed. She admired Lin Feng's ability to mock others. Shui Donglong and the others' gloomy faces were enough to know how angry they were. However, Long Yushi was also worried about Lin Feng. There was no lack of experts among Shui Donglong and the others. Shui Donglong, in particular, was a powerhouse at the 5th level of the creation realm. Moreover, the heaven-devouring demonic Toad clan's inheritance was extremely powerful. Now that Lin Feng had angered Xue Donglong and the others, he probably wouldn't have a good ending. Chapter 1057. Xue Donglong and the others were furious after being mocked by Lin Feng. They glared at Lin Feng as if they wanted to tear him to shreds. A tall and sturdy beast with a ferocious face sneered and said, "Brat, do you know you've committed a capital offense? How dare you mock us like this? Who gave you the guts? Kneel on the ground and apologize to us. Maybe you can keep your worthless life. Otherwise, we don't mind taking your life today. You dare attack the Rock King's territory? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Do you think you have the right to be so arrogant in the Rock King's territory?" Lin Feng pursed his lips. So what if it's the Rock King's territory? The law doesn't punish the majority. Do you think the Rock King's territory will offend so many organizations for a human brat like you? The Yarrow cultivator sneered. Lin Feng sneered and said, "I really couldn't tell. I thought you were a pig with a human head. I didn't expect you to say something like the law doesn't punish the majority. It seems you're not stupid. Brat, I'm going to tear you to shreds," shouted the tall and sturdy cultivator furiously. He threw himself at Lin Feng. "Yushi, help me take care of Little Moon," Lin Feng said. "Be careful. He's from the giant scorpion race. They can release poison." Long Yushi hugged Little Moon and whispered to Lin Feng, "Don't worry. He's just a nobody. I can deal with him easily." Lin Feng smiled. At that moment, the tall and sturdy cultivator rushed over and slapped Lin Feng. A green gas spread out from his palm. The green gas was extremely poisonous. "Hurry up and retreat. Don't breathe in the poison." The group of beast cultivators quickly retreated. They were afraid of the poison released by the tall and sturdy cultivator. Whoosh! Lin Feng blew at the poisonous gas and it flew towards the beast cultivators. "Brat, you're courting death." Many people roared angrily. They didn't dare to stay any longer and tried to escape in a sorry state. However, there were still a dozen people who were enveloped by the poisonous gas. Their bodies began to rot as they fell to the ground and let out miserable screams. "You can't blame me for this. You can only blame the guy who poisoned you. If he didn't use the poison, you wouldn't have been poisoned." Lin Feng shrugged. "Brat, you dare to be distracted while fighting me?" The stalwart cultivator grinned and sent out a palm strike. However, Lin Feng blew away the poisonous gas with a single breath. However, the power of his palm was still very powerful. Seeing that the palm was about to hit Lin Feng grabbed his wrist and exerted force. Crack! The burly cultivator's wrist was broken, accompanied by the sound of bones cracking and a miserable shriek. Lin Feng raised his right foot and kicked the burly cultivator's left leg. Crack! His left leg was broken. Too weak, it really dirted my hands to clean him up. Lin Feng pursed his lips and threw the burly cultivator away like he was throwing a dead dog. The burly cultivator's head hit a rock hard. His head cracked and blood flowed out instantly. The burly cultivator didn't move at all. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. When did this guy become so powerful? Long Yushi couldn't help but mutter. Lin Feng glanced at the group of beast cultivators indifferently. Lin Feng only had coldness towards these people. It was one thing for these beasts to not be grateful for the kindness of the Taiching Emperor, but now they actually had their eyes on Little Moon. Lin Feng treated Little Moon as his own sister. How could he let these bastards bully her? Who else wants their heads to explode? "You can get out now." Lin Feng glanced at the group of beast cultivators. These people looked at Xue Donglong because Xue Donglong was the strongest among them. Moreover, Xue Donglong's background was also the noblest. Obviously, this group of people regarded Xue Donglong as their backbone. Xue Donglong sneered. "Kid, you're quite capable. But do you think you can deal with so many of us by yourself?" Lin Feng pursed his lips. "Don't flatter yourself. Can you even be considered human? Animals know how to repay kindness, but you're heartless and unscrupulous. Just looking at you makes me feel disgusted. I have to say, your mouth is very powerful. You've successfully angered us, but your quick tongue will only bring about endless consequences. Xue Donglong sneered. He waved his hand and said, "Let's attack together. If that boy dares to resist, we'll kill him." As soon as Xue Donglong gave the order, more than 20 cultivators swarmed towards Lin Feng. Their expressions were extremely cold. All sorts of powerful divine abilities were unleashed towards Lin Feng. The divine abilities gathered together, forming a river of attacks that flooded towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he flicked his right hand. Next, a dense sword chi shot out. Fart! Fart! The sword chi broke through the attacks of the beast cultivators and pierced through their bodies. They were all sent flying, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. He defeated so many people with a single move. Long Yushi was shocked. Only now did she realize that Lin Feng might be much stronger than she had imagined. Devouring the heavens. At that moment, Xue Donglong made his move. A twisting whirlpool appeared and swept towards Lin Feng. The black whirlpool directly enveloped Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered and reached out with his left hand. His left hand instantly pierced through the twisting whirlpool that Xue Donglong had created. Then, he grabbed Xue Donglong's neck and lifted him into the air like he was a little chick. Xue Donglong looked at Lin Feng in horror. He hadn't expected Lin Feng to be so strong. "Kid, hurry up and let him go. Otherwise, I'll make you regret being born." More than 10 cultivators flew over from the distance. They were even stronger. A young man with an aquiline nose looked down at Lin Feng and ordered in an unquestionable tone, "Third brother, save me." Xue Donglong looked as if he had seen hope when he saw the newcomers. Lin Feng sneered, "I'd like to see how you'll make me regret being born." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng raised his right hand and slammed it towards Xue Donglong's dantian. Crack! Xue Donglong's dantian was shattered by Lin Feng, and he was completely crippled. Chapter 1058. "Brat, you're courting death," shouted the hook-nosed young man furiously. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. His name was Xue Mushan, and he was considered one of the top figures in the heaven-devouring demonic toad clan. At that moment, Lin Feng surprisingly dared cripple Xue Donglong's cultivation in front of so many people. It was like a slap to his face. Xue Mushan couldn't control his anger anymore. He glared at Lin Feng viciously. This guy is really daring. He crippled Xue Donglong just like that. Xue Donglong's status in the heaven-devouring demonic toad clan isn't high, but he's still a direct descendant of the clan. Now that he's crippled, the heaven-devouring demonic toad clan won't let this go. Of course they won't let this go, so there's going to be a good show to watch. Many of the cultivators in the crowd were discussing. The conflict here attracted more and more people. Many people surrounded them and pointed at them. "I've been crippled. How can this be? My life is completely over." Xue Donglong was in despair. If a few of his bones had been broken, he could still recover, but his dantian had been crippled. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have provoked this murderous god. He regretted it so much. Xue Donglong was filled with regret, but there was no medicine for regret in this world. Lin Feng threw Xue Donglong to the side and looked at Xue Mushan indifferently. "I crippled his cultivation. If you want to kill me, you can do it now. Let's see if you're strong enough to kill me," said Xue Mushan indifferently. Many people frowned when they saw Lin Feng's indifferent expression. Because Lin Feng's indifferent attitude made everybody wonder what was going on. Was he confident? Or was he arrogant? How could he be so casual in front of an expert like Xue Mushan? The heaven-devouring demonic toad clan has a foothold in the Tianwu continent. "Anyone who provokes us will die." Xue Mushan stepped forward. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and said, "I'll let you know that I won't let anyone who tries to harm Little Moon." "Who do you think you are? How dare he say such words? You can't protect anyone." Xue Mushan took a step forward and arrived in front of Lin Feng. Thousand rain falling stars. Xue Mushan used a powerful immemorial sacred art. As a top prodigy of the heaven-devouring demonic toad race, his strength was naturally terrifying. After this sacred art was used, rain started to fall. A drop of rain, a star. Rain fell, and stars fell. One star after another smashed towards Lin Feng. What a powerful divine ability! Lin Feng was slightly shocked. In this heaven and earth, there were millions of divine arts. All sorts of powerful divine arts were like a drop of water in the vast sea. Lin Feng didn't find it strange that Shuemushan was able to grasp such a powerful divine art. Lin Feng stepped forward, and the entire world seemed to have turned into a world of ice. As soon as he used the great ice art, the falling rain was instantly frozen and suspended in mid-air, unable to descend again. Lin Feng tapped lightly with his right hand. Plop! The attack directly penetrated Shuemushan's body. Shuemushan looked like he was struck by lightning. He was blown away, coughing up blood in the air. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Clearly, he was severely injured. He defeated Shuemushan so easily. He's too strong, isn't he? Many people were shocked, and their faces were filled with shock. Shuemushan wasn't weak. He had a special bloodline. People like that could challenge geniuses who were several levels higher. One had to know that it wasn't rare for a genius to defeat an ordinary cultivator who was several levels higher than him. This was because it was all too common. The most difficult thing was for geniuses to defeat geniuses who were a few levels higher than them. And now, Lin Feng had defeated Shuemushan, who could also be considered a genius. That was the main reason why people were shocked. You actually injured me. Shuemushan shouted furiously and soared into the sky. His expression was extremely gloomy. Shuemushan had never lost so miserably in front of so many people. He felt humiliated and couldn't accept it. Shuemushan leapt into the air as a destructive shockwave burst out from his body. Terrifying auras surged out from his body. In his dantian, bloody lights intertwined. Shuemushan was urging his bloodline. The bloodline of the heaven-devouring demonic toad was called the heaven-devouring demonic blood. This bloodline possessed an extremely terrifying ability, which was plunder. It could plunder the essence of a cultivator's flesh and even their lifespan. The bloodline of the heaven-devouring demonic toad was extremely terrifying. It was also the reason why the heaven-devouring demonic toads were able to establish themselves in the continent. Normally, very few people dared to provoke the heaven-devouring demonic toads. They would rather avoid them. The heaven-devouring demonic toads could plunder continuously. They loved to plunder the bloodlines of powerful cultivators. This was because after refining the bloodline of a powerful cultivator, their strength would greatly increase. Little brat, you've awakened my bloodline, but you've also infuriated me. I'll tear you apart and plunder everything from you. I'll use your bloodline to increase my strength. After saying that, Shuemushan rushed towards Lin Feng. His destructive qi swept in all directions, shaking space and time. A twisting vortex condensed and enveloped Lin Feng. Lin Feng, hurry up and dodge. Long Yushi shouted. Long Yushi's pretty face abruptly changed as she loudly reminded him. She knew how terrifying Shuemushan's bloodline was. She was worried about Lin Feng. The surrounding cultivators were also paying close attention to the duel on the battlefield. Many people wondered if the battle was about to end. After all, Shuemushan's bloodline was too strong. You can't retreat even if you want to. Confine. Shuemushan waved his hand and a black vortex surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't move at all. Lin Feng was surprised. Shuemushan's heaven-devouring demonic blood was similar to his devouring martial spirit. Of course, there was still a big difference between them. Plunder. Shuemushan smiled coldly and started plundering Lin Feng's flesh and soul. However, he quickly realized that something was wrong because no matter how hard he tried, Lin Feng's flesh and soul didn't fly out of his body. How is that possible? Shuemushan opened his eyes wide. Nothing is impossible. In my opinion, you're too weak, said Lin Feng indifferently. He used the ancient dragonesque elephant formula and broke Shuemushan's constriction. Lin Feng stepped forwards and threw a punch at Shuemushan. Catcher, catcher. His punch landed on Shuemushan's chest and he was blown away. His chest caved in and he fell on the ground, motionless. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Everybody was dumbstruck. They couldn't believe their eyes. Shui Mu had awakened his special blood and Lin Feng had almost killed him in one attack. Everybody was astonished. Chapter 1059. Lin Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His qi seemed to be able to swallow mountains and rivers as he coldly glanced around. Many of the beasts were startled. Nobody dared to look into Lin Feng's eyes. They could sense a domineering aura emanating from Lin Feng. He was able to fight against the 3 prefectures alone for so long and kill over 1,000 of their experts. His cultivation level is really terrifying. Perhaps only the top geniuses would be able to contend against him. Many beasts think that the little princess has no one to rely on, so they want to steal her sacred imperial fetus. But now, it seems like the little princess is very dependent on him. The demonic toad clan, the 3-headed cobra clan, and other top beasts are all eyeing the sacred imperial fetus covetously. We don't know how things are going to unfold. Let's just wait and see. Many beasts were whispering to each other. Lin Feng and Long Yushi brought Little Moon back to the courtyard. Not long after, Princess Shui Yarrow arrived. The beasts have gone too far, Lin Feng said with a frown when he saw Princess Shui Yarrow. Princess Shui Yarrow said, "This is how the world works. If Little Moon still had an elder alive, they wouldn't be so impudent. But even Grandmother Chu Yun died a tragic death." Lin Feng sighed. It was just as Princess Shui Yarrow had said. This was a world that ate people without spitting out their bones. "I plan to take Little Moon and leave," Lin Feng said. "I know you're worried about Little Moon, but do you think the beasts will let you take away the little princess who has the sacred imperial fetus? Even if I agree and Little Moon really leaves with you, will you be able to protect her? You'll be hunted down endlessly," Princess Shui Yarrow said. Lin Feng remained silent. It was just as Princess Shui Yarrow had said. With Lin Feng's current strength, he could be considered a strong cultivator and would have no problem protecting himself on the Tianwu continent. But if he took Little Moon with him, only death would await them. Princess Shui Yarrow said, "Just wait a little longer. Little Moon will be fine." Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he said, "It seems like Princess Shui Yarrow already has an idea." Princess Shui Yarrow smiled and nodded, saying, "I do have some ideas, but I'm still waiting for the other clans to arrive." Lin Feng handed Little Moon over to Princess Shui Yarrow before leaving with Long Yushi, returning to his own residence. Long Yushi looked at Lin Feng and said, "Are you a freak? How did he become so powerful?" Lin Feng asked, "Your cultivation speed isn't slow either, right?" Long Yushi was already at the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Her cultivation speed wasn't slow. Moreover, Long Yushi was called Little Devil by the younger generation of the demon race. It could be seen that she spent most of her time teasing others with her pet, the Cerberus. He didn't pay much attention to his cultivation either. If Long Yushi really cultivated diligently every day like Lin Feng, his cultivation would definitely not be limited to the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Perhaps she would have soared into the sky and become a manifestation realm expert. However, Long Yushi's personality was like that. Making her cultivate diligently every day was worse than killing her. Perhaps this was what people meant when they said, "Everyone has their own ambitions." Long Yushi pouted and said, "I'm still far from being able to compare to you. Is it because you obtained a lot of treasures? Hurry up and give me some treasures so that I can quickly increase my cultivation." Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. This was the first time he had seen someone ask someone for treasures in such a righteous manner. However, when he thought of Long Yushi's eccentric and straightforward personality, this kind of behavior was in line with Long Yushi's usual style. Lin Feng took out a 9-colored illusory stone and handed it to Long Yushi. Long Yushi curled her lips and said, "I'm asking you for treasures. Why are you giving me a broken stone?" Lin Feng's mouth twitched. He said, "A broken stone? Beauty, do you know how many people would fight to the death for something like this?" Long Yushi snorted and said, "Then what is this?" "A 9-colored illusory stone," Lin Feng said. "What's a 9-colored illusory stone?" Long Yushi had a puzzled expression. Clearly, she had never heard of an illusory stone before. Lin Feng said, "Illusory stones can be used to forge magic treasures, increase cultivation speed, prevent cultivation deviation, improve a cultivator's physique, widen a cultivator's meridians, expand a cultivator's dantian, and help a cultivator enter a state of enlightenment. Illusory stones are divided into 9 colors. With each additional color, the stone becomes more precious. 9-colored illusory stones are the most precious, but they are also the rarest. There are only about 30 of them in the world, and they are priceless treasures. Since you don't want them, I'll save them. After saying that, Lin Feng moved to put away the 9-colored illusory stone. After hearing Lin Feng's explanation, Long Yushi's eyes shone brighter and brighter. When she saw that Lin Feng was about to put away the 9-colored illusory stone, she quickly reached out to grab it. Who said I don't want it? Give it back. Lin Feng held the 9-colored illusory stone in his right hand and raised it. He smiled and said, "Who was the one who said it was a broken stone?" Long Yushi snorted. So what if I said it? I didn't know how precious the 9-colored illusory stone was before, but now that I know, I've changed my mind. I'm now officially informing you that the 9-colored illusory stone belongs to me. Long Yushi jumped to grab the 9-colored illusory stone that Lin Feng had raised. Hihi, I got it. Long Yushi shouted excitedly after grabbing the 9-colored illusory stone. When she landed on the ground, she staggered and fell into Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng hugged Long Yushi's sexy body. You, let go of me. Long Yushi's body went limp and she struggled. Her face blushed, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's heart started to beat faster when he saw her bashful and seductive look. When Lin Feng lowered his head and wanted to taste her, Long Yushi pushed Lin Feng away and ran away, blushing. I won't let you have your way, you bad guy. After saying that, she ran out of the courtyard. Perhaps it was better to say that she was running away. Boom. An hour later, in the distance, a man wearing a black Chang Pao arrived. A terrifying chi was emerging from his body. He was walking towards Lin Feng's courtyard. Isn't that Xie Wufeng from the 3-headed Cobra clan? Many people were astonished. Indeed, it's him. His chi is so gloomy. Is he going to teach someone a lesson? Let's go and see. Many people exclaimed and quickly followed behind Xie Wufeng. Chapter 1060. Why did Xie Wufeng come to provoke Lin Feng? Didn't he have a conflict with the heaven-devouring demonic toad clan? The heaven-devouring demonic toad clan didn't do anything, but the 3-headed cobra clan did. I'm confused, said a cultivator. Said someone at that moment. I've heard that a few days ago, Xie Wu Yu from the 3-headed cobra clan led a group of people to the Holy Ancestors' Enlightenment Ground to practice cultivation. They met Lin Feng there. Who would have thought that Lin Feng would have a 9-colored illusion stone? Xie Wu Yu and the others were greedy and wanted to steal it. They had a conflict, and Xie Wu Yu was beaten half to death. He's still lying on the ground and can't move, said someone at that moment. No wonder Xie Wufeng came to provoke Lin Feng. But the 9-colored stone is too precious. It's a legendary treasure. It's shocking that Lin Feng has such a treasure, said another cultivator. Xie Wufeng was extremely arrogant. He didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. When he saw that Lin Feng hadn't come out, he thought that Lin Feng was afraid. He sneered and said, "Do you think that being a coward is enough? Weren't you very arrogant before? You don't even have the courage to come out now? You really disappoint me. Xie Wufeng, what are you doing here? You can't fight in the territory of the Great Rocks." Jin Shengyuan flew over and said in a low voice. Xie Wufeng said indifferently, he injured Xie Wuyu of the 3-headed Cobra clan. Does he think that there's no one left in the clan who can fight him? How can the 3-headed Cobra clan let this matter rest? If we let this matter rest, won't the 3-headed Cobra clan become a laughingstock in the future? Xie Wufeng didn't intend to leave. He insisted on attacking Lin Feng. Brother Xie, I'm afraid that I'll have to disappoint you today. This boy is on the heaven-devouring demonic toad clan's kill list. Brother Xie, please let me deal with him. In the distance, a skinny young man was walking over. Xue Mutian. Many cultivators gasped when they saw him. Xue Mutian was Xue Mushan's elder brother. He was said to be in the top 10 of the younger generation of the heaven-devouring demonic toad clan. Brother Xue, First come first serve. I'm here first, so I'll take that dog's life, said Xie Wufeng. Said Xie Wufeng. He didn't want to give Lin Feng to Xue Mutian. The main reason for that was because Lin Feng had the 9-colored illusion stone. Xie Wufeng was convinced that Lin Feng had many other precious treasures. If he had the 9-colored illusion stone, then he probably had many other precious treasures. If Xie Wufeng killed Lin Xue Mutian, if Xue Mutian killed Lin Feng, the treasures would have nothing to do with him. Xie Wufeng obviously didn't want to let Xue Mutian kill Lin Feng. Said Xue Mutian. This boy only injured Xie Wuyu, but not only did he injure Xue Mushan, he also crippled Xue Donglong. Your 3-headed cobra clan can't compare to that. Of course, I'll be the one to kill him. Many people were dumbfounded when they saw Xie Wufeng and Xue Mutian arguing. Were they looking down on Lin Feng? Lin Feng hadn't come out yet, but they were arguing about who should kill Lin Feng. Jin Shengyuan looked gloomy. Even though he could order people to drive Xue Mushan and Xie Wufeng away, he knew that wasn't the best way to solve the problem. He went to Lin Feng's courtyard and saw Lin Feng drinking tea alone in the living room. Jin Shengyuan smiled wryly and said, "Brother Feng, you're still in the mood to drink tea at a time like this?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "It's not like the sky is falling. Why should I be in a hurry?" The two people outside are Xie Wufeng, a strong cultivator from the 3-headed cobra clan, and Xue Mushan, a strong cultivator from the celestial devouring toad clan. They're extraordinary. Their blood has recovered by 50%. They're very famous among the young people. They've come with ill intentions, said Xue Mushan. Jin Shengyuan said gloomily, "Big brother Feng, how about this? I'll send you to the teleportation plaza and take you away from this place." Said Lin Feng. "Leaving isn't the best way to solve the problem. Besides, if I leave, I don't know what they'll do to little Yu Yang. I won't leave until I'm sure little Yu Yang is safe." "But," said Jin Shengyuan. Jin Shengyuan wanted to say something, but he didn't. He knew Lin Feng's personality very well. He knew that Lin Feng was a man of his word. Therefore, Jin Shengyuan didn't say anything. "We know you're in there. Come out and die. Do you want us to force you out?" said Xie Wufeng and Xue Mutian. The two of them seemed to have reached an agreement. "Let's go and meet those two," said Lin Feng. Jin Shengyuan nodded helplessly and followed Lin Feng outside. The door of the courtyard opened and Lin Feng came out. "He's out." Many people cried out in surprise and then became excited. Now that Lin Feng had come out, the two sides were going to fight each other. They were happy to see such a scene. It had nothing to do with them anyway. The more intense the fight, the better. "What? Are you here to die too?" said Lin Feng, looking at Xie Wufeng and Xue Mutian. Many people looked at each other, admiring Lin Feng's courage. In the face of two experts, Xie Wufeng and Xue Mutian, he actually dared to provoke them. "How audacious. I have to say, you're arrogant, but you're also stupid," said Xie Wufeng disdainfully. Said Lin Feng indifferently. "How am I arrogant? I'm just confident," said Xue Mutian with a cold smile. "You can't even differentiate between confidence and arrogance. Fighting someone like you is an insult to our status. Normally, we wouldn't bother to fight with a nobody like you, but now that you've angered us, we don't mind killing you." Lin Feng shook his head. "I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do that." Xie Wufeng looked at Lin Feng disdainfully. "If I'm not wrong, your special bloodline should have recovered by around 22%. Our special bloodlines have recovered by more than 50%. How are you going to fight us? The more bloodlines you recover, the less powerful you are. Plus, when cultivators fight, it's not just about bloodlines. If your magic power is strong enough and your divine abilities are strong enough, you can ignore all bloodlines." Lin Feng looked indifferent. "But what can you do? No matter if it's qi, blood, or spells, you're destined to be crushed by us. Brother Xie, according to our agreement, I'll fight against him. Within 10 attacks, I'll crush him like an ant," said Xie Feng. Said Xue Mutian. Xie Wufeng nodded. The two of them had reached an agreement. After killing Lin Feng, they would split the treasures on Lin Feng, but they didn't know how they would split them. Chapter 1061. Shui Mutian was extremely arrogant and did not take Lin Feng seriously. He was at the 10th heaven of the creation realm and was a genius who had awakened 50% of his special bloodline. His realm was higher than Lin Feng's and his bloodline had awakened more than Lin Feng's, so it was normal for him to look down on Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, "There are always some people who think they're great, but in the end, they realize that their strength is nothing compared to their eloquence. You don't know what's good for you." Shui Mutian's face darkened. He took a step forward, raised his right hand and executed the Heaven and Earth Universal Seal. In an instant, a Dharma power imprint condensed in the void. That imprint descended from the sky and moved straight towards Lin Feng, oppressing him. The Dharma power imprint contained a powerful will that could suppress everything. Good fellow, Shui Mutian actually cultivated the Heaven and Earth Universal Seal to the Perfection Realm. Only when the Perfection Realm is the divine ability able to emit a will. Immediately, a cultivator exclaimed in surprise. There were 5 stages of divine ability cultivation: entry, small success, great success, perfection, and great perfection. Entry was naturally the easiest. Small success was already relatively difficult. Large success was extremely difficult. In order to cultivate to the great success, one usually needed extremely strong comprehension. As for great perfection, many times, it was not only possible to cultivate the divine ability to the great perfection realm. It required opportunity. It was even more difficult to reach the great perfection realm. Not only did it require comprehension, opportunity, and luck. Among the many divine abilities that Lin Feng had cultivated, most of them were cultivated to the great success realm. None of them were cultivated to the great perfection realm. Thus, it was obvious how difficult it was to cultivate the divine ability to the great perfection realm. Shui Mutian's Heaven and Earth Universal Seal was indeed very powerful. However, Lin Feng was even more powerful. Even if Shui Mutian cultivated the divine ability to the great perfection realm, he could not hurt Lin Feng at all. In the face of this tyrannical divine ability, Lin Feng raised his right hand and slashed out in the void. A blade radiance immediately flew out and tore apart the Heaven and Earth Universal Seal that Shui Mutian had condensed. Lin Feng slapped Shui Mutian across the void. An energy palm print condensed in the void and slapped Shui Mutian. Shui Mutian's expression. Shui Mutian was originally confident that he could suppress Lin Feng. Shui Mutian he was not prepared. Lin Feng. But. Shui. The divine ability he was using was called Earth Transformation River was. Seriously. Divine ability. Shui Mutian did not expect Lin Feng's palm to be so powerful. It instantly broke his Heaven and Earth Universal Seal. Then, the energy palm flew in front of Shui Mutian and slapped towards him. Shui Mutian could not dodge. His body was sent flying by the energy palm. Whoa! Shui Mutian spurted out a mouthful of blood and flew a few hundred meters before coming to a stop. Everyone was shocked. Shui Mutian was at the 10th level of creation realm. He was a genius who had awakened 50% of his special bloodline. Yet, he was so easily injured by Lin Feng. The gap between the two was so huge. How is this possible? Shui Mutian was in disbelief. His face was extremely gloomy. Said Lin Feng, raising his eyebrows. "I thought you were extremely strong. I wouldn't have thought that you would be so weak. A piece of trash like you dares talk to me shamelessly? Where do you get your courage from? Who would dare to use the word trash to describe Shui Mutian?" Before this, no one dared to imagine such a situation. When Lin Feng defeated Shui Mutian with an overwhelming advantage, no one felt that there was anything wrong with Lin Feng calling Shui Mutian a trash. This was a world where the strong set the rules. The strong could look down on the weak. And Lin Feng was the strong. Shui Mutian was the weak. Therefore, Lin Feng could look down on Shui Mutian. Shui Mutian's face was extremely gloomy. He wanted to tear Lin Feng to pieces, but he knew that he was not confident in defeating Lin Feng even if he had awakened his special bloodline. Lin Feng knew what Shui Mutian was thinking, so he said indifferently, "You two can join hands. We can oppress you together. I don't feel like fighting again. Kid, you're too arrogant. Since you're courting death, don't blame us for being merciless." When he finished talking, Xie Wufeng threw himself at Lin Feng. Xue Mutian also rushed over. Xue Mutian said, "This kid is strange. Awaken your bloodline to deal with him." "Okay." Xie Wufeng nodded. Boom. Boom. Two terrifying auras spread out from Xue Mutian and Xie Wufeng's bodies. They had awakened their special bloodlines at the same time. Xie Wufeng's special bloodline was the demon snake bloodline. It was extremely powerful. When Xie Wufeng's bloodline awakened, the phantom of a 1,000-meter-long three-headed cobra appeared behind him. Demon snake bloodline ability, King of Demon Snakes. Xue Mutian's special bloodline was his family's devouring demonic blood. Although they were both devouring demonic blood, Xue Mutian's special bloodline, which had awakened 50% of his bloodline, was much stronger than Xue Mushan's. Xue Mushan's special bloodline had only awakened 30%. Seal. A black whirlpool formed and enveloped Lin Feng. The devouring demonic blood was very terrifying. Ordinary special bloodlines had only one ability, but the devouring demonic blood had two abilities. However, Xue Mutian did not use the ability to plunder. Instead, he used the ability to seal. He used all his strength to seal Lin Feng and let Xie Wufeng attack Lin Feng. When Lin Feng was sealed, the King of Demon Snakes had already pounced towards Lin Feng. Why isn't Lin Feng moving? Could it be that his movements had been completely restricted? If that's the case, he's dead. Many cultivators cried out in alarm. Xie Wufeng and Xue Mushan's joint attack was too terrifying. Many people thought that Lin Feng would not be able to escape this time. Just as the King of Demon Snakes was about to swallow Lin Feng raised his right hand and pressed down slightly. In an instant, the black vortex that enveloped his body and the King Beast Snake's body that was attacking him instantly shattered. Xue Mushan and Xie Wufeng looked as if they had been struck by lightning. A suppress word condensed in the air. This was an attack condensed by Lin Feng's great suppression art. The suppress word instantly bombarded the two of them. Plop. Plop. The two of them could not withstand it. They knelt on the ground. Heavens, he suppressed two top demon race geniuses with a raise of his hand. Who is this Lin Feng? How can he be so terrifying? The sound of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard. Countless eyes turned pale with fright as they looked at the handsome young man standing proudly in the void. Chapter 1062. Ah! How dare you humiliate us like this? You might as well kill us. Xie Wufeng and Xue Mutian's faces were twisted. They were the top geniuses of the monster race, they were high and mighty and were admired by countless people. But now, they were kneeling on the ground and humiliating themselves. This was worse than killing them. Everyone knew that Xie Wufeng and Xue Mutian were done for. Their confidence had been completely destroyed by Lin Feng. Once a cultivator's confidence was destroyed, how could they cultivate in the future? Many people could already see the scene of Xie Wufeng and Xue Mutian falling step by step from being geniuses to being destroyed. There were countless examples like this in the world of cultivators. How many geniuses didn't manage to grow up? There were many reasons for this, and many people lost their minds because of setbacks, which ruined their future. Kill you? No, 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 it's meaningless to kill you. I'll make you kneel here for 3 days and 3 nights so that everyone can watch you. I'll also let the two of you serve as a warning to those who don't know what's good for them that I'm not someone they can offend. Lin Feng sneered. He kept changing his hands, and runes appeared one after another. These runes wrapped around Xue Mutian and Xie Wufeng's bodies, and together with the great suppression art, they were completely suppressed. Xie Wufeng and Xue Mutian roared like wild beasts. Their hearts were filled with humiliation. They couldn't bear the strange looks from the cultivators around them. They were so angry that they kept vomiting blood. Is he suffering from qi deviation? Once a cultivator suffers from qi deviation, their meridians will be twisted and their dantian will crack. In the future, their cultivation will drop greatly. I really didn't think that Xie Wufeng and Xue Mutian's endurance would be so weak. They've already suffered from qi deviation so quickly. These two have always been high and mighty, but now they're kneeling here and being watched by everyone. It's normal that they can't bear the humiliation. I don't think it's strange. Lin Feng is too strong. I think is already a supreme genius. He can compete with the strongest cultivators in history. Yes, I think so too. Lin Feng, the three-headed Cobra clan, and the heaven-devouring demonic Toad clan are probably going to fight to the death. I wonder what's going to happen next. Many cultivators discussed in low voices. At this time, Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan had returned to the courtyard. Jin Shengyuan smiled bitterly. I didn't expect you're already so strong. Lin Feng smiled. Sooner or later, you'll become stronger too, said Lin Feng. But the three-headed Cobra clan and the heaven-devouring demonic Toad clan will definitely take revenge on you. Those two clans have been contacting the other clans. They want to steal Little Yu's imperial holy embryo. Since that's the case, I don't need to be polite to them. Besides, I'm alone. I'm like a bird flying in the sky and a fish swimming in the sea. Even if I have a falling out with those two clans, it doesn't matter. I want to leave, but they want to keep me here. Lin Feng said. Brother Feng, you're really free and easy. With you protecting the little princess, those two clans should restrain themselves. Jin Shengyuan said. While Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan were talking, more and more cultivators gathered outside. They were all pointing at Xie Wufeng and Xue Mutian, who were kneeling on the ground. Their faces were distorted, and they kept roaring like wild beasts. It was as if they had gone crazy. Many strong cultivators from the three-headed Cobra clan and the heaven-devouring demonic Toad clan arrived as well. When they saw Xie Wufeng and Xue Mutian, they all looked gloomy. That brat is bullying the heaven-devouring demonic Toad clan. Does he really think that we won't dare kill him? Xue Dingqiu's voice was filled with killing intent. Xie Zichen's face was gloomy as well. That brat dares provoke our clans. Let's attack him and kill him. Xie Zichen's eyes were filled with killing intent. Elder Jin and the others walked over. According to the rules of Qianwu continent, the older generation of cultivators can't get involved in the fights between the younger generation. Do you want to go against the rules of Qianwu continent? Said Elder Jin indifferently. You. Xie Zichen and Xue Dingqiu's faces fell. There was indeed such a rule in Qianwu continent. But in reality, many groups didn't follow the rules. Most people didn't care about such things. But since Elder Jin had said it in front of so many people, if they went against the rules of Qianwu continent, it would be taboo. If they wanted to attack Lin Feng, they couldn't do it in the territory of the Great Rocks. They had to do it in private. It seems like Elder Jin wants to help an outsider against us, said Xie Zichen coldly. Xue Dingqiu nodded. Xue Dingqiu said ambiguously, that brat's identity is very suspicious. Elder Jin, don't be blinded by him. You might end up getting yourself involved. Elder Jin said indifferently, you don't need to worry about that, Elder Xue. After pausing for a moment, Elder Jin turned to Xie Zichen and said, as for the outsider you mentioned, I'm sorry, but in my opinion, Lin Feng is closer to our clan. Elder Jin had directly expressed his support for Lin Feng in front of so many people, making Xie Zichen lose face. Evidently, Elder Jin didn't care at all. Because of Little Moon, he hated the three-headed Cobra clan and the heaven-devouring demonic Toad clan. Elder Jin is really bold. I admire you very much. I only hope that you won't regret your words in the future. Xie Zichen said coldly. You should worry about your own clan's disciples, Elder Jin replied with a cold smile. Me. Xie Zichen harumphed coldly and looked at Xie Wufeng and Xue Mutian, who were kneeling on the ground. Xie Zichen's expression darkened. He naturally knew the consequences of going berserk. He also knew that Xie Wufeng's future was ruined. His killing intent towards Lin Feng grew even stronger. Xie Zichen's expression darkened. He turned to Xue Dingqiu and said, that brat used a formation to suppress them. Brother Xue, you're proficient in formations. Can you break this formation? Of course. Xue Dingqiu nodded. His expression was also extremely gloomy. His killing intent towards Lin Feng was even stronger than Xie Zichen's. However, Xue Dingqiu also knew that he should save Xie Wufeng and Xue Mutian first. Lin Feng could only wait for a good opportunity to deal with them. Xue Dingqiu stepped forward and walked towards Xie Wufeng and Xue Mutian. Xue Dingqiu is a heaven rank formation master. Lin Feng wants to suppress Xie Wufeng and Xue Mutian for 3 days. Looks like he won't be able to do it. Yeah, a heaven rank formation master. It should be quite easy for him to break Lin Feng's formation, right? Many cultivators discussed softly. Although Lin Feng was very strong, they didn't think highly of Lin Feng's formation skills. After all, a person's energy was limited. Lin Feng was so young. It was already very difficult for him to raise his cultivation. It was too difficult for him to raise his level as a formation master. Break. Xue Dingqiu's hands were moving, talismans condensed and moved towards Lin Feng's deployment marks. Xue Dingqiu wanted to use talismans to destroy Lin Feng's deployment marks. That was the simplest way to destroy deployment spells. It was as easy as crushing dry weeds. Normally, only high-level formation masters would use this method to break a low-level formation. Chapter 1063. When Xue Dingqiu's palm landed, all kinds of runes were condensed and swept towards the runes arranged by Lin Feng. Its power was truly astonishing. Many people exclaimed in surprise. They were shocked by Xue Dingqiu's mastery of spirit arrays. Buzz. At this moment, the runes arranged by Lin Feng had been activated. The runes seemed to have awakened as they twisted in the void. Then, like dragons, they swung their tails and whipped towards Xue Dingqiu. Puff. The runes condensed by Xue Dingqiu couldn't withstand the attack of Lin Feng's runes and were directly broken by the runes. Then, the runes arranged by Lin Feng continued to attack Xue Dingqiu. Xue Dingqiu's expression suddenly changed. He didn't expect the runes arranged by Lin Feng to be so powerful. The surrounding cultivators were even more dumbfounded. What was going on? How could the runes of Xue Dingqiu, a heaven stage spirit array master, be broken by the runes condensed by Lin Feng? Could it be that Lin Feng was an even more powerful spirit array master than Xue Dingqiu? Thinking of this, many people's hearts were filled with shock. A person's energy was limited. Lin Feng's battle strength was already so tyrannical. If his attainments in spirit arrays were also so profound, wouldn't it be too heaven-defying? Thinking of this, many people felt that it was unreal. However, everything that was happening in front of them seemed to be telling them that it was all real. Lin Feng was indeed a more powerful spirit array master than Xue Dingqiu. The runes swept over. Xue Dingqiu's expression was gloomy as he sent out more than a dozen palm strikes to block the attacks of the runes. Bang! The two sides collided several times, and Xue Dingqiu was actually forced back. Isn't the runes arranged by Lin Feng too powerful? Not only were the ordinary cultivators shocked, but even Elder Jin and the others were shocked. After Xue Dingqiu was forced back, his face turned green and red. He couldn't help but grit his teeth. Xue Dingqiu hated Lin Feng even more because Lin Feng's deployment marks had forced him to retreat and humiliated him. Extremely strong cultivators cared about their reputation a lot. Wasn't that the saying face is the most important thing in life? Was that what Xue Dingqiu wanted to say? Lin Feng was furious. The runes arranged by this brat are so powerful. It seems that we need to work together, Xue Dingqiu said. Xue Dingqiu's lips twitched. He originally wanted to say that he could handle this matter by himself. But in the end, Xue Dingqiu didn't say those words. That was because he really couldn't do it himself. Xue Dingqiu said calmly, "All right, I'll let Brother Xie work with me. Brother Xue, you'll suppress those runes while I release the runes. I'll take the opportunity to break those runes. The runes are all linked together. As long as I break one rune, the rest will be easily broken." Xie Zichen nodded. "All right, let's do it." After that, the two of them walked towards Xue Mutian and Xie Wufeng. Lin Feng's deployment is really powerful. I wonder if Xue Dingqiu and Xie Zichen can break it if they work together. I think they can. After all, they're so strong. It'll be much easier for them if they work together. I don't think they can break it. They're really strong, but many deployment spells are mysterious and unfathomable. You can't break them just because you're strong. You need to find the weak points of the deployment spells to break them. Lin Feng's deployment spells are very difficult to find. At least, with Xue Dingqiu's level, it'll be very difficult to find the weak points. Many people were discussing. Some thought that Xue Dingqiu and Xie Zichen could break the deployment spells, while others thought that they couldn't. At that moment, Xue Dingqiu and Xie Zichen arrived in front of Xue Mutian and Xie Wufeng. Xie Zichen attacked with his palm, attacking the deployment spells around Xue Mutian and Xie Wufeng. Swoosh! Those deployment spells seemed to have a life of their own. They instantly came to life and attacked Xie Zichen. Bang! Xie Zichen was pushed back by the force of the collision. Lines of runes spiraled in the void, wrapping around Xie Zichen as if they wanted to suppress him as well. What a strange formation pattern! Take my 10,000 arts immeasurable, shouted Xie Zichen coldly. Then, he used a powerful divine ability. His hands formed a series of hand seals and a monstrous amount of spiritual energy surged out. Waves of destructive energy rippled out from his body. A vast ocean appeared in the sky. It was a vast ocean of spiritual energy, moving towards the deployment spells. The ocean of spiritual energy was about to suppress the deployment spells. However, the power of these dozen over-array patterns was truly formidable. They managed to pierce through the ocean of spiritual energy. Formation cracking runes. At that moment, Xue Dingqiu also attacked. He condensed over 1,000 runes. Those runes were called formation cracking runes. They were used to destroy the structure of a deployment spell. Crack, on the other hand, meant cracking. Of course, it meant a great deployment spell. Formation cracking meant breaking apart a great deployment spell. The formation cracking runes quickly flew towards the deployment spells that Lin Feng had set up. The runes attached themselves to the deployment spells that Lin Feng had set up. An astonishing amount of energy was released from the runes. These runes wanted to completely destroy the deployment spells that Lin Feng had set up. However, to everyone's surprise, the deployment spells that Lin Feng had set up released dark attribute energy that devoured the formation cracking runes. After devouring the formation cracking runes, the deployment spells that Lin Feng had set up became even more powerful. This is impossible. Xue Dingqiu couldn't accept what he was seeing and exclaimed, "Devouring runes." This was the first time he had seen such a strange situation. As a heaven-rank spirit array master, he had never heard of such a thing before. Buzz! Suddenly, the deployment spells emitted an astonishing amount of energy. An illusory figure appeared. Look, it's Lin Feng's shadow. Many people were shocked. A mere low heaven-rank spirit array master wants to break my deployment spells? You're overestimating yourself. You'll be suppressed as well. The illusory figure raised his right hand and pressed down on the void. The great suppression spell condensed into the word suppress and moved towards the two of them. Suddenly, Xue Dingqiu and Xie Zichen felt as if they were being pressed down by an ancient mountain. They couldn't move. The deployment spells were already moving towards the two of them. Many people were shocked. Could it be that Xue Dingqiu and Xie Zichen were going to be suppressed as well? Break! At this crucial moment, the two of them displayed astonishing strength. They worked together to break Lin Feng's great suppression spell and quickly moved 100 meters away to avoid the deployment spells. I said that I'll suppress these two for 3 days, so I'll suppress them for 3 days. Today, I'm too lazy to bother with you two. If you recklessly try to break the deployment spell again, I'll suppress you two as well. Lin Feng's shadow stood in the air with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked indifferent. His words were sonorous and powerful. Who knew how many people's blood was boiling? Who dared to say that they could suppress two ancient giants? But Lin Feng dared to say that. Many people were looking at Lin Feng at this moment. Not only were they in awe, but they were also looking at him with admiration. Xue Dingqiu and Xie Zichen looked gloomy. They couldn't help but snort coldly. However, they didn't continue to attack. Obviously, they had been frightened by Lin Feng's methods and didn't dare to attack again. Many people were moved. They were amazed by Lin Feng's terrifying strength. His real body hadn't appeared yet. Only a dozen deployment spells had scared the two ancient giants. Many people even guessed that if Lin Feng's real body appeared, Xue Dingqiu and Xie Zichen wouldn't be able to defeat Lin Feng even if they joined forces. Chapter 1064. Xue Dingqiu and Xie Zichen were too embarrassed to stay any longer and quickly left. Xie Wufeng and Xue Mutian were still kneeling outside Lin Feng's courtyard. However, everyone knew that Lin Feng's grudge with the three-headed Cobra clan and the heaven-devouring demonic Toad clan was getting deeper and deeper. These two clans were not easy to deal with and would definitely not let this matter rest. Elder Jin came to Lin Feng's courtyard and saw Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan enjoying tea. He shook his head helplessly and said, "It's already a mess outside and you're still so relaxed. You're really admirable." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Anyway, whether I show up or not, this grudge will only get deeper and deeper. I have nothing to worry about. These two clans have as many experts as the clouds. You should be careful," Elder Jin said. Lin Feng nodded. Elder Jin stayed with Lin Feng for a while before leaving. 3 days later, the restriction disappeared. Xie Wufeng and Xue Mutian were so angry that they fainted. They were carried away by cultivators from the three-headed Cobra clan and the heaven-devouring demonic Toad clan. The three-headed Cobra clan and the heaven-devouring demonic Toad clan seemed to have kept a low profile during this period. However, everyone knew that these two clans were definitely not people who would not retaliate after suffering a loss. They were definitely waiting for an opportunity. Not long after, news spread that the three-headed Cobra clan's evil dragon and the heaven-devouring demonic Toad clan's Shuezongxian were rushing to the Great Peng clan's territory. This caused a huge uproar. Even Jin Shengyuan and Long Yushi came to Lin Feng's courtyard to persuade Lin Feng to leave quickly. Evil Dragon and Shuezongxian were both supreme geniuses. Their strength was unfathomable. Even the experts of the older generation were not their match. Now that the two of them had come, it was very likely that they wanted to kill Lin Feng. Many people were paying attention to this matter. Lin Feng did not plan to leave. He was not afraid of anyone. Even if he was facing these supreme geniuses, he was not afraid. What's more, Lin Feng also wanted to find a few top heavens favorites to spar with and test his cultivation level. Princess Shui Yarrow also came to Lin Feng and said, "I know you won't leave, but you have to be careful of the evil dragon and Shuezongxian. They're both pure-blooded cultivators." A pure-blooded cultivator was a cultivator who had a 100% chance of awakening a special bloodline. Lin Feng nodded and said, "I'll be careful of those two." Princess Shui Yarrow replied, "There are some differences between pure-blooded human cultivators and pure-blooded demon cultivators. Pure-blooded demon cultivators can return to their ancestral roots." "Atavism? What does that mean?" Lin Feng asked. Princess Shui Yarrow replied, "Bloodline awakening will allow one to obtain a portion of one's ancestor's power. Normally, it refers to obtaining a portion of the first ancestor's power." After hearing Princess Shui Yarrow's explanation, Lin Feng revealed a shocked expression. This was because the first ancestors of the three-headed Cobra clan and the heaven-devouring demonic Toad clan were emperor-level existences. If one could obtain a portion of an emperor's power, then it would be too terrifying. Said Lin Feng. "It seems like the evil dragon and Shuezongxian are much stronger than I thought," said Lin Feng. Princess Shui Yarrow nodded and said, "That's indeed the case. That's why we have to be careful." The next day, Lin Feng carried Little Moon to a beautiful garden in the Devil Race's territory to play. There were rockery and grotesque rocks everywhere, and there was a small bridge with flowing water. Little Moon happily chased after Bibi and the dragon rabbit. She was at the age when she was the most innocent. She was so innocent that it made people fall in love with her. There was a peach blossom garden that was about 100 acres in size. It was very beautiful, and Little Moon chased after Bibi and the dragon rabbit into the garden. Lin Feng smiled and followed them in. He hoped that Little Moon could continue to grow happily like this. Little Moon relied on Lin Feng a lot, and Lin Feng liked Little Moon a lot, so he wanted to protect her. There was an extremely old man in the garden. He was too old, and his body was stooped. There was an aura of death around him, as if he did not have much life left. "Little girl, what's your name?" The old monster was very kind and smiled at Little Moon. "I'm Little Moon," said Little Moon in a clear voice. The old monster was slightly surprised, but then he stretched out his hand and rubbed Little Moon's head, saying, "Go play." "Goodbye, Grandpa." Little Moon politely waved at the old monster, then she skipped towards Bibi and the dragon rabbit, who were not too far away. People live for a lifetime, and plants have autumn. Even though they're blooming now, it's only for a short time. Soon, they'll wither, and in the end, it'll all be for naught. Looking at the blooming peach blossoms, the old monster sighed. Lin Feng walked over and said, "If they've bloomed before, so what if they've withered? I don't care if it lasts forever, I only care about what I once had." The old monster looked at Lin Feng and frowned slightly, saying, "You've worked hard all your life, but in the end, it'll all be for naught. Do you have no regrets?" Lin Feng said, our youth, as long as we work hard, so what if it'll all be for naught? Even if we die, we have no regrets. That's a crooked logic. Cultivators cultivate to go against the heavens and seize life. If we die, all our efforts will be for naught. It's better to enjoy life while we're young. The old monster retorted. To put it bluntly, the older a person is, the more afraid they are of death. You've probably already forgotten the reason you started cultivating, haven't you? Now, you're worried every day that your life is coming to an end. If that's the case, then you'll be muddle-headed as you get older. Lin Feng said indifferently. "Brat, you dare mock me like that?" The old monster was so angry that his eyes widened. When he saw that the old monster was about to explode, Lin Feng didn't dare stay any longer. He ran off, shouting, "I'm not mocking you. I'm just telling the truth." In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. After Lin Feng left, the old monster smiled and muttered to himself, "It's been a long time since I've seen such an interesting young man. He's right. What's once bloomed, so what if it's withered? I don't care if it lasts forever, I only care about what I once had." Over the next few days, rumors spread throughout the demonic beasts territory that experts from the 5 great demonic beast clans would arrive. The 5 great demonic beast clans were the Peacock clan, the Heavenly Dragon clan, the Nine-tailed Fox clan, the Blood Demon clan, and the Snow Lady clan. These 5 clans were all famous demonic beast clans. The Peacock clan's holy leader had an incredible cultivation base and was one of the top experts on the Qianwu continent. The Heavenly Dragon clan was a branch of the Dragon clan and was extremely powerful. The Nine-tailed Fox clan was more mysterious, but they had always been powerful. The Snow Lady clan lived in the snowy mountains of the Snow God province. To the other powers, this clan was full of mysteries. The Blood Demon clan was one of the more active clans on the Qianwu continent. The Blood Demon saint of this clan was almost invincible on the Qianwu continent. Chapter 1065. The plaza was filled with people as they prepared to welcome the experts of the 5 great beast clans. Many people had come to watch. The 5 great beast clans could not be compared to ordinary beast clans. Any one of them was comparable to the human clan's archaic clans. Many people were discussing this matter. The arrival of the 5 great beast clans would decide the fate of the little princess. Many beast clans knew this very well. Thus, the atmosphere in the Great Peng clan's territory had become somewhat strange. Lin Feng had also heard about this. He had only met the Peacock clan's Saint Lord. Lin Feng felt that the Peacock clan's Saint Lord was quite righteous. The Peacock clan and the Great Peng clan had a deep relationship, so Lin Feng felt that the Peacock clan would stand on the Great Peng clan's side. As for the other 4 great beast clans' attitudes, no one knew. Even Lin Feng had come to the plaza, waiting for the arrival of the 5 great beast clans' experts. Boom, an earth-shattering shockwave came from the distance. Demonic chi swept through the sky. An expert had arrived. It was a middle-aged man wearing a blood-red robe. His blood-red robe fluttered in the wind, and he had a pair of demonic blood-red eyes that made people's hearts palpitate. Xue Moyun of the Blood Demon clan. Many people cried out. This expert was not simple. He was Saint Xue Yarrow's younger brother, and his cultivation was at the Great Fortune realm. Boom! Another shockwave came from another direction. A silver-haired woman in white clothes walked over. Her face was covered by a veil, making it difficult to see her face. An expert from the Snow Lady clan? Who is this expert? Someone asked. The Snow Lady clan was too mysterious. It was said that there were no males in the Snow Lady clan, only females. They were as beautiful as fairies, but their personalities were cold. Every snow lady would go out to train when they were 3,000 years old. After 1,000 years, they would go to the holy mountain to drink the holy water and give birth to their children. This was how the Snow Lady clan passed on their ancestral line. Now that this snow lady had arrived, the entire world seemed to have turned into a world of ice. Many people were trembling from the cold. Is that Chen Piaro Shui? It's said that she's a holy maiden of the Snow Lady clan. Even though she's young, her cultivation is unfathomable, a cultivator said. One of the cultivators said. He seemed to know this woman. The Snow Lady clan was different from other clans. Their clan's lifespan was extremely long. It was said that an ordinary snow lady could live up to 30,000 years. This race had a lifespan of 2,000 years before they reached adulthood, which was equivalent to 16 years of age for humans. Chen Piaoxue was now 3,000 years old, and it was time for him to come out and gain experience. If he were to convert to the age of the human race, he would be around 24 years old. Of course, this conversion was not reasonable. After all, Chen Piaoxue had cultivated for more than 2,000 years. What an enviable race. They have the longest lifespan in the entire Martial Heaven continent. It's said that the Snow Lady race has lived for over 100,000 years. I wonder if that's true. Someone sighed with emotion, envious of the Snow Women's longevity. In the past, there were many cultivators who tried to find the secret behind the Snow Maiden's longevity, but they were unable to find it. Perhaps even the Snow Maidens themselves didn't know why they had such a long lifespan. Hum. A high-pitched dragon's roar could be heard as a 1,000-meter-long dragon flew over. It was a heavenly dragon. Its huge body was like a winding mountain ridge, vigorous and powerful. The heavenly dragon transformed into a tall and sturdy man and walked over. The world of mortals is filled with billions of worries. The past is like smoke and dust. What do you want in this life? I'm willing to sing a song with you. A charming laugh rang out in the distance. A woman in a pink dress had arrived. Each of her movements was filled with endless temptation. Countless people's eyes were fixed on her. They had completely lost themselves. Their eyes were lifeless as they stared fervently at the woman in the pink dress. The nine-tailed fox race. What a powerful seduction technique. Lin Feng was startled. This woman hadn't intentionally used any seduction techniques, but she was too charming. Each of her movements was seductive to the bones. This was a natural seduction technique. I've heard that the women of the nine-tailed fox race are all peerless beauties. Now that I've seen them, the rumors are true. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes as he looked at the woman in the pink dress. Her figure was so perfect that it made people want to vomit blood. Her small face was the size of a palm. Not only was she beautiful, but she also had a seductive chi. Especially her bright eyes. When you looked at them, they seemed to be seducing you. Any man who saw those eyes would be instantly seduced. At that moment, celestial light flew over from the distance. An old man walked out of the celestial light. He was an elder of the peacock race. His name was Kong Cheng. His arrival caused quite a commotion, because this old man called Kong Cheng had an extremely high status. He was someone from the same generation as the Peacock Sacred Lord's ancestor. It's him. Lin Feng was astonished. Lin Feng was astonished. His expression was strange. That old man was the old beast he had seen in the peach garden. When Lin Feng remembered that he had discussed life and death with that old beast, he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Luckily, that old man didn't care too much about it. Otherwise, wouldn't Lin Feng be in trouble? The 5 strong cultivators landed on the square. Mr. Jin was there to welcome them. The great Peng King is in the hidden gate of life and death, so I will welcome you. Mr. Jin cupped his fists and said. These people didn't stay for long and quickly left. Not long after, they received news that in 3 days, many groups of the monster race would be discussing the matter of the little princess, the holy fetus. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan took a walk in the garden. In the distance, Long Yushi was playing with Little Moon. Jin Shengyuan said, "It seems like the top groups can't wait to get the holy fetus, but it won't be that easy." Lin Feng nodded and didn't say anything. On the way back, a group of people came from the distance. A young man in a golden robe was surrounded by people. When Jin Shengyuan saw him, his expression became gloomy. "Who is he?" asked Lin Feng. "The grandson of the overseas rock king, Jin Shengfei," said Jin Shengyuan. Saint was Jin Shengyuan's seniority. The young cultivator was called Jin Shengfei, so he was obviously from the same generation as Jin Shengyuan. The overseas rock king was one of the overlords of the overseas world. He was also a member of the golden-winged Great Peng clan. However, he wasn't from the same lineage as Jin Shengyuan. It was like how humans weren't related to each other even though they were all humans. The same was true for the monster race. Even though they were all golden-winged Great Peng clans, they weren't related by blood. "Isn't this Jin Shengyuan? We haven't seen each other in 3 years." Jin Shengfei walked over and smiled disdainfully at Jin Shengyuan. Chapter 1066. Why are you here? I don't welcome you here. Jin Shengyuan's expression was ugly and gloomy. Lin Feng's heart shook. It seemed that Jin Shengyuan and Jin Shengfei had some sort of conflict. Jin Shengfei said, "Shengyuan, we're brothers of the same generation. Why are you treating me like an outsider? There doesn't seem to be any relationship between us. Why do you have to pretend?" said Jin Shengyuan coldly. Jin Shengfei smiled. "Shengyuan, it seems that you are still jealous of me. Back then, I was only joking. You are too narrow-minded." "Ha." Jin Shengyuan's expression darkened. "I don't like people who think too highly of themselves." A cold light flashed in Jin Shengfei's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. At that moment, a young beast cultivator next to Jin Shengfei asked, "Brother Jin, what's the matter? Tell us." "Yeah, Brother Jin, we're curious about everything," said another. Jin Shengfei smiled. "It's nothing. 3 years ago, during a gathering, I mentioned something that happened 800 years ago. You all know that my grandfather, the heavenly Peng King, was an overlord in the overseas world. Back then, Jin Shengyuan's uncle, the great Peng King, was still very young. He was about 17 or 18 years old, or even younger. He went to my grandfather's cave and begged for pointers. He knelt for 3 days and 3 nights, but my grandfather didn't give him any pointers." "Yeah, Jin Shengyuan, what's there to be angry about? The heavenly Peng King is always in closed-door cultivation. When did he have the time to teach your uncle? If you're angry because of that, you're too narrow-minded. Even your uncle doesn't hate you, right?" said someone immediately. Jin Shengyuan's expression darkened. "You believe everything Jin Shengfei says? Are you all his dogs?" The beast cultivator's expressions became unsightly. "Jin Shengyuan, who are you calling a dog? You have to be clear. Everyone knows who's a dog. Do you still need me to explain?" Jin Shengyuan smiled coldly. "Dogs should behave themselves. If you're talking nonsense in someone else's house, as the owner, I don't mind throwing your dogs out." "You." The beast cultivator's expressions became gloomy. However, they didn't say anything else. If Jin Shengyuan chased them out, they could only blame themselves for being unlucky. If they were chased out, they would be humiliated. "Shengyuan, you need to be broad-minded. If you're so broad-minded, I'm afraid you'll encounter a lot of obstacles on the path of cultivation in the future. It'll be very difficult for you to progress," said Jin Shengyuan smiled. Jin Shengfei was making fun of Jin Shengyuan. Lin Feng frowned. He had the impression that the great rock king had become a disciple 800 years ago. "There's no need for you to worry." Jin Shengyuan snorted. Jin Shengfei curled his lip disdainfully and didn't say anything else. He looked at Little Moon, who was in Lin Feng's arms. "This must be the little princess. She's so cute." Jin Shengfei reached out to pinch Little Moon's cheeks. Lin Feng raised his hand to stop him. He didn't like Jin Shengfei, so he wouldn't let him touch Little Moon. After being blocked, Jin Shengfei's face suddenly turned gloomy. He said coldly, "Boy, you dare to block me? Who do you think you are? How dare you stop me?" Lin Feng said indifferently, "Did I stop you? Actually, I saw a fly buzzing non-stop. I didn't think you'd reach out your hand. Are you trying to drive the fly away too?" "Fart." Long Yushi burst into laughter. Lin Feng was mocking Jin Shengfei for being a fly. How could Jin Shengfei not understand? Jin Shengyuan's expression became unsightly. Little Moon said innocently, "Big brother." Little Moon also heard the buzzing of the fly. When they heard Little Moon's innocent voice, Lin Feng, Jin Shengyuan, and Long Yushi smiled. Jin Shengfei and the others' expressions darkened even more. Jin Shengfei said with a fake smile, "The little princess is so cute. No wonder so many people came to visit her. It seems like everyone likes her." "Really?" Little Moon was delighted. She was still young, so she couldn't tell if someone was lying. "Of course." Jin Shengfei smiled sinisterly. Lin Feng frowned. Jin Shengfei's words clearly had a hidden meaning. Those beasts didn't like Little Moon. They were the Holy Beast Emperor who wanted Little Moon. "Let's go," said Jin Shengyuan. Lin Feng nodded. He was about to leave with Long Yushi and Jin Shengyuan. Jin Shengfei smiled sinisterly. "You're that Lin Feng, right? I'll remember you." There was a hint of a threat in his words. Lin Feng pursed his lips. "Many people remember me. Who do you think you are? Haha, are you trying to make me laugh to death?" Long Yushi laughed in an unladylike manner. She had always been so lively. Jin Shengtian laughed as well. Even the beasts around Jin Shengfei couldn't help but laugh. Only Jin Shengfei's mouth twitched when he heard Lin Feng's mocking words. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Lin Feng ignored him. He carried Little Moon and left with Long Yushi and Jin Shengyuan. When they returned, Long Yushi asked curiously that Jin Shengfei talked about something that happened 800 years ago. "It can't be that simple, right?" Jin Shengyuan said, "800 years ago, my uncle was only 16 years old. He had already displayed incredible talent. He shone during the battle of the geniuses of the 3,000 prefectures. After the battle, my uncle went to Tianpeng King's cave to learn. Tianpeng King was the strongest cultivator of the Great Peng clan, so he had many disciples. My uncle knelt there for 3 days and 3 nights. Tianpeng King came out and kicked my uncle out. Tianpeng King was extremely talented. Why was he kicked out?" Lin Feng didn't understand. "Because his talent was too good," said Jin Shengyuan. Lin Feng and Long Yushi remained silent. Maybe Tianpeng King was jealous of Tianpeng King's talent. My uncle didn't say much. After he left, the Celestial Peng King spread the news that my uncle was arrogant and disrespectful to him. That's why he was kicked out of the Celestial Peng King's residence. Jin Shengyuan's expression darkened. Tianpeng King probably has evil intentions. Lin Feng shook his head. As a member of the Great Peng clan, Tianpeng King's actions were naturally despicable. However, Tianpeng King was a powerful cultivator who shook the Tianwu continent while Tianpeng King was only a teenager. Naturally, no one believed that Tianpeng King was innocent. Everyone chose to believe Tianpeng King, so Tianpeng King was cursed for being disrespectful to his elders. Tianpeng King didn't come out to explain himself. It seemed that Tianpeng King's words were even more true. 300 years ago, my uncle was surrounded and injured during his reincarnation tribulation. According to the cultivators who attacked him, it's very likely that Tianpeng King was one of them, said Jin Shengyuan through gritted teeth. Lin Feng and Long Yushi's expressions changed. If that was really the case, then they would have an irreconcilable relationship. Jin Shengyuan said angrily, "Unfortunately, Elder Jin only found some clues and couldn't confirm it. However, I know that Tianpeng King was definitely involved. He's always been jealous of my uncle and naturally doesn't want to see my uncle become the strongest cultivator of the Great Peng clan." Jin Shengyuan talked about many things from back then. No wonder Jin Shengyuan was so jealous of the heavenly Peng King's bloodline. The grudges between them were too complicated. The next day, Lin Feng received news that there would be a gathering of young geniuses tomorrow night. This gathering would gather many of the top geniuses of the demon clan. Lin Feng was also invited. Chapter 1067. The gathering of the young geniuses of the Yarrow clan attracted a lot of attention. Ordinary people didn't even have the right to participate. Only the geniuses of the Yarrow clan could participate. They had to be at least at the yin-yang layer. On the day of the gathering, Lin Feng went to the gathering place. The gathering place was in a small town near the gathering place of the Yarrow clan. The town was bustling with noise and excitement. Many Yarrow clans had opened all kinds of shops there, and all kinds of things could be bought there. Now that so many Yarrow clans had come to the territory of the Great Peng clan, the town was bustling with noise and excitement. Many people lived in the town. The territory of the Great Peng clan was huge. There were 4 or 5 small towns like this in the territory of the Great Peng clan. When Lin Feng arrived in the town, he went to the restaurant where the gathering was taking place. "Here's the human cultivator called Lin Feng," said Lin Feng. On the way, many people kept pointing at Lin Feng and whispering to each other. They obviously knew who he was. Many people's attitudes were meaningful, especially at such a sensitive time. The Celestial Beast Pavilion was the name of the restaurant where the gathering was taking place. People were coming and going, and it was bustling with noise and excitement. When Lin Feng arrived, he was stopped. "You're a human, are you qualified to enter the gathering place of the Yarrow clan?" The cultivator who stopped Lin Feng sneered. The Kinwu people were a terrifying race. According to legends, they lived on the Fuso tree. "I was invited here, so I'm qualified to enter." Lin Feng looked indifferent. The Kinwu people had a few branches. The first branch was on the East Sea Island of the Golden Crow. Lin Feng didn't know if the Kinwu people in front of him was from the East Sea Island of the Golden Crow or somewhere else. "Who invited you here?" The expert from the Golden Crow clan sneered. The Kinwu people have 3 branches. This is Jiyu Qingxian from the Golden Crow Island of the South Sea. His clan has a close relationship with the heaven-devouring demonic toad clan, said a cultivator. When Lin Feng heard the cultivator, he knew why he had stopped him. "I was the one who invited you. Do you have any objections?" Jin Xingyuan walked over. He was the young master of the Great Rock King race and was surrounded by many people. Jiyu Tuanshuan said indifferently, "Why is the little Peng King alienating his clan instead of his clan?" Jin Xingyuan said, "What's the difference between humans and demons? The real difference is between friends and strangers." Jiyu Tuanshuan's expression was indifferent. He didn't say anything else and walked into the restaurant. Jin Xingyuan walked up and said, "The Yarrow clans aren't close to each other, but there are some clans that are closer to each other. For example, the Great Rock clan is close to the Peacock clan, the Nine-tailed Fox clan, and the Snow Maidens clan. The Three-headed Cobra clan, the Sky-devouring Demon Toad clan, and the Kinwu people of the South Sea are closer." Lin Feng nodded and entered the hall with Jin Xingyuan. As the young master of the rock race, Jin Xingyuan was naturally sought after. Many people came forward to greet Jin Xingyuan. Jin Xingyuan's parents had passed away when he was very young. He had been living with his uncle, the Great Rock King. The Great Rock King didn't have any children, so Jin Xingyuan would definitely become the next leader of the Great Rock clan. In reality, pure-blooded Great Rock clans were extremely rare. Only the Great Rock King and Jin Xingyuan were pure-blooded. The others didn't have pure blood. The first floor was where ordinary geniuses gathered. The second floor was where the top geniuses gathered. The third floor was where the top geniuses gathered. There were private rooms there. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan went to one. When they arrived, there were already more than 20 people gathered there. They were all top geniuses from different clans. Lin Feng wasn't very familiar with the clans, so he didn't know these top geniuses. Lin Feng's arrival attracted a lot of attention. Obviously, these top geniuses had heard about Lin Feng. When they saw Lin Feng, some looked at him kindly, some looked indifferent, and some sneered. "This is Lin Feng. I'm sure everyone has heard of him. Let's raise our cups together and toast to Brother Lin. Thank you for escorting the little princess back safely. What do you think?" No one had any objections. Regardless of whether they were sincere or not, they all raised their cups and drank. "May I know which clan this Brother Lin is from?" someone asked. He was very curious about Lin Feng's identity. Lin Feng had been active in the 72 northern prefectures in the past. The 72 northern prefectures were the most barren places in the Tianwu continent. Therefore, very few people paid attention to the 72 northern prefectures. They didn't know much about Lin Feng. Actually, The names of the famous young paragons in the Tianwu continent were known by all 3,000 prefectures. That was because they had shone brilliantly in the Tianwu continent's Battle of Geniuses. Before they had participated in the Tianwu continent's Battle of Geniuses, no one knew about them. After all, the Tianwu continent was too big, and there were too many geniuses. Who knew how much news would spread throughout the Tianwu continent every day? Today, there was news that a certain genius had broken through to the creation realm at the age of 18. The next day, there would be news that a certain genius had become a heaven stage spirit formation master at the age of 20. There was too much news like this, and many of the large factions only laughed when they heard about it because there was too much fake news. For example, the news of Lin Feng being called the Little Stone Saint had spread for a while. However, only those who had personally seen Lin Feng choose a stone believed in the various legends about the Little Stone Saint. Those who hadn't seen it for themselves didn't believe it at all. After all, seeing is believing, and hearing is false. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I'm from a small faction. Perhaps no one has heard of it before." Everyone smiled and didn't ask any more questions. Many people felt that Lin Feng didn't want to reveal his identity. At that moment, a venting sound came from outside. Soon, someone stepped into the private room. It was a very valiant man with a black cape and eyes that were like stars. Shuezong Xian. Many people were shocked. Shuezong Xian was a supreme genius, the #1 genius of the heaven-devouring demonic toad clan. His arrival caused a commotion. Many cultivators in the private room stood up to greet Shuezong Xian. Shuezong Xian nodded and entered the private room. Soon after, another venting sound came from outside. Soon, a second genius entered the private room. Evil Dragon. His figure was slightly thin, but he was extremely handsome. However, his eyes were long and narrow, giving off a sinister and terrifying feeling. He was the #1 genius of the three-headed Cobra clan, Evil Dragon. He was also a supreme prodigy. The arrival of Shuezong Xian and Evil Dragon caused a huge uproar. The cultivators on the first and second floors were all discussing the two of them. The top geniuses in the private rooms on the third floor were very respectful to the two of them. It could be seen how noble their identities were among the younger generation of the Demon Clan. Chapter 1068. Shuezong Xian and Xie Yarolong sat down. Many people came forward to toast them. The two of them had only had a small taste of the battle. They clearly had a higher status than the others. After all, the two of them were venerables. If nothing unexpected happened, they would definitely become the venerables of the Sky Martial continent in the future. At that time, who would be able to compete with them? Fellow Taoists, are you here because of what happened recently? Asked Jiyu Tuanshuan with a fake smile. He glanced at Lin Feng. Many people thought about the conflict between Lin Feng and the three-headed Cobra clan and the heaven-devouring demonic Toad clan. Jiyu Tuanshuan was obviously trying to lead Shuezong Xian and Xie Yarolong in that direction. That's right. Shuezong Xian and Xie Yarolong nodded. Jiyu Tuanshuan said, "That human brat is in the private room." Said Shuezong Xian indifferently. "Don't we know?" Jiyu Tuanshuan's heart trembled. He suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Only now did he realize that he had been too smart for his own good. Who were Shuezong Xian and Xie Yarolong? When they came in, even if they didn't pay attention to Lin Feng, they probably already knew that Lin Feng was here. His actions just now were too superfluous. I said something wrong. I'll punish myself by drinking 3 cups of wine. Jiyu Tuanshuan drank 3 cups of wine in a row and left. He was much more well-behaved. Everyone was puzzled. Lin Feng already had such a deep grudge with the three-headed Cobra clan and the heaven-devouring demonic Toad clan. If Xie Yarolong and Shuezong Xian had come to kill Lin Feng, why did they do nothing when they saw Lin Feng? They didn't understand, but they didn't dare ask. There had to be a reason, but they didn't know what it was. I wonder if the holy fetus will really be taken out of the little princess's body this time. If it's taken out, with our status, we should be able to get a share of it, right? Said a beast cultivator. He was obviously looking forward to it. By now, these people had long forgotten about Emperor Taiching's kindness and only cared about benefits. Who would care about the little princess's life or death? This is the general trend. It's not something that a few people or a few powers can stop, said another young genius from the Yarrow clan. He seemed to be implying something. However, someone retorted with a cold smile, the demonic emperor's holy fetus belongs to the Tai-Ching emperor's bloodline, not to the various demon clans. What do you all want? Are you trying to take it by force? The bestial clans want to protect the little princess, that's why they want to take the imperial holy embryo out. If they had taken the imperial holy embryo out, there wouldn't have been so many people watching the little princess. Someone immediately said. This reason was also a righteous one. How shameless. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. No matter how wrong something was, as long as one intended to do it, one would always be able to find some plausible reasons. In essence, there was no difference between the human race and the demon race. Because they were all cultivators. Cultivators valued benefits over feelings. Ha 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 ha. At this time, a chuckle came from outside. A moment later, a woman in white walked in. Her arrival caused many people's eyes to light up. The white-clothed woman had an enchanting figure. Her voluptuous figure had a perfect golden ratio. Such a delicate body was simply too provocative. Coupled with her charming and beautiful face, every move she made had a kind of temptation that made people fall for her. A vixen, many people couldn't help but gulp when they saw her. She was a nine-tailed fox. She was naturally seductive. The women of the nine-tailed fox clan were all peerless beauties. They weren't just beautiful. There were many beautiful women in the world. However, only the women of the nine-tailed fox clan had a natural seductive physique. They were every man's dream lover. A woman from the nine-tailed fox clan, Wu Shan. She could make a man feel extreme pleasure. It's her. Lin Feng was slightly taken aback when he saw her. Feng Yaoareo. He naturally wouldn't forget this woman. In the past, Feng Yaoareo had chased after Liu Piaomiao. She stopped him in the forest and asked if he'd seen Liu Piaomiao. Lin Feng naturally knew where Liu Piaomiao was, but he couldn't tell her. If she found Liu Piaomiao, she would die without a doubt. Lin Feng was worried that she'd search his soul. In a moment of desperation, he said that he'd cultivate to the yin-yang realm within 10 years and that he'd come to propose marriage. At the time, Feng Yaoareo had almost killed Lin Feng in a fit of anger. Lin Feng said, "Fairy, are you going to kill someone who admires you?" Only then did Feng Yaoareo let him go. However, in the face of Lin Feng's blatant confession, she was still a bit shy. She didn't linger and quickly left. After so many years, Feng Yaoareo was as beautiful as ever. Lin Feng didn't expect to see Feng Yaoareo in the territory of the monster tribe. No wonder she was so seductive. She was from the nine-tailed fox tribe. In fact, there was one thing that Lin Feng didn't know. When they were heading to the ruins of gods, Feng Yaoareo had seen Lin Feng from afar. Feng Yaorao's father was one of the 9 great pirate kings, the heavenly wind god. He was the captain of the demon god pirate ship and the pirate king of the East Sea. At the time, the cultivators heading to the ruins of gods were surrounded by the 9 great pirate kings. It was Feng Yaoareo who ordered them not to attack the direction that Lin Feng and the others had fled in. This was how Lin Feng and the others managed to escape. However, Feng Yaoareo didn't appear at that time. "Yaoareo, you're here." Shuezongxian stood up and smiled at Feng Yaoareo. He had been pursuing Feng Yaoareo this entire time. Of course, there were many reasons for this. Feng Yaoareo was indeed very attractive. Secondly, her father's identity was too extraordinary. Furthermore, it was said that the demon godship was hiding a huge secret. If he could get his hands on Feng Yaoareo, not only would he be able to win her heart, but he might even be able to inherit the demon godship from the heavenly wind god in the future. "Brother Shui." Feng Yaoareo bowed slightly. She didn't appear to be very friendly. Fairy Yaoareo is still as beautiful as ever. The evil demonic dragon smiled. "Thank you for your praise, Brother Shui." Feng Yaoareo smiled. Many people were mesmerized by her beauty. Her smile was so beautiful that it made all the women in the world pale in comparison. There were also a few female monster tribe cultivators present. They were all extremely beautiful, but they paled in comparison to Feng Yaoareo. Yaoareo, there's a seat here. Sit here. Shui Zongxian smiled. Many people looked at Shui Zongxian enviously. They also had some thoughts about Feng Yaoareo. However, they knew that Shui Zongxian was pursuing Feng Yaoareo. Who would dare to invite her? Thank you for your invitation, Brother Shui, but I already have a place I like, said Feng Yaoareo while smiling in a charming way. She then walked towards Lin Feng and landed next to him. She looked at Lin Feng meaningfully and asked, Sir, is there anyone here? Lin Feng looked at Feng Yaoareo. He knew that Feng Yaoareo had definitely recognized him. However, she hadn't acknowledged him yet, so Feng Yaoareo naturally had her reasons for doing this. Lin Feng wasn't so bored as to guess why Feng Yaoareo was doing this. He smiled and said, There's no one here. Is it okay if I sit here? Feng Yaoareo asked with a smile. Of course. Lin Feng replied. Feng Yaoareo smiled and sat down beside Lin Feng. Shui Zongxian's expression darkened slightly. Feng Yaoareo had rejected his invitation, so he naturally felt that he had lost face. However, Shui Zongxian was a very thoughtful person, so he didn't show it. Shui Zongxian walked over and looked at Lin Feng, who was sitting next to Feng Yaoareo. I like this place. Now, go and find another place, said Shui Zongxian. Chapter 1069. Everyone looked at Lin Feng and Shui Zongxian. Now, Shui Zongxian wanted Lin Feng's seat because he could sit beside Feng Yaoareo. However, would Lin Feng give his seat to Shui Zongxian? If he obediently gave up his seat, it would be embarrassing. But what if he didn't? Both sides had a grudge. Now that Shui Zongxian didn't make a move, Lin Feng should feel lucky, right? What if he angered Shui Zongxian? If Shui Zongxian made a move, would Lin Feng be able to withstand Shui Zongxian's anger? These people had heard that Lin Feng was extraordinary, but they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Because they hadn't seen it before, they doubted Lin Feng's strength. Even though Lin Feng was strong, could he be compared to Shui Zongxian? Obviously, it was impossible. Shui Zongxian had already established his position during the last prodigy battle. What about Lin Feng? Even if he was a new genius, how could he be compared to Shui Zongxian, who had established his position many years ago? Even though it would be a little embarrassing for him to give up his seat, it was the best choice he could make. This way, he could avoid the conflict between him and Shui Zongxian. However, Lin Feng was different from what the demon cultivators thought. The grudge between him and Shui Zongxian couldn't be resolved. Since that was the case, he didn't have to care about Shui Zongxian's face. This is my seat, Lin Feng said indifferently. I said that I want this seat. Do you want me to say it again? Shui Zongxian's face instantly darkened. I want the jade on your waist, Lin Feng said indifferently. So, shouldn't you give it to me? You should feel lucky that I didn't kill you immediately. Now, you dare to talk nonsense with me? You really don't know your limits. Shui Zongxian looked indifferent. Kill me. I'm afraid you don't have that ability, Lin Feng said indifferently. Then come out and see if I have the ability to crush you. Shui Zongxian looked gloomy. No matter how scheming he was, he couldn't help but feel angry because Lin Feng had embarrassed him. This is a gathering place, not a place for personal fights. If Brother Shui wants to fight, I will have to ask you to leave, Jin Shengyuan said indifferently. Jin Shengyuan, who gave you the guts to be so impudent? Just because Shui Zongxian was a paragon sky pride, he could be said to be extremely arrogant and despotic. He didn't even put Jin Shengyuan in his eyes. However, this person's strength was indeed strong. How awe-inspiring. You dare to be so awe-inspiring in someone else's home? Don't you think you're stealing the limelight? Princess Shui Yao walked in. Shui Yao. Shui Zongxian waved his sleeves and said, This is a world where the strong are respected. Besides, this is the territory of the Great Peng clan, not Jin Shengyuan's clan. Jin Shengyuan is just a little boy, how can he drive me away? Shui Zongxian's words were filled with contempt for Jin Shengyuan. With Shui Zongxian's strength, unless he wanted to leave, it would not be easy to chase him away. This was because Shui Zongxian's cultivation was too tyrannical. Jin Shengyuan pulled a long face. Shui Zongxian had infuriated him. Shui Zongxian's arrogance made Jin Shengyuan feel wronged, but this was the reality of the world. Strength determined everything, said Princess Shui Yarrow indifferently. Haven't you heard of the saying, don't bully a young man because he's poor? Jin Shengyuan is a few years younger than you. Anything can happen in the future. Is that so? I hope that day comes, said Shui Zongxian disdainfully. He didn't continue targeting Lin Feng. He went back to his seat, picked up his glass, and drank some wine. Princess Shui Yarrow also sat down. Because of Princess Shui Yarrow, the party didn't become chaotic. Princess Shui Yarrow's social status was extraordinary because the last great emperor of the beasts was a phoenix. It had only been 100,000 years since then. The great emperor's aura was still there, causing the various demon clans to be extremely wary of the phoenix clan. Princess, about the holy imperial fetus, said someone. He wanted to ask about the holy imperial fetus, but he suddenly remembered that Princess Shui Yarrow didn't want to take the holy imperial fetus out of little Yu Yu's body, so he shut his mouth. Said Princess Shui Yarrow. I know what you're thinking. Regardless of whether the holy imperial fetus is taken out or not, the beasts must avenge the deaths of Chu Yun and the others. The others fell silent because this wasn't something they could decide. If possible, they didn't want to get involved in this mess. In their eyes, what did Chu Yun's death have to do with them? Lin Feng suddenly realized that Princess Shui Yarrow and the others were planning to use the beasts to deal with the South Continent's 3 clans. However, he didn't know what their specific plan was. He would have to wait until the various beasts discussed it. The party dispersed in the middle of the night. Shui Zongxian looked coldly at Lin Feng and sneered. If you walk too much at night, something will happen sooner or later. Lin Feng knew what he was implying, so he calmly said, you don't have to worry about it. Xie Yarrow Long looked meaningfully at Lin Feng, then left with Shui Zongxian. Lin Feng frowned. These two were very strange. It was rumored that they had come to kill him, but they hadn't done anything. Could it be that they don't want to fight in the beast's territory? Is it because they think that they'll be stopped if they fight in the beast's territory? Is it because they can't kill me? Is that why they're looking for another place? Lin Feng thought to himself. He felt that this was very likely. The crowd dispersed, and Lin Feng returned to his residence. Under the night sky, a cold wind blew. When Lin Feng was about to reach his residence, a fragrant wind blew. Feng Yaoao walked over. Fairy, were you waiting for me? Asked Lin Feng with a smile. If I wasn't waiting for you, who else would I be waiting for? Said Feng Yaoao. She was very direct, and she didn't hide her feelings. Do you remember that I said that I would propose marriage when I reached the yin-yang boundary? I haven't forgotten. Lin Feng looked at Feng Yaoao. He, you want to propose marriage? Aren't you afraid that my father will kick you out? Feng Yaoao giggled. This woman's every frown and smile could make people unable to extricate themselves, and they could not help but go crazy for her. Even though Lin Feng was used to seeing all kinds of beautiful women, when he saw Feng Yaoao's mesmerizing appearance, he couldn't help but feel a little restless. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and hugged Feng Yaoao's slim waist. He smiled and said, you haven't gone yet. How do you know you'll be kicked out? Maybe you'll like me very much. Let go. Feng Yaoao blushed and struggled. Chapter 1070. Her body was soft and comfortable in his arms, so Lin Feng naturally wouldn't let go of Feng Yaoao. He said, the night is dark and the wind is chilly. I'll block the cold wind for you and use my body heat to warm you up. Feng Yaoao blushed and said, how come I didn't know that you were such a shameless person? Lin Feng said, you call me shameless? I just want to be nice to the person I love. Who is the person you love? Feng Yaoao spat. Lin Feng said, you, of course. Feng Yaoao groaned, shameless. I don't know how many women you've said the same thing to. Lin Feng said, I'm being sincere. I still remember everything you said to me back then. Back then, I said that I would ask for your hand in marriage after I reached the yin-yang realm. You said that you would wait for me. You can't deny it now. Feng Yaoao blushed and said, back then. I thought that you wouldn't be able to reach that level, so I said that. Lin Feng hugged Feng Yarao even tighter. Feng Yarao's body was pressed tightly against Lin Feng's. Lin Feng said, "I don't care about that. I only know that someone once said those words, and I've done it. Since we've met here, it's fate. You can't run away from it." Feng Yarao said, "Only a scoundrel would take a joke as the truth. Since you put it that way, I can only admit that I'm a scoundrel." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng covered Feng Yarao's red lips with his. Feng Yarao's eyes widened in disbelief. She hadn't thought that Lin Feng would be so daring. However, Feng Yarao's heart was in a mess. This was because she had never experienced such a thing. No matter how charming she looked on the outside, her heart was like a blank piece of paper. Now that she was kissing Lin Feng, her mind was blank. She had no idea what was going on. Don't know how much time had passed. When Feng Yarao felt Lin Feng's hands began to be dishonest, she woke up with a start and pushed Lin Feng away. "Bastard!" Feng Yarao lifted her little leg and kicked Lin Feng, then fled without a trace. Lin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile, leaving a lingering fragrance on his lips. Thinking back to the intimate contact just now, it was truly wonderful beyond words. He walked briskly back to his residence. Not far away, two people walked out from behind the rockery. These two people were Xie Yarolong and Shui Zongxian. At this moment, Shui Zongxian's face was slightly distorted. "Bitch! Feng Yarao, that bitch. I pursued her for such a long time, but this bitch has always been indifferent to me. Now, she actually took the initiative to throw herself into a man's arms." Shui Zongxian was almost ignited by the flames of jealousy. He wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Feng to shreds. "Tonight, I'll take that bastard's life," Shui Zongxian said fiercely. Xie Yarolong said, "Brother Shui, don't let your jealousy affect your mood. This is the territory of the Great Pengqing clan. If we attack that bastard, the experts of the Great Pengqing clan will certainly stop us. You should also know that this bastard has a close relationship with the Great Pengqing clan, so we must deal with him outside. If we attack him in the territory of the Great Pengqing clan, we will alert the enemy and it will be much more difficult to take his life next time." Shui Zongxian calmed down a lot and nodded calmly. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the monster race to discuss how to deal with the holy embryo of the monster emperor. This matter was discussed for 3 days, and in the end, the two sides reached an agreement. According to the agreement, after the monster race attacked the territory of the one sect and 3 prefectures to avenge grandmother Chu Yun, all the clans would join hands to take a part of the holy embryo of the monster emperor's origin blood. However, the prerequisite was that the origin of the holy embryo of the monster emperor couldn't be harmed, and the holy embryo of the monster emperor couldn't be removed from the little princess's body. This was the result of the compromise between the two sides. After hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh slightly. This was the best result that could be obtained at this stage. The various clans of the monster race began to gather their cultivators to attack the one sect and 3 prefectures. In fact, the one sect and 3 prefectures were also gathering their forces to attack the territory of the Great Pengqing clan. The one sect and 3 prefectures wanted to take advantage of the critical moment when the Great Pengqing clan was suffering from a Dao injury to attack the territory of the Great Pengqing clan. In the past, the Great Pengqing clan had been besieged during the Heavenly Tribulation, and the experts of the 4 great clans had attacked him, but they had all been killed by the Great Pengqing clan. The 4 great clans had suffered disastrous losses. They had always kept this grudge in their hearts. Now that the Great Pengqing clan had a high chance of recovering from his Dao injury, the one sect and 3 prefectures naturally couldn't sit still. The monster race army gathered together, and the cultivators of the one sect and 3 prefectures also gathered together. The two sides immediately clashed. In the ancient forest, a frenzied slaughter unfolded. Elder Jin contacted a dozen beast emperors in the depths of the forest and came to an agreement. These beast emperors launched a beast tide to help the monster race army besiege the experts of the one sect and 3 prefectures. In the first battle, more than 10,000 experts of the one sect and 3 prefectures were killed. This was an extremely huge loss to the one sect and 3 prefectures. The monster race cultivators pursued the monster race army and directly killed their way into the cities controlled by the one sect and 3 prefectures. This kind of battle was quite tragic, and countless people would die. If there were people who deserved to die, there would naturally be innocent people who would die tragically. But this was war. After the monster race conquered one city after another, they began to collect the treasures gathered by the one sect and 3 prefectures. Under the restraint of Princess Shui Yarrow and the others, the monster race didn't wantonly slaughter the innocent people. If there really was a massacre of the cities, the monster race who was originally in the right would become the unreasonable party. The monster race's morale was greatly boosted, and they continued to attack and conquer the cities controlled by the one sect and 3 prefectures. Ever since the Middle Ages, the ancient southern region hadn't had such a chaotic battle for a long time. Blood flowed for millions of miles, and it was unknown how many people died in this battle. The one sect and 3 prefectures who were not prepared enough were defeated by the monster race army. The one sect and 3 prefectures sent out their ancient powerhouses, but Princess Shui Yarrow brought the emperor weapon of the Phoenix clan. She joined forces with the monster race experts and killed more than 10 ancient powerhouses. The one sect and 3 prefectures had suffered a great loss. With so many ancient powerhouses dead, the strength of the 3 prefectures had decreased sharply. This bloody battle in the southern region naturally caused a huge uproar in the Sky Martial continent. Because in the entire Sky Martial continent, it had been 30,000 years since a battle of this scale had occurred. The monster race army even wanted to take advantage of the victory and kill their way into the lair of the one sect and 3 prefectures. However, the one sect and 3 prefectures paid an unknown price to invite the 8 great powers to help them deal with the monster race army's siege. After the 8 great powers joined in, the battle became even more tragic. The monster race army that was originally high in morale suffered heavy losses, and had no choice but to retreat back to the monster race's territory. The one sect and 3 prefectures joined forces with the 8 great powers to chase the monster race army all the way to the Sky Demon Forest. The battle between the 2 sides was incomparably tragic, and the Sky Demon Forest was already flowing with blood. Currently, many places in the southern region were covered in a rain of blood. Even during the day, one could hear the cries of malicious spirits. A cold wind swept through the land, and wandering spirits could be seen everywhere. The entire southern region seemed to have become a ghost town. Chapter 1071. The battle of the southern continent had spread far and wide, but now the battle was coming to an end. The monster race had retreated to the celestial beast forest, but they were in trouble now. The alliance of the one sect, 3 governments, and 8 other influential groups had caused the monster race to suffer great losses. The 8 influential groups that the one sect, 3 governments had invited were very famous. The Yuhua Celestial Dynasty, the Divine Shrine, the Cave of Time, the Godly Axe Sect, the Great Qin Empire, the Supreme Ancient Mohist Sect, the 10,000 Dao Sword Sect, the Spiritual Sect. The 8 influential groups were all at the Supreme Ancient level. Besides, Lin Feng had a deep grudge with the Yuhua Celestial Dynasty and the Divine Shrine. Lin Feng didn't know how the one sect, 3 governments had invited the 8 influential groups to help. But now, the 8 influential groups were helping the cultivators of the one sect, 3 governments, and the 8 influential groups to fight against the monster race. The monster race couldn't return to the territory of the monster race, so Mr. Jin started to organize a group of cultivators to help. About 20,000 cultivators had gathered in the territory of the monster race and they set off to help. Lin Feng also joined them, including Princess Shui Yarrow, Jin Xingyuan, and the others. Since the start of the war, I'm afraid that many powers have gone completely crazy. Lin Feng frowned. It was hard to say whether the battle was good or evil. Both sides had gone crazy and couldn't stop. The best thing to do was to sit down and negotiate, but obviously, the one sect, 3 governments wouldn't agree. The one sect, 3 governments had suffered great losses. Now that they had invited the 8 influential groups to fight against the monster race, the one sect, 3 governments would definitely seize this opportunity to kill the great Peng King. That was the main goal of the one sect, 3 governments. Even though there were many strong cultivators in the territory of the monster race in the southern continent, the one sect, three governments weren't afraid of them at all. They were afraid of the Great Peng King. They had waited for 300 years, hoping that the Great Peng King would die from his injuries. But the Great Peng King didn't die, and his injuries might even heal. The one sect, three governments, were terrified. Therefore, they had to take advantage of this extremely rare opportunity to kill the Great Peng King. Greed is human nature. Many things lead to worse situations because of greed, said Lin Feng. The demon lord muttered to himself as he sat on the lonely grave. Their team had been ambushed by experts from the One Clan, Three Palaces, and the Eight Great Powers. Both sides were engaged in a fierce battle. These experts who had come out to ambush them were obviously here to prevent this team from going forward to rescue the demon race army. The battle was intense. In this pitch-black night, the team was scattered. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a terrifying aura coming from behind him. Lin Feng had been locked down by two experts. Two experts rushed towards Lin Feng, one on the left and one on the right. The person on the left condensed a subduing immortal seal to suppress Lin Feng. The person on the right slashed out a terrifying saber light, which pierced through the heaven and earth and swept over. The two of them cooperated quite well. One of them used a movement-restricting divine ability while the other used a powerful offensive divine ability. Die, brat! A cold voice sounded. The two people that had attacked were the evil monstrous dragon and Shuezong Xian. The strength of these two could be said to be unfathomable. Now that the two of them had displayed their tyrannical combat strength, they wanted to kill Lin Feng in an instant. They had not made a move in the demon race's territory because they were waiting for such an opportunity. In the face of these two terrifying attacks, Lin Feng's reaction was fast enough. He took out the 7 treasures glazed pagoda to protect himself. Bang! Bang! The evil monstrous dragon and Shuezong Xian's attacks bombarded the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. One had to admit that these two's attacks were too powerful. This was because the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, a mid-grade Dao artifact, had begun to crack after withstanding the attacks of the two experts. Crack! Finally! With a shattering sound, the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, a mid-grade Dao artifact, was directly shattered. This treasure had been with Lin Feng for a long time. It had helped Lin Feng resolve several life and death crises. Now, it was destroyed just like that. Lin Feng felt a heartache. However, Lin Feng did not dare to hesitate. After the 7 treasures glazed pagoda helped him block the attacks of the two experts, Lin Feng quickly retreated more than 1,000 meters away. Damn it, we should have killed that brat. The evil monstrous dragon and Shuezong Xian's faces were incomparably gloomy. It's the two of you. Lin Feng looked at the evil monstrous dragon and Shuezong Xian gloomily. The joint attack of these two experts was indeed too terrifying. It made him feel the threat of death. Brat, you won't be able to escape today, your life will be ours for sure. The evil monstrous dragon and Shuezong Xian directly flew towards Lin Feng. The two of them wanted to kill Lin Feng. You don't have a chance anymore. Lin Feng's face was cold. If it was a one-on-one battle, Lin Feng was not afraid of anyone. But now that the two of them had joined hands, they could kill him. Lin Feng did not intend to continue fighting with them. He used the ultimate skill void travel and quickly left. The Great Void Technique. Shuezong Xian looked gloomy. At the same time, he was puzzled because the Great Void Technique was a technique of the Shongtian sect. It's very similar to the Great Void Technique, but it doesn't seem to be the Great Void Technique. The evil monstrous dragon looked unsightly because Lin Feng had disappeared without a trace. It was impossible for them to chase after Lin Feng. Lin Feng flew out of the empty space 30 li away. He took a deep breath. He had finally gotten rid of the evil monstrous dragon and Shuezong Xian. He did not stop. He flew towards the main battlefield of the 8 groups of influence. At the same time, an intense battle was going on 30 li away. The masked cultivator, Mo Leng, Ying Yutian, and Huangfu Wuji were attacking Qian Piao Shui. Huangfu Wuji was an uncle of the Yuhua celestial dynasty. Mo Leng was an expert of the immemorial school of Moism. When Lin Feng had gone to the outer realm to train, Mo Leng had secretly killed many people on the flying ship in order to obtain the illusory stone. If it wasn't for concubine Mulan, Lin Feng would have died in Mo Lung's hands. Lin Feng had heard that Mo Lang was a rogue cultivator. But now, it seemed that the information outside was not accurate. Mo Lang was an expert of the immemorial school of Moism. Chen Piao Shui was indeed very strong. She had fought with the 4 experts for hundreds of rounds without losing. Chen Piao Shui had been looking for an opportunity to escape, but the 4 experts had been targeting her. So, it was not easy for her to escape. Chen Piao Shui was only one person after all. She was gradually showing signs of fatigue. Mo Lung snuck behind Chen Piaoshui without a sound and sent a palm strike towards her. This time, Chen Piaoshui was unable to dodge Mo Lung's attack and was sent flying. Chen Piaoshui was severely injured by this attack. She spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying several hundred meters away. Even the veil on her face fell off, revealing a beautiful face that was so delicate that it could be broken by a single blow. However, this beautiful face was now as pale as a sheet of paper due to the injury. Author's note: 7/7. Monthly votes, rewards, recommendation tickets, steamed buns, thanks. Chapter 1072. She had long silver hair, a cold but beautiful face, and a tall and slender body. She was as beautiful as a fairy from the Moon Palace. She was as cold as ice, making it difficult for people to get close to her. The Snow Ladies were mysterious. Apart from a few clans that were on good terms with the Snow Ladies, outsiders knew very little about them. Not to mention interacting with the Snow Maidens. This race had always been so cold and distant, keeping people at a distance of 1,000 miles. Isn't that Chen Piaoshui? It was Lin Feng, who had heard the sounds of the battle and was hiding in the forest. Chen Piaoshui's peerless beauty surprised Lin Feng. She was breathtakingly beautiful. But Chen Piaoshui was obviously in a bad situation as she was surrounded by 4 strong cultivators. Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry to help. Chen Piaoshui had been seriously injured and her fighting strength had been greatly reduced. Even if he rushed forward, he wouldn't be able to save her. A friend's friend was a friend, and an enemy's friend was an enemy. Therefore, Lin Feng decided to help Chen Piaoshui. Of course, he had to find an opportunity to help her. If he couldn't find an opportunity, Chen Piaoshui would have to pray for her own good. Even if she wanted to help someone, it would be under the condition that her own safety wasn't threatened. If her own safety was threatened, she would have to overestimate herself and help others. The 4 strong cultivators' attacks became more and more ferocious. Chen Piaoshui was like a small boat in the middle of the ocean. She could be drowned at any moment. Bang! Chen Piaoshui was sent flying for the second time. She was sent flying a few hundred meters away. This time, her injuries were even more serious than before. She couldn't control her body anymore and fell to the ground. Chen Piaoshui can't fight anymore. She's the Holy Virgin of the Snow Lady clan, so she must have a lot of treasures. I don't want her treasures, I want her as a person. I haven't enjoyed a woman of the Snow Lady clan yet. Mo Lung laughed loudly. No problem. The other 3 nodded. The other 3 nodded. Obviously, they were not interested in women. After the 4 strong cultivators reached an agreement, they quickly flew towards Chen Piaoshui. Whoosh! Suddenly, at this moment, the void trembled slightly. Lin Feng stepped out and hugged Chen Piaoshui's soft waist. Her delicate body entered his embrace, and a tempting fragrance drifted into his nose. Let me go. Chen Piaoshui bit her pale lips and swung her palm at Lin Feng. Lin Feng grabbed her soft palm and said, I am Lin Feng, the one who protected the little princess to the Rock King's territory. Hearing this explanation, 1,000 Piaoshui's hostility dissipated. Lin Feng's right hand that was holding Chen Yaorao's waist tightened as he said, Please forgive me for offending you. Chen Piaoshui's pale face flushed red. She lowered her head and did not dare to look at Lin Feng. She allowed Lin Feng to hug her small waist. Lin Feng. It's actually you. After seeing Lin Feng, Mo Lung's eyes were filled with killing intent. TSK, so it's Daoist Mo, long time no see. How have you been? Lin Feng waved at Mo Lung. Lin Feng's expression and tone made it seem like he was teasing Mo Lung. He didn't seem like a friend who was greeting each other. Mo Lung sneered and said, "You didn't take the right path to heaven, but you barged into hell. Since you've come to die today, we'll kill you as well." Mo Lung wasn't the only one who wanted to kill Lin Feng. The masked cultivator's killing intent towards Lin Feng was no less than Mo Lung's. If it hadn't been for Lin Feng, they would have captured the princess a long time ago and nothing would have happened. The masked cultivator wanted nothing more than to eat Lin Feng's flesh. Huangfu Wuji was Huangfu Qingtian's uncle. He had seen Lin Feng's portrait before. Now that he saw Lin Feng, he was filled with killing intent as well. Lin Feng and Huangfu Qingtian were now enemies of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. As for Ying Yutian, although he didn't seem to have a deep grudge against Lin Feng on the surface, in reality, Lin Feng, Granny Tian Shan, and the Empress had joined hands to take the 3 treasures in the world of the 33 heavenly stairs. Ying Yutian had always hated Lin Feng, Granny Tian Shan, and the Empress. He just hadn't had the chance to kill them. Ying Yutian smiled indifferently. "Lin Feng, you've always been lucky, but today, your luck has come to an end," said Ying Yutian, smiling indifferently. "Lin Feng, you've always been lucky, but today, your luck has come to an end." The 4 strong cultivators quickly caught up. Lin Feng looked indifferent and said, "Whether or not my luck has come to an end depends on whether the 4 of you can catch up with me." He used a void teleportation technique and quickly left. The Great Void Technique. Ying Yutian, Mo Lang, and Huangfu Wuji were astonished. They looked at the masked cultivator at the same time. The Great Void Technique was Gongsun Wushu's divine ability. The masked cultivator also came from Shong Tian Men. His identity was mysterious. They even realized that Gongsun Wushu was extremely afraid of the masked cultivator. Ying Yutian and the others guessed that the masked cultivator's identity was definitely not simple. "It's not the Great Void Technique, but there are some similarities. That boy can't escape. I've already locked onto his chi. Let's chase him." After saying that, the masked cultivator waved his right hand and a small boat flew out. "That's a void boat. It can travel through the void. That boy can't escape." The masked cultivator entered the boat first, followed by Ying Yutian, Mo Lang, and Huangfu Wuji. Lin Feng stepped out of the void 15 kilometers away. Using the void teleportation technique, he could travel 15 kilometers at most. After all, Lin Feng had only practiced it for a short period of time. Not long after he came out, the masked cultivator and the others drove the void boat and rushed over. "Boy, you can't escape." Cold laughter rang out from the void ship. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He hugged Piaro Shue's soft body and used the void teleportation technique to escape. However, after using it 5 times in a row, he still couldn't escape from the void boat. Using the void teleportation technique consumed a lot of magic power. After using it 5 times in a row, Lin Feng couldn't take it anymore. He took out a jade leaf stone and refined it. His magic power recovered. At that moment, the void boat was about to catch up. "It'll take me at least 10 teleportation techniques to reach the territory of the Yarrow clan. They'll definitely catch up with me during that time." Lin Feng looked gloomy. Suddenly, he looked into the depths of the forest. It was dark and gloomy. It was emitting a cold chi. The Sky Demon Abyss is said to be a place where demons are buried. There are countless restrictions. Once a strong cultivator enters, they'll die. Qian Piaro Shue's face was pale. Hearing Qian Piaro Shue's words, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly rushed into the dark forest and disappeared. Chapter 1073. Isn't this the Devil Burial Ground, the place where the Sky Demon Abyss is located? Although this place isn't a place of death, there are countless restrictions in the Sky Demon Abyss. Once you enter, you'll die. The void boat stopped outside. They didn't enter rashly. That little brat is very strange. He might really escape. If the 4 of us work together, we should have no problem exploring the Sky Demon Abyss. Even if we run into danger, if we work together and have the treasures we have, it shouldn't be too much of a problem for us to escape, said Ying Yutian. He knew Lin Feng the best among the 4 of them. The other 3 nodded. The masked cultivator said, "In that case, Let's go in and take a look. However, the sky demon abyss is very scary. We have to be careful. After that, the four of them flew out of the void boat. The masked cultivator put the void boat away. After that, they entered the gloomy forest. After traveling for about a kilometer, a deep abyss appeared in front of them. It was more than 10 kilometers long and 4 or 5 kilometers wide. When Xiao Chen sensed carefully, he could vaguely sense two indistinct auras in the deep abyss. As expected, he's hiding here. The four strong cultivators laughed coldly and entered the abyss. Lin Feng hugged Chen Piaoxue and rushed into the abyss. Chen Piaoxue felt much better. She blushed and said, "Put me down." Lin Feng nodded and put Chen Piaoxue down. Chen Piaoxue's body swayed slightly. She almost fainted on the ground. Lin Feng quickly supported her. "Thank you." Chen Piaoxue's voice was weak. Lin Feng took out a medicinal pill and gave it to Chen Piaoxue. Then he said, "We can be considered allies. If we really want to talk about it, we can even be considered friends because of Little Moon. Since we're friends, there's no need to be so polite. This is a healing medicinal pill. Take it and your injuries will gradually stabilize." Chen Piaoxue nodded and swallowed the medicinal pill Lin Feng gave her. Her pale face regained some color. Chen Piaoxue asked, "Why did you enter this place?" "This place is filled with danger. Once we enter, we're like turtles in a jar." Lin Feng said, "To others, this place is indeed very dangerous, but to me, it's a paradise." "Paradise?" Chen Piaoxue looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. "Look at the mountain ridges of the sky demon abyss. They look like the spines of two dragons, and then they converge at the entrance. This is called twin dragons spitting pearls," Lin Feng said. Chen Piaoxue looked at Lin Feng strangely. "You know about mountains and rivers? The sky has 9 mountains and the mountains. Earth. Why was that?" "That's because dragon veins represent fate. Qi is the source of life. Dragon veins are alive. I heard my aunt say something similar. She said that the dragon veins are alive, and we snow maidens are surrounded by 9 snowy mountains." Chen Piaoxue said thoughtfully. "No wonder the snow maidens have been thriving for so long." Lin Feng sighed and said, "This place is filled with twin dragons spitting pearl. It's filled with restrictions and danger. Ordinary people would feel as if they were walking on thin ice. However, my sect can control the 9 mountains of heaven and 9 mountains of earth. The dragon veins belong to the 9 mountains of earth, so I can control the dragon veins' power. If they dare to come in, I'll make them suffer even if they don't die." Boom! At that moment, the sound of violent ripples came from not too far away. "They've come in and triggered the restrictions here," Chen Piaoxue said. "Stay here for now and don't move around." "Don't touch the restrictions," Lin Feng said. Chen Piaoxue nodded and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Be careful." Lin Feng was slightly surprised. He hadn't thought that an icy beauty like Chen Piaoxue would care about him. He nodded and quickly left. After Lin Feng left, Chen Piaoxue's face turned pink. She didn't know what was wrong with her, but she had said those words out of concern for Lin Feng. For a moment, she felt as if there was a little deer running around in her heart. She was very flustered. The 4 experts were indeed powerful. With their combined strength, they were able to block the restrictions of the sky demon abyss. After the 4 of them got rid of the restrictions, they continued to carefully walk deeper into the abyss. "The 4 of you, are you in such a hurry to die?" Lin Feng stood in the distance and smiled as he looked at the 4 of them. "Brat, you're about to die and you still dare to talk big. Let's attack together and get rid of him." Mo Lung laughed sinisterly and was the first to rush towards Lin Feng. Soon after, the masked cultivator, Ying Yutian, and Huangfu Wuji also rushed over. Lin Feng sneered and raised his right foot and stomped on the ground. The Celestial Master Sect's inheritance, Imperial Restriction Technique. This Imperial Restriction Technique could control all kinds of terrifying restrictions. One after another, seals appeared in the void and swept towards the 4 powerful beings. "You can control the restrictions here? How is that possible?" The 4 experts' expressions changed drastically. The restrictions were extremely powerful. Now that they saw that Lin Feng could control them, their hearts trembled. How could they dare to stay? They blocked the attacks of the restrictions as they retreated. Dragon Vein Awakening. Lin Feng shouted and formed thousands of seals. Runes intertwined and surged into the 2 dragon veins. Rumble. The earth shook. Roar, roar. Next, a loud dragon's roar was heard. The 2 dragon veins turned into 2 pitch-black dragons. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they charged towards the 4 experts. He can really control the dragon veins. Qian Piaoshue's red lips parted slightly. Her beautiful face was filled with shock. This kind of method was really amazing. It was the first time she had seen it. Qian Piaoshue looked at Lin Feng, who was controlling the restrictions and dragon veins calmly. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but reveal a strange light. Dragon swings its tail. Black dragon claws. The attacks of the 2 dragon veins were ferocious and overbearing. It was already very difficult for the 4 experts to block the attack of the restriction. Now that the 2 dragon veins attacked again, they were unable to block it. They were directly sent flying. It was as if they were struck by lightning. They spat out blood in midair. Die. Lin Feng jumped up and rushed towards Mo Leng, who was closest to him. He used the Supreme Reincarnation Fist to attack Mo Leng. Mo Leng's expression changed slightly. However, Mo Leng was a top expert among the ancient giants. After a short moment of panic, he regained his composure. While his body was still in midair, he twisted and stabilized himself. Then, he began to condense a powerful divine ability to resist Lin Feng's attack. He condensed an energy ball in his hand and shot it towards Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng had no intention of dodging. He sped up and rushed towards Mo Leng. He wanted to kill Mo Leng. As long as he killed Mo Leng, the 4 experts would be left with only 3. Their battle strength would be greatly reduced. Then, Lin Feng might even be able to kill all 4 of them in the Heaven Demon Abyss. Chapter 1074. Bang! Lin Feng and Mo Leng collided. Instantly, waves of destructive energy surged out. Mo Leng was indeed very strong. His hasty attack actually pushed Lin Feng back. Then, Mo Leng quickly retreated, wanting to leave the Heaven Demon Abyss. The restrictions here were controlled by Lin Feng, and the Dragon Vein was also under Lin Feng's control. Mo Leng knew that he would be at a disadvantage if he fought with Lin Feng in such a place, so he didn't want to continue fighting. Mo Leng wanted to escape, but Lin Feng wasn't going to give him the opportunity. Lin Feng released countless deployment spells towards Mo Leng. Swoosh! A light flashed in Mo Leng's hand, and a treasure appeared. It was a pitch-black giant ruler called the Dark Demon Ruler. This treasure was a forbidden weapon. Forbidden weapons were a kind of special magic treasure. These magic treasures usually had terrifying destructive power, but they could only be used a limited number of times. Ordinary magic treasures could be used continuously unless they were destroyed. Forbidden weapons were different. Forbidden weapons could only be used 10 times at most. Once they were used up, the forbidden weapon would self-destruct. Forbidden weapons were equivalent to cultivators burning their own lifespan. They could unleash a stronger attack, but the consumption was huge. The power of the Dark Demon Ruler in Mo Leng's hand was shocking. He swept the Dark Demon Ruler at the surrounding restrictions, breaking them one by one. Seeing that Mo Leng was about to escape, a giant dragon suddenly opened its bloody mouth and spat out a ball of dragon's breath. Bang! Mo Leng waved the Dark Demon Ruler and collided with the dragon's breath. It wasn't easy to break the dragon's breath, because the dragon's breath was one of the dragon clan's natural mystiques. Its power was terrifying. Even with the Dark Demon Ruler in his hand, Mo Leng was forced back. Slash! At this moment, 3 treasured swords rushed in front of Mo Leng like lightning, slashing towards him. Lin Feng took out the revered sword tomb and attacked Mo Leng. Mo Leng's expression was gloomy. He had no choice but to block the attacks of the 3 treasured swords. He waved the Dark Demon Ruler at the 3 treasured swords. The Black Dragon Sword and Spring Autumn Sword were swept away by Mo Leng. However, the Wu Death Sword shot out a beam of sword chi that nearly chopped off Mo Leng's wrist. The Dark Devil Ruler in Mo Leng's hand flew out. Devour! Lin Feng took out the heaven-swallowing jar. Whoosh! A powerful devouring power surged out from the sky-devouring jar and enveloped the forbidden artifact, the dark demonic ruler. The dark demon ruler immediately flew towards the heaven-swallowing jar. Come back! Mo Lung's expression suddenly sank. He wanted to recall the dark devil ruler, but at this moment, the three swords once again slashed towards Mo Lung. Mo Lung had no choice but to dodge the attacks of the three treasured swords, and was unable to summon the dark devil ruler back immediately. Lin Feng's heaven-devouring jar devoured the dark devil ruler. Little bastard, how dare you devour my treasures? Mo Lung's face twisted. Mo Lung, today, not only will I steal your treasures, but I'll also take your life. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng had already rushed forward. The three treasured swords started attacking Mo Lung even more violently. The surrounding seals also started attacking Mo Lung. Hurry up and help me! Mo Lung shouted loudly, but the other three didn't care about him at all. Lin Feng rushed forward and used the Supreme Reincarnation Fist on Mo Lung's body. Mo Lung was immediately sent flying. Whoa! In the air, Mo Lung coughed up a mouthful of blood. The three treasured swords had already caught up with Mo Lung and attacked him 3 times in a row. Pu! 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 Mo Lung's body was pierced by the swords, and then he was hit by the seals. Half of his body exploded. Lin Feng arrived next to Mo Lung and said coldly, "Have you ever thought that you would die at my hands one day? You can't kill me. Do you know who I am? If you kill me, then..." Mo Lung looked at Lin Feng in fear. Bang! Lin Feng didn't give Mo Lung a chance to finish his sentence. He punched Mo Lung's head, causing it to explode. Mo Lung's headless corpse fell to the ground, but before it could reach the ground, it was completely torn apart by the seals. Lin Feng grabbed Mo Lung's storage ring and put it away. Then, he quickly rushed toward the other three. The seals and the 2 dragons attacked Ying Yutian, the masked cultivator, and Huangfu Wuji crazily. However, the 3 were indeed powerful. They quickly rushed out. When they saw Lin Feng rushing towards them, their facial expressions slightly changed. A moment before, they had already seen Lin Feng kill Mo Lung. The 3 of them clearly understood that if they fought against Lin Feng here, even if they joined hands, they would still die. Lin Feng activated the Regal Sword manipulation art. The Black Dragon Sword, Void Death Sword, and Spring and Autumn Sword turned into 3 sword beams that tore through the void and slashed toward the 3 experts. The 3 of them gathered their mystiques and attacked. Under the Regal Sword manipulation art, the 3 swords' power increased tenfold. They directly pierced through the mystiques gathered by Ying Yutian, Huangfu Wuji, and the masked cultivator and slashed toward them. Blood splattered, accompanied by a scream. One of Huangfu Wuji's arms was chopped off. A wound appeared on Ying Yutian's abdomen. Blood immediately gushed out. Only the masked cultivator dodged the attack. Go! The 3 of them didn't dare to stay for a moment. They broke through the seals. Ying Yutian took out dozens of Formation Jade Talismans and threw them at the 2 dragons. The Formation Jade Talismans exploded, blocking the 2 dragons. Then, the 3 of them took the opportunity to rush out. It's a pity that they got away. Lin Feng frowned slightly. It was indeed not an easy task to kill all 4 of them. Huangfu Wuji, Ying Yutian, and the masked cultivator rushed out of the sky demon abyss. They didn't leave but chose to stand guard outside. Damn it, damn it. That little bastard cut off one of my arms. I must kill him. Huangfu Wuji's face was distorted. As long as we stay here, that kid will come out sooner or later. When that happens, he'll die without a burial place. Ying Yutian's face was hideous. The masked cultivator said, that kid won't be able to escape. He's already a turtle in a jar. After Ying Yutian, Huangfu Wuji, and the masked cultivator escaped, the 2 dragons turned back into dragon veins and fell silent. The dense array of restrictions also calmed down. Lin Feng returned to Qian Piaoxue. Qian Piaoxue said, I didn't expect you to be able to control dragon veins and turn them into dragons. This ability is really unheard of. Her beautiful eyes shone with a strange light. Lin Feng smiled and said, there are too many kinds of secret techniques in the world. This little trick of mine is nothing. After all, there's always someone better. After pausing for a few seconds, Lin Feng asked, "Are you feeling better now?" Chen Piaoxue said, "After taking the pills you gave me, I feel much better." "What should we do next?" Lin Feng said, "Those three must be standing guard outside. You're injured, so if we go out now, we won't be their match. Let's wait for you to recover first, then we'll work together to break out." Chen Piaoxue nodded. At that moment, a shocking fluctuation came from the depths of the sky demon abyss. The fluctuation was too terrifying. It was as if an ancient demon god had awakened. Lin Feng felt his soul tremble. Heavens, is there some kind of terrifying existence inside? Lin Feng and Chen Piaoxue looked at the depths of the sky demon abyss in horror. Chapter 1075. Such powerful undulations. What's going on? Lin Feng and Chen Piaoxue exchanged glances, not understanding what was going on. Could there be some terrifying existence hiding in the depths of the sky demon abyss? Chen Piaoxue asked. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, "That's possible, but there could also be other reasons." "Do you know anything about the origin of the sky demon abyss?" The sky demon abyss has existed for many years. No one knows exactly when it appeared or how it appeared. There are no historical records either. Many cultivators have tried to find out the secrets of the sky demon abyss, but they have all returned empty-handed because the restrictions here are too strong. We are only in the outer regions of the sky demon abyss, so the restrictions here are not particularly strong. If we were in the deeper regions, it would be an untouchable place. However, with your ability, it shouldn't be a problem for you to enter. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Wait outside. I'll go in and take a look." Chen Piaoxue said, "I'll go in with you." Lin Feng said, "You're injured. If there's any danger, I might not be able to take care of you." Chen Piaoxue said, "My injuries have mostly healed. You don't have to worry about me. The depths of the sky demon abyss might very well be hiding some secrets." Chen Piaoxue didn't want to miss out on this opportunity. Lin Feng knew what she was thinking. She also wanted to obtain an opportunity from the sky demon abyss. Seeing that Chen Piaoxue was determined to go in with him, Lin Feng nodded and said, "Since you want to go in so badly, come with me. However, you must be careful." Chen Piaoxue said, "Aren't you underestimating me too much?" Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly when he thought of Chen Piaoxue's strength. Chen Piaoxue was a powerful existence who could fight against 4 people by herself. If Chen Piaoxue was not injured, he would not be Chen Piaoxue's match. Now that Chen Piaoxue had recovered from her injuries, she should be able to deal with any danger she encountered. The two of them walked into the depths. Just as Chen Piaoxue had said, the deeper they went, the more powerful the restrictions they encountered became. Each restriction emitted an astonishing fluctuation, causing Lin Feng to feel a sense of trepidation. Fortunately, his study of the various secret techniques recorded in the Celestial Master Sect had become more and more profound, so he was able to bring Chen Piaoxue deeper and deeper without any mishaps along the way. Finally, they came to the depths of the Heaven Demon Abyss. Here, array runes intertwined and swam in midair. Floating restriction. Lin Feng was surprised, and then he frowned slightly. "Ah! Is there a floating restriction here? Doesn't that mean we can't enter?" Chen Piaoxue was shocked, but she also felt a little regretful. They had already come to the depths, and the secret of the Heaven Demon Abyss might be right in front of them. Now that they had to return empty-handed, she was naturally very disappointed. She looked ahead with her beautiful eyes, but she could not see the restriction Lin Feng had mentioned. Lin Feng could see it because he had the Heaven Demon Snake's eye, so he could see things that others could not. Lin Feng said, "It's not that we can't go in. If you want to go in, you can lie on my back, and I'll carry you there." "You're carrying me?" Chen Piaoxue's face turned slightly red, and she hesitated. Because she was lying on Lin Feng's back, their bodies were naturally very close to each other. To a woman, it was natural for her to be very shy. After all, when her breasts were on Lin Feng's back, the feeling was extremely clear and sensitive. Lin Feng naturally understood Chen Piaoxue's concerns. He said, "You can wait for me outside for a while." Chen Piaoxue bit her red lips and said, "I'll go in with you." Lin Feng nodded and squatted down slightly. Chen Piaoxue lay on Lin Feng's back and wrapped her arms around his neck. Her long and slender legs tightly clamped around Lin Feng's waist. Chen Piaoxue cried out in surprise as Lin Feng held her perky butt. Chen Piaoxue's face was so red that it was almost bleeding, but Lin Feng's expression was normal. He said, "Stick close to me, and don't move your head around." Chen Piaoxue nodded and pressed her head against Lin Feng's neck. She could even feel Lin Feng's masculine qi. When had she ever been in contact with a man before? Chen Piaoxue rarely even came into contact with people outside of the Snow Lady clan, let alone men. Now that she was so close to Lin Feng, she could feel the temperature of Lin Feng's body. She could even feel his heartbeat and breathing. This made Chen Piaoxue nervous, but there was also an indescribable feeling. This feeling made her pretty face pink, and her heart beat a lot faster. Lin Feng naturally didn't have the time to guess what Chen Piaoxue was thinking. He had already rushed into the restrictions with Chen Piaoxue on his back. These restrictions were very strange. They floated around in the air without any rules. The slightest carelessness could cause one to be hit by the restrictions. Lin Feng also felt like he was walking on thin ice. Every step he took was very careful. Fortunately, he didn't encounter any danger along the way. He carried Chen Piaoxue and rushed through the dense restrictions. Lin Feng patted Chen Piaoxue's perky butt and said, "You can come down now." Lin Feng was slightly taken aback. His actions just now seemed a little too intimate. He hadn't thought too much about it, but when he came back to his senses, he realized that his actions just now were very inappropriate. Chen Piaoxue's pretty face was so red that it seemed like blood would drip from it. She hurriedly got off his back. In order to cover up his embarrassment, Lin Feng didn't stop. He quickened his pace and walked deeper into the depths. Chen Piaoxue followed behind him with a red face. "Hey, there's a cave abode." Chen Piaoxue pointed to the depths of Heaven Demon Abyss. "The Cavern of Lustful Desires." Lin Feng read out the name of the cave abode. He frowned slightly and said, "This cave abode's name is very strange. I wonder who left it behind." Chen Piaoxue said, "This cave abode looks very old. It seems to have been here for many years." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Let's go in and take a look." The two of them carefully entered the cave abode. The cave abode's path was very long. They walked for about 300 meters before a stone door appeared in front of them. The door was closed. The two of them arrived in front of the stone door. The door was covered with a large formation. Obviously, if they wanted to open the door, they would have to break the formation. Lin Feng studied the formation for 6 hours before he managed to break it. After that, the stone door opened by itself. He and Chen Piaoxue entered the cave. As soon as they entered, the stone door closed by itself. Lin Feng frowned slightly, but his gaze was immediately attracted by a treasure in the cave. It was a crystal ball that was placed on a stone pedestal. The crystal ball was light blue, and it emitted shocking waves of energy. Chapter 1076. Could it be that the fluctuations from before were emitted by this crystal ball? Chen Piaoxue looked at the crystal ball with a puzzled expression. This crystal ball did indeed have a mysterious luster to it. Lin Feng rubbed his chin and said, "It's really strange that such an ancient cave would have such a crystal ball. Let's see what other treasures there are in this cave, then we can study this crystal ball." Chen Piaoxue nodded in agreement with Lin Feng's suggestion, and the two of them began to tidy up the cave. There were a few shelves here, and the first shelf was filled with many porcelain bottles. Chen Piaoxue opened one of the bottles and poured out a pill. "Life pill!" Chen Piaoxue exclaimed. "This is a divine-grade pill." Lin Feng hurried over. He had heard of the life pill before. It was a pill refined by a deity-level powerhouse, and it could help a cultivator raise their primordial spirit to the divine soul level. The soul of a deity-level cultivator was called the divine soul. A pill like this could be said to be priceless. Lin Feng inspected the life pill, sighed, and said, "This pill's medicinal power has been completely lost. It has become a useless pill." "A useless pill?" Chen Piaoxue's expression changed slightly. The value of a life pill like this was immeasurable. Now that it had become a useless pill, It was worthless. Lin Feng and Qian Piaoxue hurriedly checked the other porcelain bottles. There were dozens of bottles containing divine-grade pills, but these pills had all become useless. Why is this happening? Aren't we too unlucky? There were dozens of divine-grade pills, but now they've all become useless pills. Qian Piaoxue sighed. Lin Feng said, these bottles didn't have any seals on them, which caused the medicinal power of these pills to dissipate. Why didn't the original owner of this place put a seal on such precious pills? This is really strange. Qian Piaoxue said doubtfully. Lin Feng said, something must have happened, which caused the owner to be unable to seal these pills in time. Qian Piaoxue nodded. She also felt that it was very possible. On the second shelf, there were some insights and experiences regarding alchemy, as well as many prescriptions. These things were of no use to Qian Piaoxue, but they were very useful to Lin Feng because Lin Feng was also an alchemist. On the third shelf, there were many spirit arrays, as well as some insights on spirit arrays. Qian Piaoxue said, the owner of this cave is really a powerful person. Not only does he know how to concoct medicine, but is also a powerful spirit array master. Those powerful restrictions outside might have been set up by him. Lin Feng nodded and said, I took all kinds of medicinal formulas and alchemy experiences. These spirit arrays and spirit array experiences will belong to you. Lin Feng had obtained the inheritance of the celestial master Taoism, so he had no interest in other spirit array inheritances. Lin Feng had no interest in them. All right. Qian Piaoxue nodded. Even if she had no use for these spirit array inheritances, someone in the Snow Lady clan would. On the fourth shelf, there were only 2 scrolls. The first scroll recorded a divine ability called the 9 Devil Techniques, while the second scroll recorded a divine ability called the Joyful Meditation Technique. After seeing these 2 divine abilities, Qian Piaoxue's face turned slightly red. One of these 2 divine abilities was a cultivation technique, while the other was a dual cultivation technique. Cough, cough. Lin Feng coughed dryly and said, could the owner of this cave have been an evil cultivator? Otherwise, why would he have left behind such divine abilities? After pausing for a moment, he said, if you're not interested in these 2 divine abilities, I'll take them. Qian Piaoxue spat at Lin Feng and said, just destroy these divine abilities. What's the point of keeping them? Could it be that you still want to cultivate that evil dual cultivation technique? Lin Feng immediately said righteously, you've misunderstood me. How could I cultivate such evil divine abilities? I just want to go back and study them. I want to see if I can figure out the identity of the owner of this cave through these 2 divine abilities. If I don't find anything, I'll definitely destroy these 2 divine abilities. Qian Piaoxue nodded and said, should we go and take a look at the crystal ball now? Lin Feng put away the 9 devil techniques and the joyful meditation technique, then walked towards the crystal ball with Qian Piaoxue. The 2 of them arrived in front of the crystal ball, and Lin Feng said, I'll try using my divine sense to see if I can discover any secrets. Next, Lin Feng's divine sense entered the crystal ball. His body shook slightly, and he closed his eyes. It seemed like he was comprehending something. Qian Piaoxue didn't dare wake Lin Feng up, as she was worried that she would disturb Lin Feng's state of enlightenment. She couldn't hold back her curiosity, and her divine sense entered the crystal ball as well. The power of 9 devil techniques. 9 devil techniques. Release the desires in your heart. When Qian Piaoxue's divine sense entered the crystal ball, she heard a bewitching voice resounding in her mind. That power almost made Qian Piaoxue lose herself. She couldn't help but think of Lin Feng in her mind. A moment later, Qian Piaoxue suddenly felt her soft and charming body being embraced by a pair of strong hands. Piaoxue, I like you. A deep voice sounded. When she heard this voice, Qian Piaoxue's face flushed red. It was Lin Feng's voice. Qian Piaoxue turned around, trying to break free from Lin Feng's embrace, but her lips were sealed. Woo-woo. Qian Piaoxue's eyes widened as she struggled. Release the desires in your heart. Don't hide your thoughts. Enjoy the most wonderful thing in this world. The bewitching voice resounded in Qian Piaoxue's mind again, causing her to lose herself completely. Her hands involuntarily wrapped around Lin Feng. Lin Feng and Qian Piaoxue experienced the same thing. Lin Feng's godly awareness penetrated the crystal ball, and he was completely lost inside. In the cave, the two of them were hugging each other. They kept tearing at each other's clothes, and their clothes were torn apart piece by piece. The power of 9 devil techniques: it can make people lose themselves completely, it can make people never want to wake up, because lust is the most evil emotion in the depths of a person's heart, and everyone has their own lust. A strange light flashed in the crystal ball, and a mysterious voice filled with seduction came from the crystal ball. In the cave, Lin Feng and Chen Piaoxue seemed to be immersed in endless lust, taking advantage of each other as much as they wanted. P.S. Thank you to Wang Liangang and Wind and Cloud Rising for their 10,000 book coins. Also, thank you to Have You Loved Me, Passion is Exhausted, and the others for their tips. Thank you for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. This is the 5th update. There are still 2 more updates. Manchu will write them soon. Chapter 1077. No, my eyes seem to be covered by lust. Lin Feng's willpower was very strong. Even though he had fallen into a state where he had lost himself because of the bewitching crystal ball of light. But subconsciously, Lin Feng still had a trace of clarity. This trace of clarity allowed Lin Feng to seize the opportunity to counterattack. He activated the archaic dragonesque elephant art. The lust in his heart gradually subsided. His eyes were blurred. He also began to regain his clarity. Finally, Lin Feng woke up. Chen Piaoxue's hot body was still hugging Lin Feng and demanding. This was really going to kill him. If it were another man, he would have been unable to resist enjoying the passionate Chen Piaoxue. But Lin Feng restrained his desire. He patted Chen Piaoxue's neck with his right hand, and she immediately fainted. It was this crystal ball that made me and Chen Piaoxue lose ourselves at the same time. In our minds, there was only endless lust. Lin Feng looked at the crystal ball with a gloomy expression. This crystal ball was definitely not as simple as making him and Chen Piaoxue fall into endless lust and take each other. There must be something even more terrible happening. It was just that he had broken the lust in his heart in advance and awakened. That was why he had escaped a disaster. Lin Feng did not know what kind of disaster this was. But Lin Feng knew one thing, and that was that this disaster was destined to take his and Chen Piaoxue's lives. Originally, with Chen Piaoxue's strength, she should have broken the lust in her heart one step earlier than Lin Feng and returned to reality. But now, because of her injury, her willpower would also decrease with the injury, so she fell deeper than Lin Feng. At this moment, Chen Piaoxue's long eyelashes fluttered. Finally, Chen Piaoxue opened her eyes. When she saw the situation in front of her, she was stunned. Then, she slapped Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. It was really hard to explain. After all, the situation in front of him was naturally a great advantage for a man, but for a woman, it was difficult to accept. Moreover, there was a very important point. Chen Piaoxue's race. But the Snow Lady race. This race was made up of women. They drank the holy water and gave birth to their children. The women of the Snow Lady race would not have any emotional entanglements with any men. Even if he had feelings for her, he would have to cut them off. Therefore, Chen Piaoxue attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng wasn't surprised. He dodged her attack and said, "Celestial being, I know you're angry, but we're in trouble because of that strange crystal ball. Of course, I'm not trying to shirk responsibility, I'm just telling you the truth. Let's calm down, okay?" Chen Piaoxue's pretty face flushed red as she bit her lip. Her heart was in a mess, and her mind was blank. She didn't know what to do. According to the rules of the clan, he should kill the man in front of him. However, Chen Piaoxue could not bear to kill Lin Feng. "Let go of me first," she said faintly. Lin Feng nodded and released Chen Piaoxue. Both of them changed into new clothes, and the atmosphere became a little awkward. Chen Piaoxue stood not far away. She did not speak, nor did she look at Lin Feng. Her head was lowered, and her long silver hair draped over her shoulders. Lin Feng could not see her current expression or gaze, so Lin Feng did not know what kind of state of mind she was in. Lin Feng turned to look at the crystal ball. His expression was gloomy as he said coldly, "You evil thing, how dare you trick me? Today, I will smash you." He grabbed the crystal ball in his hand and slammed it onto the ground. However, what surprised Lin Feng was that the crystal ball did not shatter after being smashed by Lin Feng. Normally, such crystal balls were not hard and would shatter easily. If I can't smash it, I will shatter you. Lin Feng took out the black dragon sword and slashed at the crystal ball. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. It actually did not shatter the crystal ball. What a powerful crystal ball! Lin Feng frowned. The crystal ball's hardness was completely beyond his imagination. I don't believe that I can't destroy you. Lin Feng took out 2 types of heavenly flames and repeatedly burned the crystal ball. Qian Piaoxue felt the temperature in the cave suddenly rise and turned to look. She could not help but frown when she saw Lin Feng take out his heavenly flames. The snow ladies were naturally afraid of fire, but Qian Piaoxue did not say anything. It seemed like she did not want to communicate with Lin Feng. She just stood not far away and quietly watched Lin Feng use his heavenly flames to burn the crystal ball. The crystal ball's temperature rose higher and higher. Brat, hurry up and stop. If you don't stop, I will take your life. Suddenly, a sharp and ear-piercing cry came from the crystal ball. It was as unpleasant as the cry of an owl. Then, an ugly human face appeared in the crystal ball. A spiritual body. Lin Feng was shocked. Wisps of black fog surged out of the crystal ball. The black fog wanted to rush out of the heavenly flames enveloping the crystal ball. It was spiritual power, but as soon as it came into contact with the heavenly flames, it was burned and had no choice but to retreat. Fortunately, I used my heavenly flames to burn the crystal ball. Otherwise, if this guy used a secret soul technique to sneak attack me, I would have died without a burial place. Lin Feng took a deep breath and used the 8 divine seals to seal the crystal ball. 8 divine seals. You actually obtained the inheritance of the celestial master Sek. The spiritual body in the crystal ball cried out in disbelief. So what if I did? I will burn you to death today. Lin Feng sneered. Brat, how about we make a deal? I can teach you a powerful divine ability, but you have to let me go. The spiritual body tried to tempt Lin Feng. Don't make a deal with him. Such an evil spiritual body will definitely scheme against you. We have already been tricked by him once. Do you want to be tricked a second time? Destroy him. Qian Piaoxue said through gritted teeth. She hated the spiritual body in the crystal ball very much. Lin Feng nodded and looked at the spiritual body in the crystal ball. He sneered and said, "Put away your hypocrisy. Right now, I only want your life." He continued to use his heavenly flames. The heavenly flames were too hot, and the crystal ball began to crack. Brat, don't listen to that woman. Women are nothing but playthings for men. When a man has great power, what kind of woman can't he get? I can teach you all kinds of great Daos and even emperor techniques. You will become extremely powerful and dominate the world. When the time comes, you will have countless beauties. The spiritual body in the crystal ball continued to tempt Lin Feng. Women are worthy of everyone's respect. You humiliated women, so you are obviously not a good person. How can a scum like you be qualified to talk about cooperating with me? Lin Feng sneered and continued to use his heavenly flames to burn the crystal ball. No matter how the spiritual body tried to tempt him, he didn't waver at all. In the end, the crystal ball cracked, and the spiritual body turned to ashes. There are words on the crystal ball. Qian Piaoxue pointed at the crystal ball. Inside the crystal ball were densely packed with words. These words were actually ancient divine characters, which had been lost for a long time. Chapter 1078. It was unknown what was written on the densely packed runes. In this era, there weren't many cultivators who understood the ancient divine runes, but Lin Feng was definitely one of them. He had learned the ancient divine runes from the Qilin. Lin Feng pieced the broken eggshells together and observed the runes on them. He couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. You recognize these ancient divine runes? Qian Piaoxue's heart skipped a beat, and she couldn't help but ask. Lin Feng nodded and said, I know a thing or two about ancient divine runes. Qian Piaoxue asked curiously, then what's written on it? Lin Feng said, 3,000 great Daos. Qian Piaoxue's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, and she asked, "Which of the 3,000 great Taos?" "The art of great desire," Lin Feng said. Chen Piaoshue's pretty face turned slightly red, and she couldn't help but spit at Lin Feng. Said Lin Feng, smiling wryly. "According to the records, this crystal ball is called the Desire Crystal Ball. It was created by a strong cultivator called the Evil Lord of Desire. I don't know if the Evil Lord of Desire is the same soul as the one who died before. Regardless, it doesn't matter now. The art of great desire recorded in this crystal ball is the greatest secret of this place." Chen Piaoshue asked, "Apart from the art of great desire, are there any other records of the 3,000 great Taos?" "There's only one. If you're not interested, I'll cultivate it myself," Lin Feng said. Chen Piaoshue snorted, "Who says I'm not interested?" Although the name doesn't sound very nice, the value of any of the 3,000 great Taos is immeasurable. Every time one of the 3,000 great Taos is cultivated, their cultivation will increase greatly. Since the art of great desire is also one of the 3,000 great Taos, I'll naturally cultivate it. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Since you want to cultivate the art of great desire, I'll use modern words to translate the ancient divine runes for you. Heal your injuries first. By the time you wake up, I'll probably have translated the art of great desire's cultivation chant." Chen Piaoshue nodded and walked to a dry place. She took out a futon and sat cross-legged on it. Then, she began to circulate her energy to heal her injuries. Lin Feng took out a jade tube and imprinted the formula of the great technique of desire on it with his godly awareness. It didn't take long for Lin Feng to successfully imprint the entire cultivation method of the great desire technique. At this moment, Chen Piaoshue was still recuperating. Lin Feng decided to comprehend the great desire art. The art of great desire was a rather special divine power among the 3,000 great Tao. This 3,000 great Tao had no offensive power. But it could make a person lose himself. Just like Lin Feng and 1,000 Piaro Shui before, they were devoured by endless desire. Of course, the great desire technique contained many desires, and lust was only one of them. Other than lust, it also included greed, lust, evil desires, and so on. Desire was born from the negative emotions in a person's heart. The art of great desire stimulated the desire in a cultivator's body, allowing the desire to devour the will and make the cultivator lose himself. This method was not only strange but also terrifying. After all, humans had 7 emotions and 6 desires. Since there were 7 emotions and 6 desires, the art of great desire could lure out the desires in a person's heart. The next day, Chen Piaoshue finally recovered from her injuries. Although her injuries were not completely healed, they should be 80 to 90% healed. Lin Feng handed the jade cylinder to Chen Piaoshue. Then, the two of them walked out without stopping. "I need to carry you again." Lin Feng pointed at the area in front of them that was densely covered with floating restrictions. Chen Piaoshue nodded with a red face and lay on Lin Feng's back again. Lin Feng carried Chen Piaoshue out. After leaving the floating restriction area, Chen Piaoshue came down. Chen Piaoshue, who was originally injured, had a trace of a pitiful aura in her coldness. Now that her injuries were almost healed, she had become an ice beauty again. Her body emitted an aura that repelled people thousands of miles away. Lin Feng could clearly feel the coldness from Chen Piaoshue's body. Of course, Lin Feng did not care. He knew that Chen Piaoshue's race was destined to not have much to do with men. As for the entanglement in the cave, if he could forget it, he would just treat it as a dream. The two of them quickly came to the exit and rushed up. Boom, as expected, they were attacked as soon as they came out. The masked cultivator, Ying Yutian, and Huangfu Wuji all used their powerful attacks to attack Lin Feng and Chen Piaoshue. The masked cultivator used army of thousands. In the void, war drums beat and battle cries shook the earth. The black fog rolled and condensed into an army of thousands, crushing Lin Feng and Chen Piaoshue. Ying Yutian used limitless purgatory, creating a purgatory world. It enveloped Lin Feng and Chen Piaoshue, wanting to devour them. Huangfu Wuji used a unique skill called all-encompassing forest. This skill was also very powerful. It condensed all kinds of things, such as Buddhas, demons, immortals, ghosts, gods, etc. They all appeared and suppressed. The attacks of the three experts were indeed powerful. Lin Feng and Chen Piaoxue immediately felt like they were a small boat in a storm. They could capsize at any time. Die! The three experts laughed. The three strong cultivators grinned ferociously. They could already see Lin Feng and Chen Piaoxue dying under their attacks. It's too early to be proud. Four ferocious cauldron, come out. Lin Feng was already prepared. When the three experts attacked, he took out the four ferocious cauldron. This treasure was as hard as a divine weapon, but it was not easy to activate. But now that Lin Feng and Chen Piaoxue worked together, they could activate it for a short time. The two of them entered the four ferocious cauldron. At that moment, the masked cultivator, Ying Yutian, and Huangfu Wuji attacked. Clang, clang, clang. The attacks of the three experts landed on the four ferocious cauldron, but they were all blocked by the cauldron. Lin Feng and Chen Piaoxue were inside the four ferocious cauldron. In a flash, the four ferocious beasts on the four ferocious cauldron came back to life and roared. Whoosh! The four ferocious cauldron turned into a black ray of light and rushed towards Huangfu Wuji. Huangfu Wuji had lost an arm, so he was the easiest target to break through. When the three experts saw that Lin Feng and Chen Piaoxue wanted to break through, they hastily took out their weapons and attacked the four ferocious cauldron. However, the four ferocious cauldron had already been activated. Once such a huge cauldron flew up, the impact would be terrifying. The three experts took out their weapons and were sent flying. Then, the four ferocious cauldron arrived next to Huangfu Wuji. Huangfu Wuji couldn't dodge in time and was hit by the four ferocious cauldron. With a loud bang, Huangfu Wuji's body exploded into a bloody mist. The four ferocious cauldron had actually killed a tyrant. Chapter 1079. Lin Feng hadn't expected the cauldron to be so powerful. Huangfu Wuji was an ancient overlord, yet he was killed just like that. The power of the cauldron was beyond imagination. Lin Feng was very happy. It seemed that the cauldron was much more valuable than he had imagined. Lin Feng wanted to continue using the cauldron to kill Ying Yutian and the masked cultivator, but he knew that it was too difficult to use the cauldron. Ying Yutian and the masked cultivator were already prepared, so it wouldn't be easy to kill them. On the other hand, he and Chen Piaoxue would be constantly exhausted. If they exhausted too much of their energy, they wouldn't be able to use the cauldron anymore. At that time, they would be attacked by Ying Yutian and the masked cultivator. Lin Feng and Chen Piaoxue used the cauldron to leave quickly. They finally got rid of Ying Yutian and the masked cultivator and returned to the demonic beast territory. The allied army and reinforcements had already returned to the demonic beast territory, and the army was resting. However, the demonic beast territory was filled with sadness. Someone infiltrated the demonic beast territory and infiltrated the Great Peng King's life and death chamber. The Great Peng King's seclusion was interrupted, and he suffered a serious backlash. Lin Feng saw Long Yushi and said with a sad expression, "What? How could this be?" Lin Feng's expression changed greatly. The Great Peng King's Dao injury had reached a critical point, and he couldn't be disturbed. Now that his Dao injury had caused a backlash, wouldn't he die without a doubt? Lin Feng said gloomily, "How could someone infiltrate the demonic beast territory? Could it be that there's a spy?" "That's right. It's the Goldbiter rats. They acted as spies and secretly opened the entrance when the Great Peng King's territory was relatively empty," Long Yushi said. The Goldbiter rats were a branch of the demonic beasts of Nanju. They weren't particularly strong. Moreover, they were usually very cautious, so no one would pay attention to them. Who would have thought that they had been bought over by the clan and three mansions? "What about the people who ambushed the Great Peng King?" Lin Feng asked in a deep voice. "All of them are death warriors. There are two powerhouses who are at the level of ancient giants. They are Gong Sun Qing from the Upper Heaven Gate and Zhong Zhangzhen from the Zhongzhang clan. Although they were killed by the Great Peng King, the Great Peng King also." Long Yushi sighed, feeling dejected. For the next few days, the atmosphere in the demon race's territory was very tense. Lin Feng didn't even manage to see Jin Shengyuan. The elders of the demon race opened the altar and offered sacrifices to the heavens. Many demons came and knelt around the altar. The great Peng King is young and promising, he is an upright man. I beg the heavens for mercy, please don't let him die young. An old monster cried and led everyone to pray, hoping that the great Peng King would be safe. Lin Feng stood in the distance, his countenance dim. He couldn't forget the great Rock King's magnificence, nor could he forget the great Rock King's amiability. It was truly heartbreaking for such a close elder to be on the brink of death. Bad news spread. The great Peng King's injuries could no longer be suppressed. That day, the great Peng King walked out, his face pale. He had gone to many places in the demon race's territory and met many people. The great Peng King seemed to want to see the great Peng King's territory one last time. Many demons wept. In the past, the demons of Nanju had been suppressed by the three governments. It was the great Peng King who had provided refuge for the demons of Nanju. Therefore, many people treated the great Peng King as their savior. But now, the great Peng King had reached the end of his life. Elder Jin, there is no place for us demons in Nanju anymore, said the great Peng King. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. The demons around him wept. I know, said Elder Jin. We've already started to move. We're taking a space-time boat to the demon continent. The demon continent was still the most powerful continent of the demon race. There, they could be protected. The three governments and the 8 great powers had surrounded the demon race's territory, but they didn't immediately launch a large-scale attack because the great Peng King was still alive. They were afraid. All right. The great Peng King nodded. I watched the great Peng King grow up. He was humble and courteous. When he was 18, he shouldered the responsibility of reviving the great Peng King's territory. He didn't disappoint his people. Step by step, he became a peerless cultivator. But now, the great Peng King is going to die. Why is the heavens so unfair? Good people don't live long, bad people live freely. On the way back, Lin Feng saw an old beast who burst into tears. He couldn't help but feel sad. 300 years ago, the demon race had wanted to elect the great Peng King as the leader of the great Peng King's territory. They wanted to restore the glory of their ancestors, but the great Peng King had been plotted against during his tribulation. The great Peng King's life had changed because of that. At night, Lin Feng went to find Jin Shengyuan. He was sitting alone in the courtyard, drunk. When I was very young, my parents were killed overseas. It was Uncle who arrived in time and saved me. He killed the people who killed my parents. Since then, I have always been by Uncle's side. Uncle is the only family I have left. Now, Uncle is going to leave me. Jin Shengyuan was very sad. The great Peng King's clan had more than 20 members, and their bloodlines were quite distant. Although they were from the same clan, they weren't relatives. Ever since his parents had died, the great Peng King was Jin Shengyuan's only blood relative. Lin Feng knew how close Jin Shengyuan was to the great Peng King. Now, Lin Feng didn't say anything. He sat aside and listened quietly. The death of a family member was a huge blow to anyone. Back then, his third uncle, Lin Xiong, had been killed by Dugu Aotian in order to save him. Lin Feng would never forget that. Even though so many years had passed, Lin Feng still felt pain in his heart every time he thought about it. Therefore, he could understand Jin Shengyuan's sadness at that moment. Lin Feng couldn't persuade Jin Shengyuan, so he drank with him. The two of them drank until dawn. Dawn, dawn, dawn. At dawn, 9 deep and sorrowful sounds echoed in the demon race's territory. Could it be? Lin Feng stood up. His expression changed. It was the sound of a death bell. 9 death bells meant that someone had passed away. Uncle. Jin Shengyuan rushed to the great Peng King's residence. Lin Feng also flew over. When they arrived, many people had already gathered. Lin Feng saw Long Yushi and some other juniors crying. They weren't qualified to enter. Only the higher-ups of the various factions were qualified to enter and see the great Peng King for the last time. Why did it turn out like this? The great Peng King had a chance to recover from his injuries, but now he's dead. They're all from the same clan. If it weren't for them, the great Peng King wouldn't have died so tragically. Some old monsters were heartbroken. Woo, woo, woo. The entire demon race's territory was filled with sorrow. The great Peng King's glorious but short life ended just like that. Chapter 1080. A cold wind started blowing and drizzling. The whole territory of the Goblin clan was silent and sad. Mr. Jin was still in charge of the relocation of ordinary Goblin clan's territory. More than half of them had already left. But at that moment, the one sect, 3 governments, and 8 influential groups started attacking the territory of the Goblin clan. King Zhongpeng is dead. Now is the best time to destroy the Goblin clan of the South Continent, shouted a strong cultivator from the top of the army of the one sect, 3 governments, and 8 influential groups. They were mobilizing the strong cultivators of the one sect, 3 governments, and 8 influential groups. Kill them. The cultivators of the one sect, 3 governments, and 8 influential groups started attacking the territory of the Goblin clan in a frenzy. There are still many people who haven't been relocated. Mr. Jin, the Goblin clan's deployment spells won't last much longer, said an elder of the Goblin clan. Cultivators who know how to use deployment spells, go and help them. Try to stall for time, said Mr. Jin. There were still 30 to 40 million people in the territory of the Goblin clan. Once the one sect, 3 governments, and 8 influential groups attacked, they would all be slaughtered. Every minute, every second, was related to the safety of countless people. We need the blood of the Holy Imperial Child's origin. We have to leave quickly. This battle has nothing to do with us anymore, said the Goblin clan's leader. The higher-ups of the 3-headed Cobra clan and the heaven-devouring demonic Toad clan said. They were unwilling to stay and fight with the cultivators of the one sect, 3 mansions, and the 8 great forces. We have to leave too. Take out the blood of the Holy Imperial Child's origin, said the strong cultivators of the Blood Demons and the Heavenly Dragon clan. Here's a bottle of origin blood. You can divide it among yourselves. Princess Shui Yarrow appeared and took out a bottle of origin blood. That's too little. Are we beggars? The strong cultivators of the Goblin clan looked glum. A drop of origin blood is extremely precious. That's a lot. If you don't want it, you can give it back, said Princess Shui Yarrow coldly. Forget it. We can't argue here. As long as the little princess doesn't die, we'll still have a chance to get the origin blood. We're not in a hurry. That's right. If we want more origin blood, we'll have plenty of opportunities. As the higher-ups of the various forces were chatting, the cultivators from the 4 major Yarrow forces and tens of other Yarrow forces, big and small, charged into the teleportation valley. Scram! Let us go first. They were very rude and swept away those who wanted to board the ancient ship. Some who were already on the ship were thrown out as well. This is too much. Many of the great rocks were so angry that they were gnashing their teeth. Elder Jin said, now is not the time to fight with them. Let them leave first. The others could only suppress the anger in their hearts. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at Princess Shui Yao. Is it really the Demon Emperor's holy embryo's origin blood? This was because Lin Feng recalled the scene when he tried to take the Demon Emperor's sacred fetus origin blood. He had almost died, and it was already so difficult to take 1 drop, let alone a bottle. Princess Shui Yarrow replied, the blood of a subterranean giant demon was mixed with some things, and its aura is very similar to the origin blood of the Demon Emperor's sacred embryo. Lin Feng said, when these people find out that they've been deceived, they'll definitely fly into a rage. This enmity will be formed. These people have evil intentions. When they tried to take Little Moon, they had already shed all pretenses of cordiality. Even if they find out, it's fine. The only pity is that we didn't let them stay behind to fight against the people from the one sect, 3 governments, and 8 great powers. Princess Shui Yarrow said. These people are all scheming and astute. I'm guessing that they want to leave first, then find another opportunity to take Little Moon's sacred fetus origin blood. I've seen too many people like this. Lin Feng said. They won't have that opportunity, Princess Shui Yarrow said. Boom, boom, boom. The restrictions around the entire territory of the Yarrow clan shook violently. Obviously, the experts from the one sect, 3 governments, and 8 great powers were not far from breaking through the restrictions. There are still tens of millions of people left. I'm afraid we won't be able to evacuate them, an elder of the Yarrow clan said with an ugly expression. If they couldn't evacuate them, tens of millions of people would be massacred. This was something that no one wanted to see. I'll go and support them. Take Little Moon and leave first. Lin Feng looked at Princess Shui Yao. Let Yushi take Little Moon away. I'll stay. Princess Shui Yao said. That's good too. Lin Feng thought about Princess Shui Yao's great imperial weapon and nodded. Thank you, little friend. Elder Jin cupped his fists. Elder Jin, you're too polite. Lin Feng flew into the distance. He arrived at the entrance of the Yarrow clan's territory and strengthened the formation with the help of over 100 elders. With Lin Feng's help, the formation began to stabilize. The formation, which was about to be broken, was suddenly strengthened. The higher-ups of the one sect, 3 governments, and 8 great powers looked gloomy. Push out the formation-breaking dragon chariots. An expert waved his hand. Immediately, 10 gigantic formation-breaking dragon chariots were pushed out. Each chariot required over 100 people to move. Bang! 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 The formation-breaking dragon chariots kept hitting the restrictions at the entrance of the Yarrow clan's territory. 6 hours later, Catcher, not good, the formation is about to be broken. The faces of some of the monster clan elders changed drastically. The breaking of the formation was already something that could not be stopped. The attacks of the experts of the one sect, 3 governments became even more violent. Catcher, more and more cracks appeared on the formation. Finally, the formation could not hold on any longer and was torn apart. The entrance of the Yarrow clan's territory, which had been hidden by the formation, was also exposed. Kill everyone in the Yarrow clan's territory. Don't leave a single one alive. Take all the treasures. The experts of the one sect, 3 governments, and 8 great powers shouted loudly. Countless cultivators rushed into the Yarrow clan's territory and fought with Lin Feng and the others. Retreat! Shouted a Yarrow elder. The cultivators resisted the attacks of the one sect, 3 governments, and 8 great powers while retreating. In the end, they regrouped with Elder Jin and the others. The Yarrow clan still had 30,000 cultivators. The one sect, 3 governments, and 8 great powers had 150,000 cultivators. 30,000 cultivators against 150,000 cultivators. The difference in power was too great. However, everyone knew that they could not retreat. For many of the Yarrow clan members, their loved ones were gathered in the teleportation valley behind them. If they retreated, their loved ones would die tragically. For our clansmen, for our loved ones, kill, shouted Elder Jin. Annihilate the Yarrow clan. The higher-ups of the one sect, 3 governments, and 8 great powers waved their swords. Rumble, the ground shook violently. The army of the one sect, 3 governments, and 8 great powers all rushed over. Immediately, the 2 sides engaged in a chaotic battle. Blood splattered everywhere. Corpses fell from the sky. The entire Yarrow clan's territory was covered in blood. Chapter 1081. Smoke rose from all directions as the battle raged on. The demonic cultivators were too few. One sect, 3 palaces, and 8 great powers outnumbered the demonic cultivators by 5 to 1. The disparity between the 2 sides was too great. Demon cultivators were constantly being killed. Of course, there were also cultivators from one sect, 3 prefectures, and 8 factions being killed. However, the number of casualties on the demon side was far greater than that of the sect, 3 prefectures, and 8 factions. Even if I die, I'll drag you bastards down with me. A demon cultivator chose to self-destruct, destroying both his body and soul. However, after self-destructing, a huge destructive force was produced. In an instant, dozens of corpses from the sect, 3 prefectures, and 8 factions were devoured. After the first person self-destructed, more and more demon race cultivators chose to self-destruct when they saw that they were about to be killed. It was extremely tragic. They used their own lives to race against time, hoping that more people could escape. Pu. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword and moved through the crowd. With one slash, he killed several experts. In a chaotic battle, It was best not to use powerful divine abilities. There were too many cultivators in a chaotic battle. Using powerful divine abilities would consume a lot of energy. Once you used up all your energy, the enemy would not give you time to replenish your energy. When the time came, the army would swarm you. No matter how strong you were, you would be killed. Lin Feng, you're quite brave. You still haven't escaped. Ying Yutian sneered. He quickly flew over, holding the heaven-shattering sun and moon saber, and slashed at Lin Feng. Clang! The weapons in their hands clashed fiercely. Lin Feng was forced to retreat. This Ying Yutian was indeed worthy of being the imperial uncle of the great Qin Empire. His cultivation was too strong. Ah! Wretched cries rang out from afar. Some of the cultivators from the One Sect, Three Palaces, and the Eight Great Powers had rushed to the side of the ordinary yarrow cultivators and began massacring them. Many of them fell into pools of blood. Mother, mother! A child of about 3 or 4 years old knelt beside a dead woman and cried, "Little bastard, go to hell." In the next moment, an expert from the upper heaven gate wielded a giant hammer and smashed the child into meat paste with a single blow. People were constantly being slaughtered. The ground was littered with corpses. Lunatic. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy as he turned around and charged towards the experts from the One Family, Three Palaces, and the Eight Great Forces who were slaughtering the commoners. Sword intent. Blade storm. Lin Feng slashed out with his sword, and dense sword chi shot out in all directions. The storm of swords was formed and swept towards the cultivators of the One Sect, Three Mansions, and the Eight Great Forces. Puff, tearing sounds rang out one after another, and the bodies of the experts were directly torn to shreds. Dozens of experts had been killed by Lin Feng in an instant. Princess Shui Yarrow also led a group of demon cultivators to protect these ordinary demons. "Kill this brat!" Someone pointed at Lin Feng and shouted loudly. Then, a group of people quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. There were hundreds of people, and all kinds of attacks came at him. Lin Feng was a little overwhelmed because the leader of the people who attacked him was an ancient giant. Why involve the innocent in a battle between cultivators? Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. The masked cultivator walked over and said coldly, "The demons of the South Continent should be executed." A single sentence caused the deaths of countless people. You speak so casually. You view human lives as ants. Have you ever thought that one day, you might also become an ant in the eyes of others? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. The masked cultivator sneered and said, "I don't know if that day will come, but I do know that you won't live past today. Kill this brat." The masked cultivator also participated in the battle against Lin Feng. In addition to another ancient giant and hundreds of experts, Lin Feng was surrounded by danger. There were many wounds on his body, and he was dripping with blood. His body was dyed red with blood. In the distance, a few experts of the older generation with unfathomable strength stood. They didn't attack, but they coldly glanced at the battlefield. One of the experts of the older generation from the upper heaven gate said, "There were originally 100 million people in the demonic territory, but now there are only 30 to 40 million left. More than half of them have been moved away." An ancestor of the Zhongzheng family said, "It's a pity that we can't eliminate them completely, but those who escaped are nothing to be afraid of. Kill them." Deafening battle cries rose and fell. The demonic territory was incomparably chaotic. The battle continued, and blood and death were everywhere. Lin Feng was surrounded by a group of experts and was heavily injured. He used the Great Void technique and jumped out of the encirclement. The demonic cultivators had gathered together. There were originally 30,000 of them, but now there were only 20,000 left. 10,000 had already died in battle. The experts of the 8 Great Powers, One Family, and 3 prefectures attacked again. The situation was very dangerous. An ancient seal appeared in Princess Shui Yarrow's hand. She burned her life force to worship the seal. "Great Phoenix Seal, please release a trace of your imperial aura to protect the demonic cultivators and resist these sinners." The seal was called the Phoenix Seal, and it was the great imperial weapon of the Phoenix clan. Princess Shui Yarrow had brought the great imperial weapon with her to activate it, but it was obviously very difficult for her to activate it alone. Life force ignition. Many people burned their life force to help Princess Shui Yao activate the Phoenix Seal. Finally, the Phoenix Seal was activated. It flew into the air and released a trace of its imperial aura. Poof! The 8 great powers, 1 family, and 3 prefectures were heavily injured. After the Phoenix Seal released its imperial aura, at least 10,000 experts were instantly annihilated. Is that a great imperial weapon? It's too terrifying. Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb when he saw that. Great imperial weapons were stronger than gods and demons. The demonic cultivators' morale was greatly boosted, and they were about to activate the great imperial weapon for a second attack. At that moment, the void split open. An ancient divine gate flew out of it. Tianluo Divine Gate. It was a great imperial weapon passed down from the upper heaven gate. The great imperial weapon also released its imperial aura and collided with the Phoenix Seal. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the earth quaked and the mountains shook. Crack, crack. The earth continued to crack, and huge cracks appeared. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The great imperial weapons did not really collide. It was just a clash of auras, but it was already enough to completely destroy the demonic cultivator's territory. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the impact of the collision would be. It might even destroy half of the South Continent. Fortunately, the 2 great imperial weapons did not really collide. Instead, they faced each other in the air. Kill. The experts of the 8 great powers and the 1 family, 3 prefectures, and the others attacked again. An even more intense battle broke out, and countless people died tragically. Lin Feng and the others could no longer protect the ordinary people of the demonic cultivators. Many of them were single-handedly slaughtered by the cultivators of the 8 great powers and the 1 family, 3 prefectures, and the others. The demonic cultivators' territory had completely turned into hell. Everywhere was filled with slaughter and death. Chapter 1082. It had been a long time since such a large-scale war had broken out in the world of cultivators, but Lin Feng had participated in battles in the secular world. Even in the secular world, there was a rule that everyone abided by, and that was to not kill ordinary people. But now, in the world of cultivators, they wanted to exterminate everyone. Lin Feng sighed when he saw the ordinary beasts who had died tragically. The 3 families of the South Continent were afraid of King Zhongpeng. They wanted to get rid of him. Actually, the ordinary beasts had been killed by them casually. Since they had already decided to get rid of King Zhongpeng, killing a few million more beasts was nothing to them. "Little boy, die," said Ying Yutian, staring at Lin Feng in the crowd. He raised his sun and moon sky-shattering saber and slashed at Lin Feng again. Lin Feng didn't intend to fight against Ying Yutian. He used the Great Void technique to dodge Ying Yutian's attacks. A moment later, Lin Feng appeared a few dozen meters away. He slashed with his sword and killed a dozen strong cultivators. Lin Feng killed them all. Green Mantis Scorpion King, come out. Lin Feng waved his hand and summoned the Green Mantis Scorpion King from his pouch. Summon all the insect, said Lin Feng. Yes, master, said the Green Mantis Scorpion King in a strange voice. Then, the Green Mantis Scorpion King's swarm flew out. During those few years, Lin Feng had been raising the insects. He had been feeding them all sorts of precious herbs to help them evolve. Even if he didn't have to, he would also provide them with a lot of spiritual stones. Therefore, the size of the insect swarm had increased by dozens of times. The dark green mantis Scorpion King now had the strength of a quasi-immemorial tycoon. Because its entire body was filled with poison, even an immemorial tycoon would suffer if they were careless. If that happened, even if they didn't die, they would lose a layer of skin. Lin Feng was surrounded by a dense swarm of insects. Lin Feng dashed left and right in the crowd, and the swarm of insects moved together with Lin Feng. Wherever he went, the experts of the 1 sect, 3 mansions, and the 8 great powers were either killed by Lin Feng or devoured by the swarm of insects. Of course, the swarm was constantly being killed, and their numbers were gradually decreasing. Lin Feng felt a little heartache, but this was war. As long as the dark green mantis Scorpion King did not die, the swarm could continue to grow. I've been nurturing my insects for so many years, but I've never been willing to use them. I've been waiting for this rare opportunity. Ying Yutian, prepare to die. Lin Feng saw Ying Yutian not far away and immediately rushed towards him. With such a large swarm, no matter how strong Ying Yutian was, he didn't dare to fight back. He turned and ran. Lin Feng used the Great Void technique to stop Ying Yutian, and the two sides engaged in a fierce battle. Then, the dark green mantis scorpion king led the swarm and rushed over. The dense swarm of insects pounced towards Ying Yutian. Sky-splitting sun and moon slash. Ying Yutian was really too strong. He used the sky-splitting sun and moon saber technique to send Lin Feng flying. Then, a dense swarm of saber lights shot towards the swarm. Countless poisonous insects were killed, and their corpses fell like rain. Forbidden weapon, Dark Demon Ruler. Lin Feng looked indifferent as he took out the treasure he had obtained from Mo Lung. This Dark Demon Ruler could be used 3 times. After Lin Feng took out the Dark Demon Ruler, it became 100 meters long and swept towards Ying Yutian. There was a loud bang as Lin Feng's Dark Demon Ruler sent Ying Yutian flying. At that moment, the dark green mantis scorpion king, who had been hiding in the swarm, quickly rushed to Ying Yutian's back and tore his body apart with its claws. Poison immediately poured into Ying Yutian's body. Ah! Ying Yutian let out a blood-curdling scream as he slapped the dark green mantis scorpion king away. The dark green mantis scorpion king's carapace was shattered, and it was badly injured. However, its defense was strong enough that it didn't die. Ying Yutian was poisoned. He wanted to force the poison out of his body, but at that moment, the swarm of poisonous insects surrounded him and kept biting his body. Die. Lin Feng took advantage of Ying Yutian's poisoning and shouted. He rushed in front of Ying Yutian and pierced his chest with his sword. I'm going to die at the hands of a junior like you. How could this be? Ying Yutian murmured in disbelief. There's a god watching over you. You're helping the Evil Door. Even death can't wipe out your crimes. Lin Feng pulled out his sword. In the next moment, Ying Yutian was eaten by the swarm of insects until only his bones were left. Lin Feng led the swarm of insects in a killing spree. With the help of the insects, 6,000 to 7,000 experts from the 8 great powers were killed by Lin Feng and the insects. Apart from Ying Yutian, Lin Feng also found an opportunity to kill Gongsun Bai, who was one of the 4 clear skies and white suns experts. Of course, Lin Feng was also heavily injured. His left chest had been pierced through, and it had almost taken Lin Feng's life. Boom! A terrifying chi filled the air. In the distance, a few old experts who hadn't made a move yet finally attacked. They were quasi-rebirth realm experts. Although they hadn't stepped into the rebirth realm yet, they weren't far from it. Little bastard, you killed 2 of our strongest experts. You deserve to die. An old man attacked Lin Feng. His name was Gongsun Hai. Lin Feng had killed Yu Wenqing before, and now he had killed Gongsun Bai. The upper echelons of the sect couldn't bear it anymore. Gongsun Hai slapped Lin Feng with his palm. Bang! Lin Feng felt as if he had been struck by lightning and was sent flying. He fell to the ground and spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale. Quasi-rebirth realm experts are indeed terrifying. Lin Feng clenched his teeth and looked at Gongsun Hai with a gloomy expression. At the same time, the other 3 quasi-rebirth realm experts, Tuoba Yi, Zhong Zhengyi, and Shangguan Yang, also joined the battle. With them attacking, the experts of the Great Rocks were almost defeated. Elder Jin, Princess Shui Yao, Thousand Piaro Shui, the Peacock Race's Elder Kong Cheng, the Nine-Tailed Fox Race's Hu Hongwan, and the other experts were all defeated and heavily injured. Although they were also ancient experts or experts comparable to ancient experts, the difference between them and the 3 quasi-rebirth realm experts was too great. Brat, I'll suppress you. I'll obtain your secret first before killing you. Gongsun Hai's expression was indifferent as he used a sealing divine ability to envelop Lin Feng. He wanted to suppress Lin Feng. Kill all the demons. Leave none alive. In another direction, the 3 quasi-rebirth realm experts gave the order. The experts of the sect, 3 prefectures, and 8 major powers were greatly motivated. They started a massacre, and the ground was covered in corpses. Suppress Princess Shui Yarrow and kill the rest. Tuoba Yi's expression was cold. He took the lead and suppressed Princess Shui Yarrow. On the other hand, Masayoshi Zhong and Shangguan Yang rushed towards Old Jin and the others. Now, not to mention the lives of the ordinary people of the Great Rock King tribe, even the upper echelons of the Great Rock King tribe were about to die. Of course, Lin Feng was also in a precarious situation. He was locked down by a quasi-rebirth realm expert and couldn't move. He could only watch as his opponent suppressed him. Do you think there's no one left in the demon race? At this critical moment, a cold voice came from the depths of the Great Rock's territory. In that instant, time seemed to have stopped. Everyone's gazes were fixed on the depths of the abyss. A sickly middle-aged man was walking through the air. Chapter 1083. Rock King. When the cultivators of the One Sect, 3 Palaces, and 8 Great Powers saw the man walking towards them, their expressions changed. Whoosh! Lin Feng took advantage of this rare opportunity to use the void travel technique to get rid of Gong Sun Hai. Princess Shui Yarrow and the others also took the opportunity to retreat and get rid of the other 3 experts. The 4 experts didn't chase after Lin Feng, Princess Shui Yarrow, and the others. Instead, they looked at the Rock King with serious expressions. The Rock King is still alive. This is really a blessing for the devil race. When they saw the Rock King, many people were so excited that they almost burst into tears. The Rock King was very important to the devil race. Many times, he was like a god in many people's hearts. However, Lin Feng frowned slightly because he could feel the Rock King's condition. He was like an old man with one foot in the grave. It seemed like he was hanging on to his last breath. It was this last breath that kept the Rock King alive. The slaughter has caused the devil race and the other powers to suffer great losses. Retreat now. The Rock King will leave the South region. The Rock King said. Whether it was for the One Sect, 3 Palaces, 8 Great Powers, or for the devil race, this was the best outcome because no more people would die. However, the One Sect, 3 Palaces didn't want to end like this. Gong Sun Hai sneered, Rock King, do you think we will fall for your trick? The Rock King frowned slightly. What do you mean? You're heavily injured, to the point where you're barely hanging on to your life. That's why you can't fight anymore. Once you fight, the last breath in your body will leak out, and once that happens, you'll definitely die. That's why you want us to leave now. Then, you'll have time to recuperate. At that time, you'll have a chance to recover, Gong Sun Hai sneered. King Zhon Peng remained silent in the air. He then said, You're right, I can't do anything because of my body. I hope you can leave, partly because of myself, but mostly because I don't want to see more people die. Do you really think that I'll believe your nonsense? Tuoba Yi sneered. Lin Feng furrowed his brows. The people from the One Sect, 3 Palaces, and 9 Palaces had already steeled their hearts to kill the Great Rock King. Since that's the case, even if I have to use my last breath, I'd like to ask you guys for advice, said Lin Feng. The Great Rock King stepped forward. Uncle, please don't do anything. Jin Shengyuan said with a trembling voice. When the 9 death knells rang out, the Great Peng King was indeed dead. Once there was no more qi in a person's body, that person would die. Qi formed the complex life structure of the human body. At this moment, Qian Piaoxue took out the 9-colored snow lotus, the holy artifact of the Snow Lady clan. It was said that the 9-colored snow lotus could allow cultivators to produce qi within their bodies. 1,000 Pro Shui fed the 9-colored snow lotus to the Great Rock King. However, the Great Rock King did not wake up. While the Great Rock King was in a deep slumber, 1 sect, 3 palaces, and 8 major powers invaded the demon race's territory. The 9-colored snow lotus did have a miraculous effect. In the end, the Great Peng King woke up. He appeared immediately. However, what he saw was a river of blood. The Great Peng King was naturally heartbroken. However, the Great Peng King knew that the current strength of the demon race was far from being comparable to the 1 sect, 3 palaces, and 8 major powers. If they continued fighting, there would only be more casualties. Moreover, his body would not be able to hold on for much longer. In order to protect the lives of the demon race, the great King proposed a ceasefire. However, it was clearly wishful thinking on his part. Gong Sun Hai and the others did not agree. 300 years ago, you were besieged and failed your reincarnation tribulation. Now that 300 years have passed, what level has your strength dropped to? Gong Sun Hai walked towards the great King step by step, a sinister smile on his face. Tuoba Yi, Zhong Zhangyi, and Shangguan Yang had no intention of making a move. They were all quasi-rebirth realm experts. The strong had their own dignity. It was naturally impossible for 4 quasi-rebirth realm experts to besiege the great King, who was on his last breath and had failed his reincarnation tribulation 300 years ago. In their eyes, this was an insult. Great King, let me have a taste of your demon abilities. Gong Sun Hai sneered and stepped forward, a powerful force emanating from his body. An expert of Gong Sun Hai's level would naturally be able to condense force. This was the force of battle. With each step Gong Sun Hai took, his aura grew more terrifying. Everyone looked anxiously at the 2 figures hovering in mid-air. Naturally, the Yarrow clan cultivators were also extremely nervous. The great King was on his last breath. Could he be a match for a quasi-rebirth realm expert like Gong Sun Hai? Topple the mountains and overturn the seas. Suddenly, Gong Sun Hai attacked, his magic power spreading to the sky. A vast ocean and endless mountain range condensed in the air, all of which shot towards the great King. In an instant, the void was shattered by this move that could topple mountains and overturn seas. The power of this move was so strong that it made one's soul tremble. A quasi-rebirth realm cultivator is too strong. How will the great King block Gong Sun Hai's attack? Lin Feng muttered. The terrifying attack was about to hit the great King. At that moment, the great King stepped forward. His body transformed into a beam of killing light. No one knew what kind of ability it was, but it tore apart the great King's attack. It instantly arrived in front of Gong Sun Hai. Puff! Gong Sun Hai didn't even have time to react before his body was split in 2. Cough, cough, cough. The great King reappeared, coughing violently. Each time he coughed up blood. The surroundings were silent. Everyone was completely shocked. That was an expert at the quasi-rebirth realm. And he was killed just like that. The great King is too strong, isn't he? He suffered multiple recoils from his Dao injuries. How can his cultivation be so terrifying? He killed a quasi-rebirth realm expert in an instant. That's incredible. Lin Feng took a deep breath. The great King was so strong, but the heavens were jealous of geniuses. Now that he was coughing up blood, it was obvious that the great King couldn't hold on much longer. Uncle! Jin Shengsheng cried. Seeing the great King coughing up blood, he felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. Who else? Finally, the great King stopped coughing up blood. He raised his head and looked at Tuoba Yi, Zhong Zhangyi, and Shangguan Yang. Let's have a taste of your abilities. The 3 powerhouses stepped out, each of them wielding a supreme treasure of the pinnacle Dao artifact level. Then, they split into 3 directions and surrounded the great King. Ganging up on him? Seeing this scene, many people revealed indignant expressions. The 3 of them were quasi-rebirth realm experts and had 3 peak Dao treasures. The great King's body was in such a bad condition. With the 3 of them working together, they only needed 1 attack to kill the great King. Then, they would be able to kill the great King. For experts like Tuoba Yi, Zhong Zhangyi, and Shangguan Yang, this wasn't a difficult task. Chapter 1084. The 3 peak-grade Dao artifacts of the 3 experts were emitting shocking waves of energy. Tuoba Yi's Dao artifact was called the Sky-Shaking Axe. Zhong Zhangyi's Dao artifact was called the Bright Extinguishing Spear. Shangguan Yang's Dao artifact was called the Chaotic Sky Spear. The 3 treasures were activated by the 3 experts, emitting waves of energy that could distort the void. These were peak-grade Dao artifacts. Actually, quasi-rebirth realm cultivators could only release their strongest attacks when they activated a peak-grade Dao artifact. The power of a peak-grade Dao artifact was even more tyrannical than a divine artifact. Although a divine artifact's quality surpassed a Dao artifact's, there was a factor in whether or not the divine artifact's power could be activated. For example, there were two weapons. One was a large saber that could cut through iron like mud. The other was a dagger. Which of the two weapons had more destructive power? Of course, it was this saber that could cut through iron like it was mud. Its lethality was even greater. However, if you let a 3-year-old child use these two weapons, the more suitable weapon would be the dagger because a 3-year-old child would be able to pick it up. No matter how strong the large saber was, if a 3-year-old child couldn't pick it up, it wouldn't have any destructive power. This logic was exactly the same as whether a divine artifact or a Tao artifact was more suitable for a quasi-rebirth realm cultivator. The 3 peak-grade Tao artifacts were activated, and the 3 experts attacked the Great Peng King with the peak-grade Tao artifacts. The 3 of them not only chose to work together to deal with the Great Peng King, who was on his last breath, but they also used peak-grade Tao artifacts. One could say that they were despicable or shameless. However, the 3 of them didn't care about what others thought, they only wanted to kill the Great Peng King. The 3 old ancestors are activating 3 peak-grade Tao artifacts to attack together. This time, victory should be in their hands. Let's wait and see how the Great Peng King dies. The cultivators of the one sect 3 palaces discussed softly. The ones who hated the Great Peng King the most were naturally the cultivators of the Upper Heaven Gate. This was because the old ancestor of the Upper Heaven Gate, Gongsun Haigang, had just been killed by the Great Peng King. As for the cultivators of the Fiend race, they were all extremely worried. After all, the Great Peng King's injuries were too severe. The other party had 3 experts working together. This battle was indeed too dangerous. Tuoba Yi was the first to attack. He wielded the sky-shaking axe and cleaved at the Great Rock King. Buzz! Along with bursts of violent fluctuations surging out, a huge axe light condensed in the void. This axe light was condensed from murderous aura. It was more than 10 meters long, and it slashed towards the Great Rock King. It was like Pan Gu's axe that split the heaven and earth. With this chop of the axe, even the void was torn apart. A terrifying blow instantly came crashing down. When Tuoba Yi made his move, Zheng Yi also made his move. The radiant extermination technique in his hand flew out and sliced through the void. Puff! The void was like a thin piece of paper, instantly being torn apart. The great destructive wheel of destruction slashed towards the head of the Great Rock King, wanting to decapitate it. Such power was truly terrifying beyond compare. Shangguan Yang's attack also came. He displayed an extremely profound spear technique called Man-Spear Unity. Whoosh! The long spear pierced through the void, aiming for the Great Rock King's chest. Seeing that the 3 experts had already made their moves, the onlookers were either excited, nervous, or worried. For example, the cultivators of the one sect, 3 palaces, and the 8 major powers were all excited. In their opinion, the Great Rock King would not be able to withstand the attacks of the 3 experts. On the other hand, Lin Feng, Jin Shengyuan, Elder Jin, Princess Shui Yarrow, and the others were worried. The attacks of the 3 quasi-rebirth realm cultivators, especially when they were using peak-grade Tao artifacts, were too powerful. They were worried that the Great Rock King would not be able to withstand it and would be killed on the spot. Facing the attacks of the 3 experts, the Great Peng King naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for his death. Everyone saw that when the attacks of the 3 experts were about to land on the Great Peng King's body, the Great Peng King suddenly disappeared from where he stood. Their attacks landed in mid-air. What's going on? Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. Even Lin Feng's void travel was not able to do that. This was because if anyone was locked on by a powerful attack, it would be difficult to escape. Take Lin Feng for example. Although he knew void travel, if he was locked on by the opponent's sacred art or Tao artifact, he would not be able to use void travel. This was because the sacred art would be forcefully interrupted by the opponent's attack. However, the Great Rock King disappeared in an instant as if he had teleported. Could it be the speed of his physical body? He could teleport? Lin Feng suddenly thought of a possibility. His face was instantly filled with shock. It was indeed possible. If the speed of his physical body could reach the level of teleportation, Even if he was locked on by the opponent's sacred art or Dao artifact, he could still teleport away. Behind. Suddenly, Tuoba Yi and Zhong Zhengyi exclaimed and pointed behind Shangguan Yang. Shangguan Yang was shocked and moved to the left. However, it was too late. The Great Rock King appeared behind him silently. He raised his right hand and slashed at the void. Pu. Shangguan Yang's head was instantly chopped off and his headless corpse fell from the sky. Instant kill. Another instant kill. The Great Rock King's strength was indeed too tyrannical. He had already instantly killed 2 quasi-rebirth realm cultivators. At this moment, Tuoba Yi and Zhong Zhengyi's attacks had already arrived. However, just as their attacks were about to land on the Great Rock King, he disappeared again. Tuoba Yi and Zhong Zhengyi's faces turned pale with fright. The unknown was the most terrifying thing. Now that the Great Rock King could appear and disappear so mysteriously, the two of them were terrified. Pu. Silently, a beam of killing light shot out from the void. In the next moment, Zhong Zhengyi's head soared into the sky. The third quasi-rebirth realm expert was instantly killed. Cough, cough, cough. The Great Rock King appeared and coughed violently. He constantly coughed out blood and his body swayed as if he was about to fall. Die. Tuoba Yi snorted and slashed his axe at the Great Rock King. The Great Rock King raised his right hand and flicked it lightly. Clang. The peak Dao artifact sky-shaking axe was sent flying. The Great Rock King extended his right hand and pointed it at Tuoba Yi's head. A golden light condensed and Tuoba Yi's head was instantly pierced through. His body was sent flying and his corpse fell to the ground. The 4 quasi-rebirth realm experts are all dead. Everyone revealed an incomparably shocked expression. The Great Rock King was too terrifying. Cough, cough, cough. The Great Rock King coughed violently in the air, constantly coughing out blood. Even so, who would dare to underestimate him? Boom. Just as everyone had yet to recover from their shock, the void split open and an old man stepped out. That old man sent a palm strike at the Great Rock King. Bang! With a muffled sound of collision, the Great Peng King was sent flying by the old man. His body fell to the ground. The old man wore a white robe and emitted an immortal reincarnation aura. He was actually a rebirth realm expert. This rebirth realm expert had suddenly appeared and sent a palm strike at the Great Rock King. The Great Rock King was only hanging by a thread. Now that he had received a terrifying attack from a rebirth realm expert, it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Chapter 1085. King Zhonpeng was about to hit the ground when he finally managed to stop himself from falling. He finally landed on the ground. His clothes were stained with blood and his face was pale. Asterisk cough 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 asterisk he kept coughing. Every time he coughed up blood. His body swayed slightly, as if he was about to fall to the ground. Many of them cast worried looks at the Great Rock King. At present, the Great Rock King's injuries must have worsened. Additionally, the opponent was a rebirth stage cultivator. This was a level of strength that could cause others to despair. Rebirth realm cultivators were extremely rare in the Tianwu continent. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Such a person could only be found in the supreme ancient era. The beasts naturally felt a deep sense of despair. After all, a rebirth realm cultivator was enough to dominate everything. This is troublesome. A rebirth realm cultivator has appeared. Demon Lord, let's make another deal. Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord. He hated making deals with the Demon Lord because the Demon Lord was insatiably greedy. But now, even a rebirth realm cultivator had appeared. How could they fight this battle? King Zhonpeng had been hanging on by a thread. He had attacked continuously, but the rebirth realm cultivator had slapped him again. Now, King Zhonpeng only had half a breath left. How could he fight against a rebirth realm cultivator? Moreover, King Zhonpeng had failed to pass the rebirth tribulation. In other words, King Zhonpeng hadn't reached the rebirth realm yet. Even though King Zhonpeng's strength was heaven-defying, compared to a rebirth realm cultivator, he was still worlds apart. Hearing Lin Feng's transmission, the Demon Lord said, "Of course. This time, I need 10% of your undying divine blood. Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. He really wanted to strangle the demon lord. That bastard. That was too much. Stop. I'll wait and see. Lin Feng replied fiercely. Now that the situation was unclear, he naturally wouldn't immediately make a deal with the demon lord. The demon lord sat on top of the lone grave. He squinted his eyes and looked at the Rock King, who was on the verge of collapsing. He seemed to be in deep thought. You only have one last breath left to hang on to your life. You didn't die even after being hit by my palm. You really surprised me. The old man who had attacked looked indifferent. Logically speaking, the qi in your body should have been dispersed by me, but you're still alive. If I'm not wrong, you must have eaten the 9-colored snow lotus. That lotus can gather qi, so your qi hasn't been dispersed. Cough, cough, cough. The great Rock King coughed 3 times and coughed up 3 more mouthfuls of blood. His face turned even paler. The great Rock King took a deep breath and said, "That's right, I ate the 9-colored snow lotus. That's why I'm still alive. You are indeed a peerless genius. Even after 300 years, your Dao injury still hasn't been able to take your life. However, everything will end today. I will kill you and use the soul-searching grand art to search your soul's memories to see what secrets you are hiding." The old man looked indifferent. The old man's identity was very mysterious. Even the cultivators of the 1 sect, 3 governments, and 8 influential groups were whispering to each other about who he was. "Gong Sun Qian, we knew you weren't dead." At this moment, 2 voices came from the void. Then, 2 old men walked out. One of the 2 old men was wearing a grey robe, while the other was wearing a green robe. Ancestor, when they saw the 2 old men, the higher-ups of the Tuoba clan and the Zhongzheng clan cried out in alarm and hurriedly bowed to them. The old man in the grey robe was called Tuoba Yuan. He was the strongest cultivator of the Tuoba clan and had been cultivating for 9,700 years. The old man in the cyan robe was called Zhongzheng Fu. He was the strongest cultivator of the Zhongzheng clan and had been cultivating for 9,800 years. Only the higher-ups of the Tuoba clan and the Zhongzheng clan knew about them. Ordinary elders and juniors didn't even know about them. No need for formalities. The 2 old men waved their hands. "It's our ancestor. He's not dead," shouted the cultivators of the Supreme Gate of Heaven. They hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Gong Sun Qian. Gong Sun Qian's background was even greater. Gong Sun Qian was from 15,000 years ago. When he was 1,000 years old, he became the patriarch of the Supreme Gate of Heaven. He didn't retire until he was 9,500 years old. After that, he lived for more than 10,000 years. Many people thought that Gong Sun Qian was about to die, but nobody had thought that he would live until he was 12,000 years old. 3,000 years ago, there was a rumor that Gong Sun Qian had died. Who would have thought that a cultivator who died 3,000 years ago would appear in front of everyone again? No need for formalities. Gong Sun Qian waved his hand. The cultivators of the Supreme Gate stood up. A 1,000-year tortoise, a 10,000-year tortoise, how can Gong Sun Qian live longer than a tortoise? Lin Feng muttered. "Brat. What are you talking about?" Lin Feng's words couldn't escape Gong Sun Qian's ears. He coldly glanced at Lin Feng. Many people looked at Lin Feng. The cultivators of the Supreme Gate were gnashing their teeth. They hated Lin Feng very much. Lin Feng compared Gong Sun Qian to a 10,000-year tortoise. In their eyes, Lin Feng was desecrating Gong Sun Qian's dignity. Lin Feng said, "Am I wrong? This senior has lived longer than a 10,000-year tortoise." Fat. Seeing Lin Feng say that Gong Sun Qian lived longer than a 10,000-year tortoise, many people couldn't help but laugh. This guy is really... Princess Shui Yarrow shook her head. She didn't know how to describe Lin Feng. At this time, he still dared to mock a rebirth realm cultivator. He was simply fearless. Princess Shui Yarrow couldn't help but admire Lin Feng. Even the great Peng King couldn't help but smile. Gong Sun Qian's mouth violently twitched, but he didn't have any intention of attacking Lin Feng. An expert of his level disdained to attack Lin Feng. "When the great Peng King dies, we'll kill that brat first." The masked cultivator from the upper heaven gate, Dongfang Ri, and the other experts, looked gloomy. They looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of killing intent. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why Gongsun Qian didn't attack Lin Feng. He knew that even if he didn't attack, the disciples of the upper heaven gate would still help him kill Lin Feng. The three of you are here. It seems that this old man is too late. At that moment, an old man's voice came from afar. Another old man had arrived. He was originally a dozen li away, but in just a few steps, he had already arrived. It's the ancestor. The expert from the Shangguan clan shouted excitedly. He hurriedly saluted the old man. For Rebirth Realm cultivators. Lin Feng took a deep breath. A Rebirth Realm cultivator could kill the Great Peng King with a flick of his finger. Not to mention four. On the side of the monster race cultivators, every one of them felt a deep sense of despair. On the other hand, one sect, 3 prefectures, and 8 influential groups were magnificent. Great Peng King, since you're a peerless genius, we'll give you a dignified death. You can end it yourself. Gongsun Qian looked at the Great Peng King indifferently. In Gongsun Qian's opinion, the Great Peng King wasn't an ant, but he wasn't much stronger than an ant. Chapter 1086. Gongsun Qian's confidence came from his strength. A Rebirth Realm cultivator could indeed look down on the Tianwu continent. In the Tianwu continent, it was impossible to become a god. Even if there were gods, they were from ancient times and had never left the Tianwu continent. It was just like the old man who had appeared when the astral behemoths had attacked the spatial tunnel. Although he was a god, no one knew his identity. The only reason he had remained on the martial heaven continent was because he was its guardian. Only when the martial heaven continent was in great danger would these gods appear. Otherwise, they wouldn't appear. Beneath the gods were the reincarnation realm experts. A portion of them would risk their lives to cross the endless sea and head to the central world on the other side of the ocean to seek a chance to break through to the godhood realm. But in reality, not all Rebirth Realm cultivators would do that. Because it was too dangerous. Since it was a 9 out of 10 chance of dying, it meant that the success rate was extremely low. Many people would not take such a risk unless they were at the end of their lives. Only then would they enter the endless sea domain. The 4 Rebirth Realm cultivators who had appeared now represented the peak strength of the Tianwu continent. Gods did not appear. Rebirth Realm cultivators were the strongest. You can't shake my heart with just one sentence. King Zhonpeng raised his eyes and looked at Gongsun Qian. Although he looked dignified, he was not afraid. Lin Feng admired King Zhonpeng's state of mind. In such a dangerous situation, he was still calm. If King Zhonpeng hadn't been plotted against in the past, his cultivation level would have been unfathomable. It seems like you're still stubbornly resisting, but it's futile. You won't be able to change anything. Gongsun Qian walked step by step towards King Zhonpeng. The ancestor is going to attack. King Zhonpeng will definitely be killed by our ancestor. The cultivators of the upper gate of heaven discussed animatedly. It was as if they could already see Gongsun Qian's strength. In fact, after Gongsun Qian appeared, these people were all in a state of excitement. Boom! Gongsun Qian attacked, his palm slashing towards King Zhonpeng. 10,000 axe lights condensed in the air and slashed horizontally. This technique was called 10,000 axe slaying immortals. It was an extremely powerful ancient technique. It condensed 10,000 axe lights and was said to be able to slay immortals and gods. When Gongsun Qian attacked, many people felt their souls trembling. Gongsun Qian was like a god, they had to look up to him. How terrifying! Lin Feng looked dignified. Rebirth Realm cultivators were indeed terrifying. Cultivators at that level were infinitely close to gods. Their strength was close to gods. Just as the attack was about to hit Big Rock King moved to the right and avoided Gongsun Qian's attack. Zhonpeng's eyes. But now, they had underestimated King Zhonpeng's strength. Zhonpeng was King Zhonpeng. On Zhon King. Was to him Zhon Emperor. Is this the speed of your physical body? You deserve to be called a great golden-winged peng, your physical strength is incredible. Legends say that the great golden-winged peng has the fastest speed in the world. I didn't believe it at first, but now I do. Gongsun Qian looked at King Zhonpeng, who was 20 meters away from him. As expected, his physical strength is incredible, thought Lin Feng. He had suspected that King Zhonpeng's teleportation was a result of his physical strength. Now it seemed that it was true. King Zhonpeng could do that because of his race. In the Tianwu continent, perhaps only King Zhonpeng could teleport. Gods could do that. Lin Feng wasn't sure because he had never seen a god. If you only had that technique, you wouldn't have been able to kill me, said King Zhonpeng as he walked towards Gongsun Qian. At that moment, everybody realized that King Zhonpeng's qi was increasing with each step he took. He was accumulating force. Lin Feng was astonished when he saw the force inside Chu Zhonpeng's body. King Zhonpeng had condensed 9 kinds of force. Terrifying, how terrifying. I've only learned 3 kinds of force, but King Zhonpeng has 9. Thought Lin Feng. Comprehending force was extremely difficult. Normally, those who could comprehend 1 type of force were called geniuses, those who could comprehend 2 types of force were called monstrous, those who could comprehend 3 types of force were heaven-defying, and those who could comprehend 4 or more types of force were just legends. Very rarely did such people appear, but the Rock King was able to comprehend 9 types of force, which was enough to shock the world. How arrogant! Gongsun Qian's expression was cold. He used another powerful primordial sacred art. This divine ability was called Icebound World. Icebound World, even the void had turned into an icebound country. King Zhonpeng was surrounded by ice, but at that moment, King Zhonpeng's body was burning. The world of ice melted. Golden rock fire. Gongsun Qian frowned. That was King Zhonpeng's original demonic fire. It was extremely powerful. Today, I'll let you have a taste of the technique I've been practicing for 13,000 years, said Gongsun Qian coldly. Great cutting technique, shouted Gongsun Qian Peng. He used a peerless technique. 3,000 great ways. Lin Feng was astonished. The great cutting technique was one of the 72 types of 3,000 great ways. It was stronger than many ancient techniques. It was comparable to Emperor's techniques. The void seemed to have been cut into pieces by a saw, and the void power kept surging out of the cut void. Once someone was enveloped by the void power, they would be sucked into the dark void world and die without a burial place. But King Zhonpeng was moving through the cut pieces. A peerless technique like the great cutting technique couldn't hurt King Zhonpeng. It was unbelievable. This technique is called the soul-splitting technique. Abruptly, the great rock king in the air inclined his head, his voice emotionless. After that, King Zhonpeng condensed 9 types of force and took 81 steps. His qi was as strong as it could get. Everybody saw King Zhonpeng turn into a dazzling beam of qi and fly towards Gongsun Qian. The sky was being torn apart. King Zhonpeng's qi reached Gongsun Qian in a flash. How is that possible? Gongsun Qian couldn't believe it. He could feel how terrifying that attack was. He wanted to move to the side to avoid King Zhonpeng's attack. But Gongsun Qian was astonished to find that he couldn't move at all. No! Gongsun Qian shouted in fear. Slash. A moment later, blood splashed everywhere. Gongsun Qian was cut in half by King Zhonpeng's qi. Chapter 1087. How is this possible? This is definitely not real. Our eyes must be playing tricks on us. Many people from the one sect, 3 palaces roared in disbelief, especially the cultivators from the upper heaven gate. They could not accept the scene in front of them. That was a rebirth realm expert, but he was killed by the great rock king in one move. This was too inconceivable. Heavens, the great rock king is so strong. Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air, as if a monstrous wave had been set off in his heart. The battle strength that the great rock king had displayed had deeply shocked Lin Feng's heart. Lin Feng had never seen such a terrifying figure like the great rock king. 9 forces, raising one's battle strength to the limit. Then, accumulating power. 1 hit, 1 kill. It was enough to make one's blood boil. Cough cough. The great rock king's figure appeared. He coughed violently, constantly coughing up blood. His body was on the verge of collapse. This time, the Great Rock King could not hold on any longer. Great Rock King, Uncle, Senior. Lin Feng and the others looked at the Great Rock King worriedly. The Great Rock King, who was hanging on by his last breath, was naturally in a terrible condition. After continuously attacking, the Great Rock King had almost reached his limit. The Great Rock King's current situation was that he could die at any time. This was what made Lin Feng and the others extremely worried. Therefore, Lin Feng and the others really wanted this battle to end. Both sides had suffered heavy losses in this battle. If they sat down and negotiated, the Great Rock King would also be able to survive. However, the cultivators from the one sect, 3 palaces, and the 8 great powers obviously had no intention of negotiating. They wanted the Great Rock King's life. The Great Rock King struggled to stand up before falling to the ground. However, his body continuously swayed a few times, and he almost fell to the ground. It could be seen that the Great Rock King's current situation was extremely dangerous. "Old ancestor, you died so miserably." The experts of the Upper Heaven Gate cried bitterly, because they realized that all of this was real and not a dream. The ancestor of the Upper Heaven Gate had already been killed, and the people of the other 3 great powers, Tuoba, Zhongzheng, and Shangguan clan, were actually secretly delighted. Gongsun Qian had been killed by the Great Rock King, so the power of the Upper Heaven Gate would definitely be reduced. The Upper Heaven Gate had always been suppressing the 3 major powers, and now they finally had a chance to breathe. Although the Upper Heaven Gate and the 3 palaces were allies, they were also fighting openly and secretly, not giving way to each other. "You broke through to the rebirth realm. Why is it like this? Back then, you clearly suffered a Dao injury and failed your tribulation." The ancestor of the Zhongzheng family, Zhongzheng Fu, looked at King Dopeng in disbelief. The other 2 rebirth realm experts, Tuoba Yuan and Shangguan Qi, became solemn as well. They looked at the Dopeng King gloomily. The fact that the Great Peng King was in the rebirth realm was out of everyone's expectations. The Dao injury is real, however, it did not say that one would fail to transcend the tribulation if they were injured in the middle. The Great Rock King raised his eyelids. This piece of news was undoubtedly earth-shattering. Even the many elders of the demon clan were shocked beyond words. Obviously, the elders of the Yarrow clan did not know that the Great Rock King had broken through to the rebirth realm. They only knew when the Great Rock King displayed his terrifying strength. He really hid it well. The 3 rebirth realm experts took a deep breath. The murderous intent in their eyes became even stronger. The Great Rock King made them afraid, and now, they would not let him go. If the Great Rock King was allowed to recover, the 3 of them did not dare to imagine what would happen in the future. The other 8 major powers were reinforcements that the Upper Heaven Gate and the 3 palaces had paid a huge price to invite. In reality, the upper echelons of the 8 major powers had already regretted participating in this battle. Firstly, the intensity of the battle had far exceeded their expectations. The number of casualties was too great. Secondly, the strength of the Great Peng King was simply too terrifying. If the Great Peng King was killed today, it would be fine. But even if the Great Peng King didn't die, the 8 major powers would still have a grudge against him. Even if the 8 major powers were archaic powers, they would still feel that it was difficult to deal with such a terrifying existence. "Let's attack together and kill him," shouted Shangguan Qi coldly. He took the lead and rushed towards the Great Rock King. Tuoba Yuan and Zhongzheng Fu also rushed towards the Great Rock King. The 3 of them surrounded the Great Rock King from 3 different directions. Will the Great Rock King be able to withstand the attacks of 3 Rebirth Realm cultivators? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel worried. The Great Rock King had just killed Gongsun Qian. That was because of many reasons. Gongsun Qian had underestimated the Great Rock King and the Great Rock King had prepared his attack. However, Shangguan Qi, Tuoba Yuan and Zhongzheng Fu did not intend to underestimate the Great Rock King. They would not give him a chance to attack. Heaven and Hell. Reversal of the Milky Way. Eternal Instant. The 3 Rebirth Realm cultivators attacked with their most powerful attacks. Those 3 Rebirth Realm cultivators had used incredible techniques in the ancient times. The heaven and hell technique condensed the heaven world and the hell world. The two worlds resonated with each other and oppressed each other. The Milky Way reversed and evolved into an endless Milky Way world. The Milky Way was like a grain of sand as it turned upside down. One star after another came crashing down. The entire Milky Way was like a Milky Way stripe. It was hard to imagine how terrifying such power was. The eternal instant was a divine ability used to confine space. Even time seemed to be constricted. Between heaven and earth, the eternal instant, 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 the eternal instant. The three rebirth realm cultivators' attacks were not only powerful, but they also complemented each other. It was as if they could destroy the world. Many people's faces turned deathly pale. They sat down on the ground and stared at the center of the battle in terror. I came from beyond the heavens, I came from eternity, I came from all worlds, I came from the universe, I walked between heaven and earth, I became the scorching sun during the day, I became the bright moon at night, I illuminated the world, I was eternal. A deep voice resounded. The great rock king walked in the air. As the great rock monarch spoke, a scorching sun and a bright moon rose from his body. The sun and moon merged into one. They turned into a yin-yang Tao diagram. The great yin-yang art. The great yin-yang art, ranked 6th among the 3,000 great Tao. The great rock king is really powerful. You've even learned a supreme technique that's been lost since ancient times. Inside the demonic bead, Yarrow Jun, who was sitting on the lone grave, suddenly stood up. He was extremely shocked. The yin-yang Tao diagram appeared in the sky. It tore apart the heaven and earth, destroying the three rebirth realm cultivators' divine abilities. Pu. Tuoba Yuan was split into two. Pu. Shangguan Qi's arm was torn apart by the yin-yang Tao diagram. Pu. Half of Zhongzheng Fu's body exploded. In one move, one of the three rebirth realm experts had died and two were injured. Chapter 1088. The entire territory of the demon race was completely silent. Whether it was the demon race, the one sect, 3 palaces, or the cultivators of the 8 major powers, they were all shocked speechless. The battle prowess displayed by the Great Rock King was simply too heaven-defying. The Great Peng King was too terrifying. Who would have believed that it was real before? He had killed a rebirth realm cultivator and injured 2 others in one move. Run! Run! Shouted the cultivators of the monster race. Nobody dared to stay. They had only come to help the one sect and 3 prefectures because they had received benefits from them, but things had gotten out of their control. If they didn't leave now, they would be killed by the Great Peng King. The cultivators of the monster race were scared out of their wits. After the cultivators of the monster race and 3 prefectures fled, the cultivators of the one sect and 3 prefectures also fled. Run! Shangguan Qi and Zhongzheng Fu, who were lucky enough to survive, didn't dare to stay. The yin-yang Tao diagram spun rapidly in the void, chasing after the 2, wanting to kill them. Bzzz. At this moment, a cloud of black fog surged over. That cloud of black fog communicated with the supreme treasure of Heavenly Net Divine Sect. Another rebirth realm expert appeared. Since this rebirth realm expert could communicate with Heavenly Net Divine Sect, he was clearly an expert from Upper Heaven Gate. The Divine Gate of Tianluo released a powerful attack towards the Great Peng King. It was an attack from a great imperial weapon. The Great Peng King didn't dare to take it head-on. He quickly retreated and dodged the attack. The mysterious cultivator from the Supreme Gate of Heaven didn't stop. He took the Divine Gate of Tianluo and left quickly. The Great Peng King was too strong. Besides, the monster race also had the Phoenix Seal. They were obviously afraid of the Great Peng King. The Great Peng King turned into his real body and quickly fell to the ground. Whoosh! Lin Feng quickly flew over and caught the Great Peng King. Oh no, the qi is gone. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. Once the qi was gone, the Great Peng King would die. Hurry up and feed the Great Peng King. Qian Piaro Shui took out a 9-colored snow lotus. The 9-colored snow lotus was extremely precious, and even the Snow Lady clan didn't have many of them. This kind of heavenly treasure was also one of the few that could be used. Lin Feng dissolved the 9-colored snow lotus and fed it to the Great Peng King. In the Great Rock King's body, a stream of qi was formed with great difficulty. Why is this happening? Why is her aura so weak? Jin Shengyuan's face turned pale. Qian Piaro Shui sighed. Usually, the first time you consume a natural treasure, it will have an amazing effect. The second time you consume it, the effect will be very weak. Quick, bring the Great Rock King back to his palace to rest. Elder Jin said. Lin Feng carried the Great Rock King on his back and brought him back to the palace. The Great Rock King laid on the bed, his countenance as pale as paper. His current situation wasn't ideal. This is the sacred ice coffin. Let's seal the Rock King inside and bring him back to the monster continent. Qian Piaoxue took out a supreme treasure. It was forged from 10,000-year-old ice, and it was rumored to be the ancient coffin where the ice god slept. Later on, it was obtained by the Snow Maidens. This coffin could seal a cultivator's life force and prolong their life. The elders placed the Great Rock King's body inside the sacred ice coffin. Then, the elders strengthened the seal. That night, the sacred ice coffin boarded a spaceship and left for the monster continent. Lin Feng and the others left as well. In the spaceship, Lin Feng had his own room. While resting, he transmitted his voice, "Demon Lord, can the Great Rock King survive? The qi in his body has already dispersed. Even though the second 9-colored snow lotus is keeping him alive, he's still sealed in the holy ice coffin. It's hard to say if he'll survive or not. Maybe he'll need some luck to survive." The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng sighed. He naturally hoped that the Great Rock King could recover. "I still have some immortal medicine. I don't know if it can save the Great Rock King." Lin Feng frowned. "It's a Dao injury. Immortal medicine can't save him. Of course, the Great Rock King isn't simple. Maybe he can come back from the dead," the Demon Lord said. The spaceship quickly flew through the space-time wormhole. Lin Feng and the others were on a spaceship called the Godly Rock. It was said that the Godly Rock was built with the bones of a heavenly dragon and the wings of a fallen golden rock. It was 50 times faster than ordinary spaceships. It would normally take 3 years to travel from the southern continent to the monster continent, but it only took them 20 days. "Where do you want to go once we reach the monster continent? Why don't you come back to the wasteland with me?" Lin Feng smiled at Feng Yaoreo, who was leaning against the railing of the spaceship. Feng Yaoreo spat at Lin Feng and said, "Who's going back with you?" "I want to go back to the 9-tailed fox clan and then go to the East Sea to find my father." "Do you want me to go with you and ask for your hand in marriage from your father?" Lin Feng asked. Qian Yaoreo blushed and harumphed. "Ask for my hand in marriage? If you're not afraid of death, I won't stop you from going to see my father." "Of course I'm not afraid. Would father-in-law have the heart to destroy 2 people who are truly in love with each other?" Lin Feng smiled and put his arm around Qian Yaoreo's waist. "Who's in love with you?" Qian Yaoreo pushed Lin Feng away and ran away. That seductive and enchanting vixen was probably the only time when she was in front of Lin Feng, she would lose her head. 23 days later, the Godly Rock finally arrived at the monster continent. Under Kong Cheng's lead, everyone arrived at the Peacock clan's territory. Lin Feng initially hoped to see the Peacock Holy Leader, but the Peacock Holy Leader wasn't in the clan. According to Kong Cheng, the Peacock Holy Leader had left 5 years ago and hadn't come back. Lin Feng didn't know what he was doing. Lin Feng felt that it was a pity that he couldn't see the Peacock clan's holy leader. Qian Yaoreo disappeared the night they arrived at the Peacock clan's territory. Perhaps she was worried that Lin Feng would follow her to ask for her hand in marriage. "When the holy leader comes back, I hope he can find a way to save King Zhongpeng," said Kong Cheng. Lin Feng stayed at the Peacock clan's territory for 10 days, and then he decided to go to Huangyu. The Peacock clan had a space-time wormhole that led directly to the northern wasteland city. Lin Feng said goodbye to everyone and entered the wormhole. On a mountain peak in the distance, Qian Piaoshue's clothes were as white as snow, and her silver hair was fluttering in the wind. She looked at Lin Feng with a complicated expression. How could she forget what had happened with Lin Feng that day? She really wanted to say goodbye to Lin Feng, but she was worried that if she stayed in contact with Lin Feng again, she wouldn't be able to extricate herself. She hesitated a few times, but in the end, she didn't have the courage to say goodbye to Lin Feng. She could only watch Lin Feng leave. Lin Feng disappeared into the teleportation portal. At the top of the mountain, there was only a sigh echoing in the air. The beautiful woman had already left. Chapter 1089. In the teleportation plaza of Northern Wasteland City, the space-time wormhole started shaking violently. Then, a young man came out of the wormhole. It was Lin Feng. "I'm finally back in Huang Yu." Lin Feng took a deep breath. The chi of Huang Yu was familiar and comfortable. Not long after Lin Feng came out, the space-time wormhole started shaking violently again. Then, more than 30 cultivators came out. They were led by a young man. The young man looked to be in his 20s. His face was pale, and he looked like he had overindulged in debauchery. He was obviously a member of a large family. "Get out of the way. Can't you see that our young man is going out? You lowly commoners dare to block his way? Do you want to die?" shouted a guard arrogantly. Immediately, a cultivator sneered and said, "Who are you? Why are you so arrogant? Is Northern Wasteland City a place where you can be so arrogant?" The guard sneered and said, "Our young man is a direct descendant of the ancient Ning family of Ning Prefecture. Northern Wasteland City is nothing. You lowly commoners dare to talk nonsense in front of our young man? Do you want to die?" Many people's expressions changed when they heard the name of the ancient Ning family of Ning Prefecture. There were 72 prefectures in the north, and the 16 prefectures in the south. The 16 prefectures of Serene Cloud bordered the 8 prefectures to the south. One of the 8 prefectures was called the Tranquil Prefecture, and the Primordial Ning clan was the ancient clan that ruled the Tranquil Prefecture. Hearing that these people were from the Ning clan, the indignant cultivators quickly shut their mouths and retreated to make a wide path for this group of people. The group of people left arrogantly. Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head. He had seen many descendants of ancient families, but Lin Feng had only interacted with geniuses. He hadn't interacted with that young man before. "That person is called Ning Shubai. He's not simple. He's the nephew of the leader of the ancient Ning family," said a cultivator from a teleportation portal. A cultivator who walked out of the teleportation formation said, "He probably came from the Ning prefecture as well, so he knew Ning Shubai." "Those ancient clans are really arrogant," murmured Lin Feng. Said someone with a sigh. Another cultivator said, "They're really strong. They're qualified to look down on us." The cultivators in the teleportation plaza dispersed. Lin Feng left and found an inn to stay. He rested for a day before leaving for the Blue Cloud sect. Lin Feng's return to the Blue Cloud sect had caused quite a stir. After all, Lin Feng was a core disciple and he had fought Huangfu Qingtian. Everything on the Supreme Peak proceeded in an orderly manner. After returning to the Supreme Peak, Bei Bei and Little White played around on the Supreme Peak. In the evening, Shi Weizhu, Bai Ying, Wang Hu, and the others held a simple banquet for Lin Feng. There were only 7 people on the mountain, so they were all very familiar with each other. After the banquet, Lin Feng took out 7 million top-quality spirit stones and gave each of them 1 million top-quality spirit stones for cultivation. The 7 of them had never seen so many top-grade spirit stones. They were all dumbfounded. Usually, they could only use high-grade spirit stones for their cultivation. They had never seen top-grade spirit stones. But now, top-grade spirit stones were piled up like a mountain. This made the 7 of them feel as if they were in a dream. "Senior brother, did you find a top-grade spirit stone mine?" asked Wang Hu excitedly. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I saved up some top-quality spiritual stones when I was traveling. You can use them to practice cultivation. You'll progress much faster with them, but remember, don't show off your wealth. Don't let other people know about it." Wang Hu, Mo Yuning, and the others quickly nodded. They knew what those top-quality spirit stones meant. Even if they were the descendants of ancient powers, it would not be easy for them to take out 1 million top-grade spirit stones. Not to mention an ancient force like the Blue Cloud sect. Yin-Yang realm cultivators like them usually didn't have top-grade spirit stones to cultivate. Now that they had obtained so many top-grade spirit stones, they naturally had to keep this secret. Otherwise, it was very likely to cause a fatal disaster. At the end of the banquet, Shui Zhu and Bai Ying looked at Lin Feng affectionately. Then, they turned around and left. Lin Feng went to Shui Zhu's room first. Bai Ying, who was in the room next door, heard the sounds coming from Shui Zhu's room. She was very disappointed. Even though she knew that Lin Feng would go to Shui Zhu's room first, she couldn't help but feel jealous. In the second half of the night, Lin Feng went to Bai Ying's room again. Bai Ying couldn't help but throw a little tantrum. However, after Lin Feng coaxed her, Bai Ying became a docile kitten. The next day, Lin Feng went to Spirit Beast Peak. Wang Hu accompanied Lin Feng. They came to Spirit Beast Peak mainly to see how the little tyrant dragon was doing. After a few years, the little tyrant dragon had grown to 5 meters tall. It was very fierce. It was obviously an overlord in Spirit Beast Peak. Seeing Lin Feng arrive, the little tyrant dragon hurriedly ran over. It lay on the ground and rubbed its head against Lin Feng. It seemed very intimate. Lin Feng patted the little guy's head. At this time, Bibi and Little White ran over. When the little tyrant dragon saw the two of them, it actually trembled in fear. Lin Feng couldn't help but stare blankly. He didn't understand what was going on. Why was the little tyrant dragon so afraid of Bibi and Little White? Previously, when Bibi and Little White came here to play, they accidentally intruded into the little tyrant dragon's territory. The little tyrant dragon has a very strong concept of territory, so it attacked Bibi and Little White. It just didn't expect that. Wang Hu had a bitter smile on his face. There was no need for Wang Hu to say the rest. Lin Feng already knew the rest. It must be that the little tyrant dragon was tortured by Bibi and Little White. Bibi and Little White might be young, but their abilities were heaven-defying. They weren't something the little tyrant dragon could compare to. Yaya, Jiaya, Bibi and Little White waved their little claws and cried out. "Are you saying that you saw a strange person?" Lin Feng asked. Bibi and Little White quickly nodded. Lin Feng let Bibi and Little White lead the way. The two little fellows quickly brought Lin Feng and Wang Hu to a valley at the intersection of Spirit Beast Peak and Spirit Medicine Peak. This place was densely covered with tall trees, and it was gloomy and cold. Wang Hu and the rest usually didn't come here. When Lin Feng and Wang Hu arrived, they saw a person lying in the forest. They didn't know if he was dead or alive. When the two of them came to the person's side, Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. The person lying here was actually the old drunkard. They didn't know how long the old drunkard had been lying here. His body was almost covered by the newly grown weeds. Isn't this the old drunkard? He disappeared for 3 months without a trace. Why is he lying here? He can't be dead, right? Lin Feng said, if someone else had been lying here for so long, they would most likely be dead. But this old drunkard must be drunk. Carry him back. Yes. Wang Hu nodded. After checking, he found that the old drunkard was still alive. He carried the old drunkard and returned to the main peak with Lin Feng. Chapter 1090. Wang Hu placed old drunkard on the bed. Lin Feng shook old drunkard, but old drunkard was still sleeping soundly. He had no intention of waking up. Wang Hu said, "Do you want to splash some water on him to wake him up?" Lin Feng shook his head and said, "It's no use. Apart from drinking, this old fellow only knows how to sleep. If he doesn't want to wake up, no one can wake him up." Lin Feng was very familiar with old drunkard. He lowered his head and whispered into old drunkard's ear, "Old drunkard, wake up. I brought you Myriad Flower Building's 1,000-year-old wine. Hurry up and try it." "Ah, Myriad Flower Building's 1,000-year-old wine? That's good. Ordinary people can't buy it." Old drunkard, who had been sleeping soundly, immediately sat up. He looked very impatient, as if he wanted to start drinking immediately. "Where's the wine? Where's the wine? Brat, did you trick me into bringing Myriad Flower Building's 1,000-year-old wine just to wake me up?" When the old drunkard saw that Lin Feng's hand was empty, he looked at Lin Feng ferociously. Lin Feng didn't have the 1,000-year-old wine. Lin Feng took out a jug of wine and tossed it to old drunkard, saying, Why would I trick you? Just drink it. The old drunkard uncorked the bottle and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Then he shouted excitedly, "It's really the 1,000-year-old wine of the 10,000-flower building. This jar of 1,000-year-old wine is worth 100 top-grade spirit stones. Boy, you're rich now? You're actually willing to buy wine like this," said Lin Feng, waving at Wang Hu. Wang Hu understood tacitly and left. Lin Feng walked over to a chair and sat down, smiling. "I have a lot of alcohol like that. You can have as much as you want, my dear brother." Old drunkard was so excited that his entire body trembled. He wanted to rush over and give Lin Feng a bear hug, but Lin Feng hurriedly dodged and said, "I don't like this kind of thing, and you stink. You'd better wash yourself later." Old drunkard said indifferently, "What do you know? This is called penance cultivation. Have you heard of Buddhist monks who practice asceticism? This is my cultivation method." Lin Feng was speechless. Ascetic Buddhist monks only drink 1 sip of water every day, and then they travel around the continent of the celestial martial continent barefoot. You eat fish, eat meat, and drink alcohol all the time. How can you compare with ascetic Buddhist monks? The old drunkard replied, "I didn't say that I wanted to compete with them on food or drink. I wanted to compete with the ascetic monks to see who could go the longest without bathing." Hearing the old drunkard's words, Lin Feng nodded and didn't fall to the ground. Lin Feng could not be bothered to persuade the old drunkard. He asked, "Is Tian Zhongdao in contact with you?" "You don't say." "Last year, I went out on a trip with Tian Zhongdao, but he abandoned me halfway and ran off by himself." "How disloyal," the old drunkard said indignantly. Lin Feng said, "I think it's most likely that you're hanging around some tavern and not leaving." After being exposed by Lin Feng, the old drunkard did not feel awkward at all. He said, "I told Tian Zhongdao that drinking is a form of cultivation, but he didn't listen." Lin Feng sighed helplessly. "Even if drinking is a good way to practice cultivation, it's not suitable for us. Tian Zhongdao left you behind, that's good. If it had been me, I would have beaten you up if you hadn't left," said Lin Feng helplessly. The old drunkard said, "I haven't exercised in a while. Didn't you want to beat me up? Let's go out and train." "Forget it, you old geezer. I'm afraid that I'll accidentally cripple you with a single punch," Lin Feng said. The old drunkard was furious and said, "Bro, I'm only 18. When Lin Feng and the shameless old drunkard were together, it was inevitable that they would bicker. That night, Lin Feng discovered that the old drunkard had quietly left Sovereign Peak again. He used his void travel technique to follow behind the old drunkard. The old drunkard was very mysterious. Lin Feng had always suspected that the old drunkard had entered the Blue Cloud sect with a secret. However, Lin Feng had never found out what that secret was. Soon, Lin Feng followed the old drunkard to the back mountain of the Blue Cloud sect. The place was overgrown with weeds and was deserted. Lin Feng did not know why the old drunkard had come here. He wandered around for a long time before leaving. After the old drunkard left, Lin Feng appeared. That old geezer is always so mysterious. What is he looking for? Lin Feng was puzzled. Back in the Green Cloud 12 Peaks, the old drunkard had often come out in the middle of the night, seemingly searching for something. However, the old drunkard had probably failed to find it. After entering the inner sect, the old drunkard had begun searching everywhere for what he was looking for. Moreover, every time he went out in the middle of the night, Lin Feng would naturally be interested in the old drunkard's movements. However, when Lin Feng had asked the old drunkard had been very tight-lipped and had not revealed anything. Lin Feng wandered around the overgrown back mountain, but he could not find anything special. For half a month, the old drunkard would go out in the middle of the night and head to the back mountain. Lin Feng would follow him every day, observing the old drunkard's every move. The old drunkard would often sit cross-legged on a rock at the peak of the back mountain, seemingly sensing something. When the old drunkard left, Lin Feng would also go to the spot where the old drunkard was meditating and immerse his mind in the forest, trying his best to blend in with the forest. However, Lin Feng did not sense anything. He did not know if the old drunkard had sensed anything. After a month, the old drunkard stopped going to the forest and would come to Lin Feng's place every day to ask for wine. Lin Feng persisted. For 3 months, he would go to the back mountain and meditate on the rock where the old drunkard was sitting, trying his best to blend in with the forest. Finally, after 3 months, Lin Feng sensed something. It was hazy, and he could not see clearly. Like a dream, a blurry figure appeared in his line of sight. It was unknown whether the figure was a man or a woman, but it stood there without moving. When the sun rose, Lin Feng woke up with a shocked expression. There really was a secret hidden here. The old drunkard must have learned the secret of this place, which was why he did not come again. The old drunkard is definitely not simple. He sensed the abnormality here so long before I did. Just how strong is his comprehension of the Tao of heaven and earth? Lin Feng took a deep breath. The old drunkard was a bit frivolous, but it was this frivolous appearance that hid his terrifying strength. After another 3 months, Lin Feng finally comprehended the secret of this place. In the boundless void, the sky had split open, and one life planet after another was devoured. Many worlds larger than the Tianwu continent were swallowed up by the cracked sky. Countless life forms died. Even ancient gods were devoured and died tragically. The blurry figure Lin Feng saw appeared. Heaven-mending art. A faintly discernible voice resounded in that ancient world. She had used the heaven-mending technique to mend the sky and repair the cracks in the sky. Only then was the apocalyptic calamity resolved. Chapter 1091. Lin Feng was immersed in this mysterious world while comprehending the true essence of the heaven-mending art. This was a supreme technique comparable to the archaic dragonesque elephant art, one of the top 10 techniques in the immemorial era. Why did someone with such heaven-defying talents like Huangfu Qingtian join the Blue Cloud sect? It was all for this supreme heaven-mending art. However, Huangfu Qingtian had never been able to find the method to cultivate it. Now, Lin Feng had obtained the sky-patching technique. The illusory world disappeared and Lin Feng opened his eyes. A cultivation technique was imprinted in his mind. This was the method to cultivate the heaven-mending art. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised to finally obtain this technique. This was a great fortune. If he could successfully cultivate it, his cultivation would greatly increase. The key point was that this heaven-mending art was too heaven-defying. Mending referred to the heavenly Tao. It was said that when cultivated to grand completion, one would be able to make up for past mistakes. For example, when 2 cultivators were fighting, one of them would be heavily wounded after being struck on the chest by the opponent. If one were to use the heaven-mending art at this time, time would be reversed and they would return to the time when the opponent was struck on the chest. At this time, the injured cultivator would know in advance what the opponent was going to do. Thus, after reversing time, not only would he be able to easily dodge the opponent's attack, he would also be able to condense a powerful technique to counterattack. This was the heaven-mending art. A chance to start all over again. Of course, in order to reverse time and start all over again, he had to reach the realm of great perfection. This kind of peerless absolute art was extremely difficult to cultivate. It was not an easy task to cultivate to the great perfection realm. However, Lin Feng was confident in himself. He believed that he would be able to cultivate the heaven-mending art to grand completion. Once he cultivated the heaven-mending technique to perfection, this ability would definitely play an extremely crucial role. Lin Feng left the back mountain and spent the next night drinking with the old drunkard. The old drunkard loved drinking the most and could be considered old drinking buddies with Lin Feng. Of course, Lin Feng's alcohol tolerance was far inferior to the old drunkard's. Lin Feng was dead drunk, but the old drunkard wasn't done yet. In the following days, Lin Feng began to comprehend the heaven-mending art. While Lin Feng was studying the sky-patching technique, a dozen core disciples of the yin-yang layer were seated cross-legged in a palace. They were all practicing cultivation. Suddenly, a terrifying sound spread in the air. This fluctuation woke up a dozen core disciples who were cultivating. They opened their eyes and looked at the void. They saw a mirror with ripples condensing in the void. An illusory world appeared in the mirror. It was a vast ocean. A cultivator walked over from afar. It was Huangfu Qingtian, first senior brother. Everyone hurriedly got up and saluted Huangfu Qingtian. Yes. Huangfu Qingtian nodded and said, Wang Zhanlong will return soon. Open the white jade box I placed in the treasury and give it to Wang Zhanlong. Huangfu Qingtian had a treasury filled with many treasures. Huangfu Qingtian had one key, Liu Mengyang had another key, and the other key was in the hands of a dozen yin-yang realm disciples who had submitted to Huangfu Qingtian. They put the key in a stone box covered with a large formation. 12 jade talismans were needed to open the stone box. Each of these disciples held a jade talisman in order to prevent someone from stealing the treasures in Huangfu Qingtian's treasure house with the key alone. Yes. The disciples hastily replied. Huangfu Qingtian continued, Go to the eastern region and find Liu Mengyang in the eastern region's holy empire. Tell Liu Mengyang to return to the sect and wait for me there. The disciples hastily nodded. The mirror condensed from the energy in the void dissipated. It seems like first senior brother is going to dual cultivate with Liu Mengyang. It's not dual cultivation, it should be plucking. Only by plucking can one obtain the greatest benefits. As long as first senior brother plucks Liu Mengyang, he'll be able to break through to the life and death realm. First senior brother has been in the life and death realm for almost 10 years. As long as he breaks through, he'll be able to reach the peak of the life and death realm. Haha, once first senior brother reaches the rebirth realm, he won't be far from the god realm. At that time, we'll all have a meteoric rise. The disciples discussed excitedly. 10 days later, a tall and sturdy man in his 30s arrived at the Blue Cloud sect. Wang Zhanlong, his back. After seeing the man, many people cried out in alarm and hurriedly ran away. Wang Zhanlong was an extremely terrifying existence. He had entered the sect 10 years earlier than Huangfu Qingtian. Moreover, it was rumored that Wang Zhanlong had swallowed the blood of a huge dragon, causing his body to mutate and become abnormally powerful. Originally, the sect master of the Blue Cloud sect wanted to promote Wang Zhanlong to the position of vice sect master, but Wang Zhanlong's character was cruel and many people opposed it. Therefore, the sect master had to withdraw this decision. Later, Wang Zhanlong left the Blue Cloud sect. In the blink of an eye, 7 years had passed. Wang Zhanlong arrived at the Blue Sky Peak with an indifferent expression. He coldly looked at the dozen core disciples of the Blue Sky Peak. When they saw Wang Zhanlong's glance, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Everyone's heart was filled with shock. Wang Zhanlong's cultivation was too terrifying, wasn't it? Huangfu Qingtian wants to give me something. Take me to get it. Wang Zhanlong said. The disciples on the Green Sky Peak didn't dare to delay any longer. They brought Wang Zhanlong to the treasury and retrieved the white jade box. Wang Zhanlong revealed a look of joy when he opened the white jade box. He immediately kept the white jade box. The others were unable to see what treasure was inside the white jade box. Asked a core disciple. Brother Wang, the Blue Sky Peak has already prepared a place for you to stay. We'll take you there now. No rush. Before resting, I'll kill someone first. Wang Zhanlong stepped out of the Blue Sky Peak and walked outside. The core disciples of the Blue Sky Peak were startled. Who was Wang Zhanlong going to kill? They followed him all the way to the Sovereign Peak. Lin Feng, get your ass out here and face your death. Wang Zhanlong clasped his hands behind his back and said in a thunderous voice. The entire inner sect of the Blue Cloud sect heard Wang Zhanlong's voice. Many people were shocked. Who was provoking Lin Feng like this? Countless silhouettes flew towards the Sovereign Peak. Chapter 1092. Who dares to cause trouble in my Supreme Peak? Wang Hu, Mo Yuning, Ma Yong, and Liu Ji flew out and coldly stared at Wang Zhanlong's group. Seeing this person, Wang Hu, Mo Yuning, Liu Ji, and Ma Yong's expressions turned serious. They didn't recognize this person, but when they saw the dozen or so core disciples on the Green Sky Peak not far away, they more or less guessed this person's origin. Many disciples, elders, and attendants of the Blue Cloud sect arrived one after another. Ordinary disciples recognized Wang Zhanlong, but only the older ones. Such disciples were rare in the Blue Cloud sect. Therefore, many disciples were pointing at Wang Zhanlong and discussing his identity. However, many elders and deacons recognized Wang Zhanlong. When they saw him return, The expressions on their faces immediately became very interesting. Qin Yarrow said, Wang Zhanlong is back. Why is he looking for trouble with Lin Feng? When Qin Yarrow joined the Blue Cloud sect, Wang Zhanlong was about to leave the Blue Cloud sect. Therefore, Qin Yarrow knew Wang Zhanlong. Guo Xiao said, I'm guessing that this matter has something to do with the Blue Sky Peak. Lin Feng's cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds these past few years. It seems like Huangfu Qingtian can't sit still anymore. On the surface, he's abiding by the 10-year agreement and won't make a move against Lin Feng. However, he can find someone else to deal with Lin Feng. Wang Zhanlong is most likely someone Huangfu Qingtian found. Qin Yarrow frowned slightly and said, Wang Zhanlong's strength is terrifying. Should we tell Lin Feng not to come out so that he won't have a direct confrontation with Wang Zhanlong? Although Lin Feng's cultivation has improved tremendously, there's still a huge gap between him and Wang Zhanlong. When Wang Zhanlong left the Blue Cloud sect, he was already able to suppress many elders. So many years have passed, and no one knows how strong Wang Zhanlong is, but he's definitely much stronger than before. Guo Xiao said, Lin Feng is someone who knows when to advance and when to retreat, so we don't need to say anything. He knows how to deal with all kinds of things. Now, let's wait outside and see how this matter will unfold. Qin Yarrow thought about Lin Feng's character, and it was indeed the same as what Guo Xiao said. She nodded and didn't say anything else. Instead, she looked at Wang Zhanlong, Wang Hu, Mo Yuning, and the others. At this time, Wang Zhanlong looked at Wang Hu, Mo Yuning, Liu Jie, and Ma Yong indifferently and said, I asked Lin Feng to come out and face his death, not you small fries. Are you disciples of the Supreme Peak? Well, since he doesn't want to come out, I'll break your legs first and see if he comes out. If he still doesn't come out, I'll cripple one of you every half an hour until he comes out. Many people couldn't help but gasp when they heard Wang Zhanlong's words. It was rumored that Wang Zhanlong was ruthless and cruel. Now, it seemed that the rumors were true. Wang Zhanlong thought highly of his cultivation and had always been arrogant and domineering, without any scruples. Life and death were just a matter of thought. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Zhanlong raised his right hand and was about to suppress Wang Hu, Mo Yuning, and the others. At this time, a sneer came from the void. You dare to behave so atrociously in my Supreme Peak? Are you tired of living? The void trembled slightly as Lin Feng stepped out. It's Lin Feng. What kind of technique is that? He stepped out of the void. That's really mysterious. It's been rumored that Lin Feng obtained a great opportunity. It seems that the rumors are true. This is going to be interesting. It seems that the two of them are going to fight. I wonder who will win. Wang Zhanlong made a name for himself more than 10 years ago. He's more than 10 years older than Lin Feng and has cultivated for more than 10 years. That's a huge advantage. I think Wang Zhanlong will win this battle. That's right, I think so too. It won't be easy to defeat Wang Zhanlong. Many people started discussing spiritedly. Obviously, the Blue Cloud sect's disciples, elders, and attendants didn't think highly of Lin Feng. It was widely rumored that Lin Feng had obtained a great opportunity. However, Wang Zhanlong had obtained a great opportunity as well. At this time, the old drunkard, Shi Weizhu, Wang Ying, and Wu Xiao flew out. Shi Weizhu's expression changed slightly when she saw Wang Zhanlong. Wang Ying noticed the change in Shi Weizhu's expression and asked, Who's that? He's called Wang Zhanlong. He's been an expert for more than 10 years, but he left the sect many years ago. I don't know why he's back and wants to challenge Lin Feng. Could it be related to the Clear Sky Peak? Shi Weizhu frowned. She couldn't help but worry for Lin Feng. She had been in the sect for more than 10 years. Back then, Wang Zhanlong had been a lofty figure, and he had left a deep impression on her. She was naturally worried when she saw that it was Wang Zhanlong who had come to challenge Lin Feng. Wang Ying and the others grew worried when they heard Shi Weizhu's words. Only the old drunkard took a sip of wine and smiled meaningfully. Wang Zhanlong looked at Lin Feng indifferently and said, At least you're not a coward. You asked me if I wanted to die by coming to Venerable Peak to behave atrociously, right? Let me tell you, I don't want to live anymore. Today, either you kill me, or I kill you. Let's fight in the life and death arena. Do you dare? Many people were shocked. Wang Zhanlong was determined to kill Lin Feng. Wang Zhanlong, you've left the sect for so many years, and you've come back to threaten to kill a core disciple of the sect. The sect can't help but suspect that you've betrayed us and joined another faction. The sect has reason to suspect that you've come to help another faction eliminate our Blue Cloud sect's genius disciple. The sect wants to re-examine your identity, Grand Elder Guo Yang said in a low voice. Grand Elder Guo Yang, you can't scare me with your words. I want to kill this brat today, and no one can stop me, Wang Zhanlong said indifferently. Impudent. Grand Elder Guo Yang's expression sank. He had always been close to Lin Feng, so he naturally didn't want to see Lin Feng and Wang Zhanlong fight in the life and death arena. He knew how terrifying Wang Zhanlong was. If Lin Feng and Wang Zhanlong fought in the life and death arena, they would most likely die. Guo Yang, do you really think I'm afraid of you? I can kill you in 3 moves. Do you believe me? Wang Zhanlong's expression turned cold, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. Lin Feng knew that Wang Zhanlong was telling the truth. Wang Zhanlong was indeed very terrifying. Grand Elder Guo Yang was no match for Wang Zhanlong with his cultivation. Seeing Grand Elder Guo Yang's gloomy expression, Lin Feng said, Grand Elder, there's no need to get angry over a dog that doesn't know his place. It's just a dog that bites randomly. Isn't it a simple matter? You don't need to worry about me. Wang Zhanlong sneered. Brat, you've got a sharp tongue. I wonder if you'll regret your foolish words when I break every bone in your body. Wang Zhanlong flew towards the life and death arena and coldly looked at Lin Feng. Brat, get over here. I'll take your head in 10 moves. Chapter 1093. Elder Guo Yang knew Lin Feng's character. Seeing that Lin Feng wasn't afraid of Wang Zhanlong, he stopped trying to persuade him and said, Wang Zhanlong's cultivation is terrifying, so you must be careful. Lin Feng nodded and flew towards the life and death arena. Seeing Lin Feng flying towards the arena, everyone knew that Lin Feng was going to fight Wang Zhanlong to the death. This caused a huge uproar. One of them was a senior core disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. He had become famous 10 years ago and his strength was unfathomable. The other was a rising genius of the Blue Cloud sect. Although many people felt that Lin Feng wasn't a match for Wang Zhanlong, they still thought that the battle would be very exciting. Wang Zhanlong was the first to land on the battle stage. Lin Feng also landed on the battle stage. Many elders, deacons, and disciples of the Blue Cloud sect gathered to watch this duel. Brat, normally I wouldn't bother to fight a nobody like you, but I have an agreement with someone, so you must die. Wang Zhanlong grinned and walked towards Lin Feng step by step. Wang Zhanlong has an agreement with someone? Is it Huangfu Qingtian? Even if someone raised this question at that moment, there were many people who suspected that Wang Zhanlong might have been sent over by Huangfu Qingtian. Now it would seem like this possibility was even greater. But so what? The world of cultivators was filled with all sorts of deceit, intrigue, and schemes. There were too many of them. Lin Feng and Huangfu Qingtian had a 10-year agreement. Huangfu Qingtian cherished his reputation and wouldn't attack Lin Feng during that time. But that didn't mean that he couldn't find someone else to attack him. Withering Glory Fist. Wang Zhanlong sneered and unleashed a tyrannical spirit technique. All the flowers and trees in the surrounding forest withered. That withered Glory Fist was extremely strange. When Lin Feng was enveloped by that fist, he had the feeling that his body was about to be drained of all his strength. Oh, this withering Glory Fist is quite interesting. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. He used the heaven patching art, which he had just cultivated to minor completion. The withering Glory Fist exhausted Lin Feng's spiritual energy, but Lin Feng could use the heaven patching art to give himself another chance. His exhausted spiritual energy instantly recovered. At this time, Wang Zhanlong arrived in front of Lin Feng and fiercely punched. Lin Feng jumped and disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, he appeared behind Wang Zhanlong and kicked him. Bang! Wang Zhanlong was blown away by Lin Feng's kick. He was pushed 30 meters away before he finally stopped. This time, everyone was completely dumbfounded. They thought to think that Wang Zhanlong would win. How could he be repelled in the first exchange? And he seemed to have suffered a little bit. You broke my withering glory. Wang Zhanlong looked gloomy. Lin Feng said indifferently, this withering glory fist is indeed unique, but unfortunately, you haven't cultivated it well enough. If you want to exhaust my spiritual energy, you'll need to cultivate for a few thousand years. Little brat, you're quite arrogant. But if you act so arrogantly in front of me, you'll die even more miserably. Wang Zhanlong laughed evilly. Said Lin Feng indifferently. You're arrogant, of course you're arrogant. But you, the first time we fought, you were forced to retreat, and you still look fearless. I really don't know why you're so confident, said Lin Feng indifferently. Soon, I'll show you how strong I am. As soon as he finished speaking, a black fog poured out of Wang Zhanlong's body. Wang Zhanlong was shrouded in black mist, and an evil aura emanated from his body. Demonic arts. Many of the spectating cultivators couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. According to the rules of the Tianwu continent, if a righteous cultivator dared to practice demonic arts, he would be considered a demon and would be hunted down. Of course, many demonic arts were extremely powerful and couldn't be stopped. Some righteous cultivators also practiced them, but even if they did, they wouldn't use them so openly. At most, they would use them in a battle of magical powers. They were afraid of being exposed. But Wang Zhanlong didn't seem to have any misgivings. It's not demonic arts. Maybe it has something to do with the dragon's blood that Wang Zhanlong swallowed. He swallowed the blood of a demonic dragon, said one of the great elders who was watching the battle. Roar. At that moment, a dragon's roar resounded. Then, a gigantic creature appeared in the black fog. It was a demonic dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Its roar shook the sky. Demonic dragon claws. With a rumbling sound, the demonic dragon stretched out its huge claws towards Lin Feng. He condensed a demonic dragon? What kind of attack is that? Many people cried out in shock when they sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Mo Long's body. The aura of Mo Long made many people feel a suffocating pressure. Many disciples with lower cultivation levels were trembling all over. Only after retreating further away did they feel a little better. The mountain-like claws descended from the sky. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he stepped forward and punched the demonic dragon's claws. Bang! The two sides collided fiercely, and a sound that sounded like a war drum was heard. Then, the arena shook violently. Lin Feng was actually pushed back by this attack. This demonic dragon isn't just a simple body of energy. It's also fused with 32 demonic dragon bones. This is a demonic dragon condensed from a divine ability and bones. It's 10 times stronger than a demonic dragon condensed from a divine ability. Kid, let's see how you'll die. Wang Zhanlong stood in the black fog and looked down on Lin Feng like a demonic god. He was obviously very confident in the demonic dragon. Lin Feng said, so that's how it is. No wonder it's so powerful. Whoosh. The demonic dragon attacked Lin Feng again. This time, it spat out a ball of dragon's breath. Because the demonic dragon had fused with 32 demonic dragon bones, it could control many of the demonic dragon's abilities when it was still alive, such as its innate divine ability, dragon's breath, and some other divine abilities. Its attack power was quite terrifying. Lin Feng twisted and turned in midair, dodging the dragon's breath attack and rushing towards the demonic dragon. Demon destroys the world. Suddenly, 2 terrifying beams of light shot out from the demonic dragon's eyes. They locked onto Lin Feng and shot towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng had dodged the dragon's breath attack and was about to reach the demonic dragon, but the demonic dragon's attacks were endless. Now, the 2 beams of light from the demonic dragon's eyes were impossible to dodge. Bang! Lin Feng swung his fist to block, but the 2 beams of light were too terrifying and sent him flying. Rumble! At that moment, the demonic dragon's huge tail whipped towards Lin Feng. The mountain-like tail smashed towards him, causing the void to crack. This attack was too terrifying. Oh my god, is Lin Feng going to be crushed by that gigantic dragon's tail? Many people cried out in alarm. Chapter 1094. Many people were excited to see this. Of course, There were also some people like Shi Weizhu who were worried for Lin Feng. The demonic dragon was too powerful, and they were worried that Lin Feng wouldn't be able to withstand its attack. Lin Feng snorted coldly. When the dragon's tail came crashing down, he made a gesture as if he was hugging a large wine jar. Then, he hugged the dragon's tail in his arms. Lin Feng shouted and moved his hands, lifting the demonic dragon up and smashing it towards Wang Zhanlong, who was not far away. Wang Zhanlong's expression changed and he had no choice but to retreat. With a clang, the demonic dragon's huge body was smashed into the arena by Lin Feng. More than half of the arena collapsed. The demonic dragon roared furiously and swung its tail, throwing Lin Feng into the air. Then, the demonic dragon soared into the sky and pounced towards Lin Feng again. The demonic dragon has a spirit. It seems that this demonic dragon is similar to an avatar. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. You have good eyesight. However, you won't be able to escape death today. Wang Zhanlong laughed sinisterly. His hands kept changing seals, and runes condensed and entered the demonic dragon's body. The demonic dragon roared at the sky, and its aura suddenly doubled. Wang Zhanlong still has a way to increase the demonic dragon's battle power. He has so many tricks up his sleeve. This demonic dragon's strength has at least doubled. Can Lin Feng still withstand it? Lin Feng isn't simple either. I thought he was going to be smashed to death by the demonic dragon's tail, but I didn't expect him to suppress the demonic dragon. I think that even if Wang Zhanlong can defeat Lin Feng, it will be a tough battle. He won't be able to defeat Lin Feng so easily. Some people discussed in low voices, expressing their opinions on this battle. At this moment, the demonic dragon attacked again. Its huge tail whipped towards Lin Feng, and it opened its bloody mouth to spit out dragon's breath. At the same time, its dragon claws came clawing towards him. The three attacks came at the same time. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He stepped in the void, displaying the white tiger's killing intent, the heaven-punishing fighting will, and the battle aura. Stacking together, Lin Feng's aura was raised to the extreme. Body as a saber, splitting the heavens. Lin Feng roared and leaped into the air. Then, it turned into a dazzling ray of light. This was a move that Lin Feng had comprehended after watching the Rock King make his move. The Great Peng King transformed into killing intent, instantly killing the Rebirth Realm expert. How terrifying was this? Why do cultivators like to watch other people fight to the death? He wanted to comprehend something from other people's battles. Of course, this wasn't easy. It required luck and comprehension. And Lin Feng was lucky enough to comprehend the Rock King's move. His body turned into a sky-splitting blade, slicing through the void and instantly arriving in front of the demon dragon. Puff! He slashed down with his saber. The demon dragon's huge body was directly torn in half. Then, Lin Feng turned into a blade of light and continued to slash at Wang Zhanlong. What kind of move is this? Many people were shocked. He turned into a blade of light and even cut down the demon dragon. This move was too terrifying, and it shocked many people. The blade of light Lin Feng turned into instantly arrived in front of Wang Zhanlong and slashed at him. Wang Zhanlong's expression was gloomy. Clearly, he was extremely angry that his clone had been cut down. Immortal shattering finger. Facing Lin Feng's attack, Wang Zhanlong pointed his right hand at the void. Clang! He pointed at the blade of light that Lin Feng had turned into. Lin Feng, who had turned into a blade light, was forced back to his original shape. The celestial breaking finger was extremely powerful, and he was blown away. Thundercloud destruction fist. Wang Zhanlong's attacks were endless. He stepped forward and punched at Lin Feng. Endless lightning condensed on his fist. The lightning intertwined with each other as Wang Zhanlong's fist swept out. Endless lightning poured out towards Lin Feng. Its power was terrifying. Lightning spells. You really know a lot of spells. Lin Feng was shocked. You're about to die, and you still dare to be distracted. Wang Zhanlong sneered. That's not necessarily true. Sky Tyrant Thunder. Dense lightning appeared around Lin Feng. The Sky Tyrant Thunder was the #1 spell of the immemorial era. It was a spell created by the immemorial god of thunder, and it was able to suppress all other spells of the immemorial era. Therefore, the lightning condensed by Wang Zhanlong's thundercloud destruction fist was instantly devoured by Lin Feng. Without the lightning's support, the spell could no longer display its power. Wang Zhanlong hadn't thought that such a thing would happen. His spells of the immemorial era had been completely suppressed. Wang Zhanlong didn't dare stay and quickly retreated. Explode. At that moment, Lin Feng used the Sky Tyrant Thunder to condense a huge lightning ball with a diameter of 100 meters. Lin Feng raised the gigantic ball of lightning in his hand and released it. It exploded in the air. The energy of the explosion instantly submerged Wang Zhanlong. PFFF, Wang Zhanlong was blown away. His body was dripping with blood, and his hair was disheveled. He looked extremely miserable. Many people couldn't believe their eyes. Wang Zhanlong had been injured by Lin Feng again. Swoosh. Lin Feng stepped forward and threw a supreme reincarnation fist at Wang Zhanlong. Wang Zhanlong's expression changed greatly. Lin Feng was too fast. He was so fast that he couldn't react. Wang Zhanlong hurriedly threw a punch to meet Lin Feng's attack. The two sides collided again. Catcher, catcher. Wang Zhanlong's arm was broken. Lin Feng's punch then landed on Wang Zhanlong's chest. Wang Zhanlong was blown away. He spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood in a row. His face was as pale as paper. Is this all you've got? It's far worse than I thought. A piece of trash like you dares to say that you can kill me in 10 moves? You're overestimating yourself. Lin Feng looked at Wang Zhanlong indifferently. All the cultivators were discussing spiritedly. Clearly, Lin Feng's powerful strength had shocked everyone. Even an expert like Wang Zhanlong was no match for Lin Feng. What level was Lin Feng's cultivation? Today's battle is really satisfying. Wang Zhanlong was injured, but his face showed a trace of a sinister smile. It's been a long time since someone was able to injure me like this. However, do you think you can defeat me like this? I said that I can take your head in 10 moves, so I can definitely do it within 10 moves. You're already qualified to make me take out this divine tool. Evil Dragon Blade, come out. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Zhanlong waved his right hand and a treasure flew out. It was a dark brown dagger with fierce evil dragons drawn on it. A destructive aura spread out from the evil dragon blade. The evil dragon blade shook the void, and the surrounding void was immediately torn apart. The evil dragon blade emitted a terrifying divine aura. That divine aura suppressed the world. When they felt the divine aura of the evil dragon blade, many people's faces became deathly pale. It was as if they were facing a god. Thump, thump, thump. Countless people couldn't help but kneel on the ground, their bodies trembling.